And that's just to maintain control for even a second, and then you probably have to dash out and concede it anyways. So there's definitely something that needs to be done about that, because right now X10, they just feel in themselves like, oh, this is free, let's keep on taking it. And even if they want to finish on the C site, you see what it does to the defenders' rotations, where they've constantly had 3 players on A in the early stages of the round because of that absolute absence of info.
Yeah, I'd quite like to see them attempt some of the like cool different Astra combos we've seen with the gravity wells. Like I know they've got themselves the Sova on the other side. We've seen some shot dart combos. We've also seen quite regularly Molotov combos coming out from the hot hands on Phoenix, just to try and deny some of that early space, not allow them to go all the way in and like throw down that utility, pop out the snake bites, like just deny them even from getting the lobby control. I think that's something, if you watch, for example, version 1, they're exceptionally good at using the Viper. So we'll see what the change is going to be. They've actually placed the operator down there in the early stages of the round. So instead of having all these different setups, it's just going to be Zephyr go kill. But unfortunately for them, you have the time to talk things through. So do X10. They're going straight back to this mid take once more.
Yeah. Lock it, load it. Time to go on in. And okay, we've seen the 3-man start on A site. 1 player in Garage, 1 player C. So there's all that Killjoy utility to stop a B push. Instead, they're going to redirect themselves. Moving into C. This is where you've got to show up with that Sheriff, and, well, it ain't going too well. Rihanna Net straight out of this one, and the ranged fights, they are so heavily in favor of X10. The operator tries to bridge the gap, but with a missed shot, it might be time to bail out of there, especially because Zephyr doesn't have the dash. Maybe he tries to go for a peek on site and dash out of there, but when he doesn't have the dash in play, he's back to spawn. He's running away from there because you cannot afford to lose that weapon. Even if you got 3 kills at the state of the X10 economy right now, that would not be a good trade if you're Zephyr. So saving this weapon, #1 priority, while Munchkin, he tries his best.
I think the man could get 10 kills, and I don't think I would save him if he lost the operator. It really is a huge financial burden, and there's no way he gets out of it. Perfect positioning from Sushi Boys, and that's 6-2 now for X10. Now, of course, this is their map choice, but going into the next one, like, we know that they're actually pretty comfortable playing Icebox at the moment, and I don't know. I'm not feeling too good for Crazy Raccoon right now. As said, still early. I think going onto that attacking side as well could make a fairly big difference, like when you do have the ability of Jet and Phoenix to get you those openers. But there's a hell of a lot of utility on the other side that is going to be used to deny them and make things very, very awkward, choke them out of a lot of these rounds. Again, though, it seems like they're going to try and rely on Zephyr to do a slightly better job of challenging for this A control, but it's very patient once again, Mitch, from the default coming out from X10.
Yeah, it is. And this is the thing. We've seen them go for the more aggressive A plays like a number of times, almost in a row. And now they're going back to this Viper wall down. But we talked about the counter to this potentially being that push down short. And Zephyr has been uncontested on this for now, at least. He destroys the Trailblazer, realizes it's time to run away because he was likely to get hit with a stun or a gravity well and challenged by 2 or 3 players. So now that control is conceded, they at least have to pay for it. They use up an Astra Star as well as a Trailblazer. It's not amazing, but it's something. It's definitely better than what we've seen in the past. Although the drone going down gets the information on 1 player, it's not really that valuable at this moment in time. Anybody could have guessed there's someone around short. The question is, are they looking to push it? And with no information on C or Garage or B, like aggressive, I mean, outside of the part of the map that's theirs from the start of the round, this is going to be pretty tough to get those rotations in on time. Again, we've talked about these 3-man A stacks, but they haven't really done anything for Crazy Raccoons so far.
30 seconds left.
Push coming in. Zephyr in a good position. The dart's actually perfectly placed. They use it as a direct counter to try and hold that player back. Munchin catches one, but Medusa just goes running in, and now Cruz has found another onto Zephyr. It started off so strong, but they just get too aggressive, make a silly mistake, and that's going to be enough. The spike planted, 1 player left. Neff, as said, I think he's excellent in a lot of these clutch situations, but a 1v4 pushing back into the A site, I don't think he's that good.
They just got a free kill. They didn't even mean to kill the guy in the corner. I think it was Medusa, because the Munchkin ulted, ran at them, right? He's in the cloudburst, so they spray into it. They destroy his ult, and the next bullet headshots his teammate who was right behind him. And he had actually ran into his path, you know? And that guy's in the corner. He's sneaky. He's like, I'm going to catch them on a sideline whenever they come out from the choke point. And then his Phoenix just runs right in front of him like, hey, shoot at me, shoot at me. That's so unfortunate. And we saw in the previous round, obviously, we had the Prime Gaming Flawless. And you know why they call it that? Because it puts your economy in a prime position. Look at that. That's just sickening. Maybe he had an iota that the player was in the corner because he did adjust through the smoke. Another, like, it's just sickening for X10. And it's one of those rounds that you pull these out every now and then, but at this stage of the game, in the context of where we are right now, that pretty much says it all. This is a very deflating situation to be in if you're Crazy Raccoons.
I think it's worth noting as well that the flashbangs coming out from Cruz just seemed to be so spot on, because there were so many players that were just completely blind in that moment, had no idea where to look, where to go. He was one of the players the desk highlighted need to have a better performance, and looks like that's the case. Now, a slight adaptation here with a push down C long. It's not been something that's pressured too regularly. Of course, I think if he goes much further, he will meet one of the players from X10 once more. But that's a very good start. A weapon retrieve from Munchkin. He's a player we know. Well, he's the highlighted player again for a lot of the people on the desk. But they need something here. 7-2 down.
Yeah, no, they need something. And at the moment, at least, it started out well. And now they're coming in the form of Crows falling. Okay. It's something to play with here for Crazy Raccoons. And Zephyr, oh, nice shot to Scary. Okay, we're back in the driver's seat here, but X10 have a potential 2v1 fight. It's Medusa, who only has a Sheriff, a Shock Dart through to tickle them up. There's the recon, but Fox takes him down. Now the plant can come through, but Fox has taken quite a bit of damage in the meantime. The flank, oh no, was that a fake up draft? I like it. Trying to get the players to peek out on short, and Sushi Boys able to pick up one. Fox, Vandal in hand, looks for the headshot. Munchkin able to sideswipe, and so it's all down to the 31 HP Jet player, but Munchkin deals with him. A nice round for Crazy Raccoons. Better late than never, and with only 7 rounds for their opponents, I say only, that's obviously a lot in the context of 10 rounds, especially with how they've gotten there, but they can pull it up to 5. They won't be in the worst spot coming into the next half.
No, for sure. And these are the sort of plays that we were hoping for Munchkin as well. That was his round. An opener that gains him a rifle, which closes out the round at the end. And the flash, Padipan, try as he might, you are not going to be able to dodge that one. So being a little bit more proactive, not allowing all of this space to go in the favor of X10. And, well, hopefully, for the sake of the match at least, this is going to be a little bit of a turning point for the defensive side. The one issue is, of course, that on the other side of things, they've had so much cash for a ridiculous amount of time that this is not going to be a problem.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly what we said, right? Their economy is being put in a prime position by those Prime Gaming Flawless rounds. See what I did there, Tom? Do you like that? I like it.
You got your extra plug. Well done.
This is just revenge for all of those EU days we've had in Challengers, Tom. You've hit me with so many puns again and again. I have to try to think of ways to get back at you.
I don't know what you mean.
Somehow. Oh, no. Sushi Boys gets traded out, though. That's such a good push. I love that. Munchkin ults down to get the information, and they trade from up above. And at worst, they get free control by him just running down. If they've all left, well, at least they've got that information. Gorgeous play to start it off, and now it's a 5v3. X10 on the back foot, but they're going to look to recover this with a beat push and a Viper's Pit to completely cut out the A-side heavy play that we've had consistently coming through. Now as they look to re-enter into the site, they're going to have to deal with this Viper, but Padapan's all alone. Now they know exactly where he is. The spams are coming in. He's 27 HP, but he saw the barrel. Now coming in through the Viper's Pit. A brave play, left with just 18 HP after the decay. But luckily, they come out on top. That was tight.
Yeah, a nice try from Padipan at the end. 3 kills in a round that was looking pretty much dead, but I agree. That utility or that ult combo that we saw at the very beginning, the bait and switch, the player up above, they've started to take a little bit of control back, started to fight back versus some of these players, and it's looking like Crazy Raccoon might not be out of this one just yet. I also think their utility usages they tried to push into the site. It just seems like Rion now has started to come into his own, maybe got a little bit more comfortable with some of the utility on that Astra, just denying them that extra few seconds they need to get into the afterplants with the gravity wells.
You can see that value starting to really chain together, and we said, you know, that buy round that they lost with like the spam through the cloud burst on A site, then in through the Astra smoke, it really sucks when you lose a round like that, because those sort of things are almost out of your control when some of those RNG kills come in. And in a round where you were on a full buy, a last-ditch attempt, your opponents have a load of money, they're ahead of you in the half, then you're forced onto pistols that you lose in a pretty flat manner, as you kind of expect. That puts you in a really bad spot mentally when your opponents hit 7 rounds off the back of that. But Crazy Raccoons have bounced back. They're relying on their gameplay, and we've already seen in the rounds they're losing, and a great example of the counterplay that's coming in, of the fact that they're adapting to their opponents, was that recon dart that they put through into the cloudburst ready for the dash up draft. That was beautiful, and that level of adaptation is something that solidifies them as a top team within the region, but they're going to need so much more to come back into this, and it starts with this buy round. And X10 are calling a tactical pause to make sure that they put the final nail in the coffin to finish this half 8-4.
Yeah, it would definitely set them up nicely, especially as it gives them that buffer. We know that the pistol follow-up round in most cases is going to get you that 2-round net. So if we do go in at 7-5, switch sides, pistol win, Crazy Raccoon could even be in the driver's seat, depending which way you look at it. So they're going to want to try and get themselves that extra bonus. Again, we're going to see the early dart. Try and give them a little bit of extra information. Fox is as well picking up the operator, but it's looking like a potential battle. They know that Zephyr has been looking to try and get aggressive in some of these early round scenarios. And for now, just seems like a bit of a stalemate. Both teams playing a little bit more patiently, a bit more cagey, you could say.
I do really enjoy the Viper wall down on A long, because you think about how this map was played so Oh, hold on. Oh, I thought we were about to get that jet v jet battle, the op versus op, but no. We've been robbed of that a lot of the time, right? These pushes have been so fast and off so much utility that the op v op duels haven't really come in. But a lot of the time in the old Haven meta, we would see like you would recon long and then you would hold it. One player holds the A site. It's free. But then we saw the Cloudburst adaptation, and now with Viper taking a better position in the meta, the wall down means that once you activate that, the guy can't hold A long. And unless you're going to contest it from short, which is very aggressive, you're losing the control at the start of the round. It's really nice. I love that spam from Neth to destroy the Seekers coming for him, and Zephyr picks up Crows. That's a great start to the round, but he's kind of isolated on the site, still with a dash to play with. That gets pulled out very early on. Cloudburst into a shorty for the close range duel, and that pays off. Oh my God, Zephyr, what a round. Not an adaptation we see all too often, and Patapan, he's left alone and shock darted to death. What a great recovery by Crazy Raccoons in this half.
Yeah, I remember being in the green room yesterday, chatting away while the match was on, and Golden Boy saying, "You've got to buff the shorty." I don't know. I think Zephyr's still got it down to a T. His positioning able to make it work, and that was what this round was basically about. Him staying alive in pretty awkward positions, because they actually put a grab well on him to try and hold him back from retreating out of that spot. And I'm sure Sushi Boy is not going to be too happy about that one, but a real recovery there. Like, it was looking like a really rough half, 7-2 down, a resurgence coming back in from Crazy Raccoon, and hey, Mitch, game on.
The adaptation as well, because long is blocked off, you have this comfort level where after that first shot is fired down into Garage, he's actually comfortable enough to not dash out of position and instead to just cross traditionally until he takes another fight, getting him that one extra op shot. Now, it didn't connect a kill, but he could take the risk and potentially put his team in an even better spot before he went to the shorty play. Overall, gorgeous round by Crazy Raccoons, and this map, it's not disappointing. The pistol round, oh my God, it's a brawl. They are just going for it, sending it down through A long, and it looks like Zephyr's gonna have to have some heroics yet again. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the HP to make the 1v4 happen, and so 8 will go on the board for X10. The potential for a free conversion and an equalizer from Crazy Raccoons now gets a little bit more difficult to make happen.
Yeah, I think the plan there was actually for that to be a pinch. with the players coming through mid as well and catching them off guard. They just killed everyone before the pinch even got there. Just destroyed them on the push. Also had the extra denial of using those snake bites, not so much for the later round retakes, but to actually just take away that space altogether, not allow them to really find anything in the early stages of the round. So solid stuff from X10. I'm surprised to say that I'm actually really enjoying Padipan on Viper, which I thought was something, considering so far we've seen him play Sage as anything but a Sage, like just using the walls to boost himself up and get aggressive, and he's normally a Jet player. To now see him completely switch up and still make it look good, you know, I think we're going to be seeing this guy for a long, long time.
Yeah, we talk about this man's skill, and it's just good to see that extra level of depth being applied to not just his agent pool, but his playstyle, because it's very different playing the Viper. Now, Crows is in danger. This guy, I mentioned on the desk, maybe didn't perform to the highest standard in the games that they had the other day. This time, well, he's not going to be risking anything. He's just pulling back to the site, allowing his teammates to rotate in, and if they were to just blitz down with their classics, well, they're welcome to. They'd run into a stack. But this is where it gets a bit more difficult, because at this stage of the round, you're not going to want to push up. You don't want to offer up, like, because you know that it's a pack mentality when they've got classics. So if you push up Garage or Long and they happen to have rotated, you're dead. But because they've stacked A, they have to play very passive now on the B and C sites, which gives a lot of space to this team of Crazy Raccoons to just push on through. And yes, they're delayed slightly by the Astra utility, but they still get onto C site with just one player defending it. That player is absolutely mowing them down, though. So not even a plant will be possible with the spike dropped in the open. And now they just clean this one up. Not even a player lost.
Another Prime Gaming flawless round coming through. I feel like that's where you're probably going to get the majority of them, though. Like those second round purchases of very, very little coming up from the side that didn't manage to win themselves the pistols. So, but good work nonetheless. Like, these are the sort of all right. Are you kidding?
Okay.
He didn't even see them.
No.
I was just timing shots.
That's what spray control gets you. Even he's like, yeah, come on. But, you know, 9 to 5, you get that flawless round. It's huge because now you're able to come in and play a bonus, a hard commit to a bonus. In fact, go even further than that, and they're investing up a little bit. They got so many credits. So 3 Spectres, a Vandal, and an Operator to play with. This is a pretty good buy, all things considered, and they've still got credits in the tank if they need to play, if they lose this round, for example, because it's definitely not favorable towards them. But they're putting up a really, really good chance for themselves to win a round at very low cost.
Yeah, I think as well, the added bonus of putting this Operator on a Jet, you get enough kills, maybe a sneak and orb in the next round, and you're not playing at a disadvantage anymore. Sure, maybe if you lose it, you lose the Operator, but then you have that Blade Storm instead. Now, Padipan is going to be forced off the angle, but he's got his utility to counter and start to try... Oh, I thought he was just going to push through it there. This guy is a bit of a madman at times, but okay. Just looking to try and reposition his utility, give up that control, but Crazy Raccoon, they're actually not going to play off this, and they have at least forced a player to rotate.
Oh, Sushi, come on, man. This time you can at least see them swinging out for more, and he's going to just back off. Great opening duel, and then in comes the Operator, but Fox misses the shot, receives a lot of damage. Sushi up close, able to deal a lot to Munchkin. He's now super low HP, and the Operator cleans him up from the high ground. The swing by Scary, and that's exactly why he's called that. A 2 versus 1, Rion comes to site with 10 seconds left. No info really, and now no health to play with. A flank underway. This one is done and dusted, and you see it there with Scary on a triple kill yet again. Double digits for X10.
That was a superb round from him in general. Like, even if you remove the 3 kills that he manages to get, the grab well to keep his teammate alive just before they try and push through the garage, just making all of their rotations so much more awkward. And sure, Rion got a few consolation frags, but it really doesn't matter. That was just an excellent round from Scary. Now, with the bonus victory, they get to come back in, keep that Operator, and start moving towards having all of those ultimates. I think for Crazy Raccoon, unless they can have some sort of miracle thrifty round here, I do not see them coming back in this one.
Yeah, man, I really love Scary. I love watching this guy play the game. Fox knows they're going for that ult orb. I could feel the shot through the smoke, but didn't quite get it cocked back in time. And so you're going to have that Blade Storm online for Zephyr. A couple of pistols looking to just poke and prod at the defense, stop them from getting too much space. Padipan's in trouble. He's got to get out of there. You know, when you make those aggressive pushes on the Jet, hey, you can dash, but with the Viper, you don't quite have the same freedom. Munchkin caught trying to sneak up behind, the sneaky beaky play, not paying off, and Crows takes him down, but Patapan's right back into it. He's only just gotten his health back, and he's ready to put it on the line again for the team. With an A crunch, that's information early on, but still, the thing that's scaring me isn't scary. It's the Blade Storm. The fact that Zephyr still has it online, and now they've got the B side. He has a variety of angles that he can play that off of, and now they're going for an aggressive take. There it is. Scary taken down. C side falls. They've got massive control to play from. Now they can back off and hold the choke points as these guys come on through, but the spike is being claimed by X10, and that's a collateral by Fox, closing it with the triple. 2 bullets, 3 kills, and 11 rounds for X10.
I didn't need to do that to them. It's already a 4v3 with weaker weaponry, and then you get the collab. I'm hoping, of course, I was about to say, I'm hoping we've got the replay. I don't need to hope anymore. We brought in the big boys for this event, so yeah, not going to be missing anything for now. And well, it is looking rough. Now that was again just a pistol round, and after plant gaining at least something in terms of finances, we will come up with a purchase for Crazy Raccoon. More importantly as well, they do have the run it back available. Now there's a couple of ults still on the other side, but I feel like that's the one with the potential to have the most impact.
This is going to be so important for Crazy Raccoons, and you can see that they can feel the pressure. They're playing it so slow. Zephyr wanted that little peek, and he's lucky to get away with his life the way Fox has been playing this operator so far. Coming out for a little bit more off the Trailblazer, and here we go. The shot connects. Zephyr got away with it once, but he tempted fate too many times. But it looks like Crazy Raccoons are thinking, hey, let's just go for this A site. Let's go into that operator again. How good can Fox possibly be? But eventually they decide, maybe pretty good. Let's go elsewhere. And it's good because they've actually dragged a heavy rotation to A side, something that Crazy Raccoons were the victims of again and again. Now they find it much easier to take C.
Already pushing through. That's the run it back gone. It's basically lost for destroying a turret, a trade. Probably not worth it. Sushi Boys as well, still just surviving in the corner. It is only going to be 1-for-1, but then the trades just come back thick and fast. It's left onto Neth once again. He's had a couple of attempts at these 1 versus 4s. I can't say I'm a believer, though. Look at the flank. They're going to pincer in from him, surround him on all sides. Although Foxes does peek a little bit early. Hits a second dink, but just overwhelmed in the end. It is going to be another round on the board for X10. Just one away from not just taking their map, but dominating it.
Wow, this is a gorgeous display. And yeah, there's a couple of rounds. Like, I think this is, let me put it this way. I think it's a closer map than it looks like. But at the same time, it's like 8-9 rounds for Crazy Raccoons at best so far. Like, their performance has been good. Their adaptations have been there. But then there's just this like individual level that X10 have been able to clutch out a couple of rounds. Solid responses to utility play. So it's like Crazy Raccoons are adapting to X10, but X10 are so quick. You see it when they come out on stage, right? They're dancing around. They're jumping through smoke, you know? They're feeling it. And it's paying off for them, man. The fact that they're able to so quickly, they're like water, adapt to whatever situation they're put in. Well, Crazy Raccoons just can't keep up. At least not on Haven.
No, I definitely have some hopes for Icebox, but for now at least, this is looking like X10 have got their number. The Thai team dominating, and Foxes, he's caught a little bit there. He knows there's somebody waiting around that corner. Just gonna keep the angle held, even elevating himself a little bit. In the meantime, the attackers again looking to try and play towards Garage, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable if they were to make that move again. They've been shut down every time by the utility of Scary, but they have at least managed to force back that aggressive operator for now.
Good response. Really good response in the corner. Not playing too risky. Oh no, he's being caught by the op again, but it... Okay, well that flash, that peek, that adaptation on the fly, I love it. The repositioning comes in once more, but this time, Crazy Raccoons win both fights. 2 swift Vandal headshots, and the lead is suddenly theirs. The spike is planted, and X10 are locked out. They have no flank. They have nothing to really play with a Cosmic Divide just to lock them out even further. And at this stage, I mean, normally we'd say a save, but with how things have been going, you can tell they're just going to send it, go for it, and it is getting torn apart. A great round for Crazy Raccoons. If for nothing else, at least the morale will be a little bit better.
Yeah, I was very, very scared that that round was just going to be Fox's styling on them, because the first opportunities he was getting, like, they just didn't seem to have a counter for the peaks he wanted to make. I think at this stage, though, like, I've seen a fair few Cosmic Divides, which I've hated. That there's been some where teams have ended up screwing themselves. But in this case, unless there was, like, a hot flank coming in as well, I just don't see any way that they were going to get back into things. Of course, as you sort of mentioned, they have quite a lot of cash. I think that's the first round they've actually lost in this half. So I think they'll be all right to rebuy here.
The spam? Oh, no. In fact, that was an orb taken back. So Fox had an opportunity, and here's what I'm talking about with still controlling your A-long area, but having a jet do it. When you're up against an Astra, it's essential, because once that gravity well comes in, you are trapped. They will run you down. But the reason that Crazy Raccoons don't do that is because they see, oh, well, it's a jet. So she's going to just dash out of there. But the pressure applied gives A-long control to the attackers. Now they have much more to play with. That Cloudburst should bait someone into peeking the majority of the time, or at least into using some info gathering utility. And I think we just saw a flash popped out to ensure there's no one there. Now, though, they still have 3 players on A. This is a very slow rotate by X10. Great information play in the early stages, a map seizure from Crazy Raccoons. The only problem is Patapan's now pushing up behind. He has an early flank. Fox doesn't have his dash, so I'm surprised he went for that peek. That was incredibly aggressive. And Patapan's pulling back. He's not committing to the full flank.
Medusa release. That should be information that there's 2 players here. It doesn't matter, though. Zephyr goes for the aggressive take, gets nothing for it, and now they're just being traded out one by one. They're going to try and put down that lockdown to force them back, and then he's actually putting in a real shift here. Another kill comes up for him. Patipan on the flank, though, is more than perfect. It's left all onto the Killjoy to try and clutch them out. We've mentioned him in multiple 1v4s. He needs the 4K here to keep them in this map. Padipan rounding the corner, the time ticking away, the snake bite held back Neff, at least for the moment. He's just playing with the time, doing so well to deny any chance for Padipan, and will even close it with the headshot as well. A fantastic clutch to keep them in the map, but there is still a long way to go.
Yeah, really good work. Patapan's flank was disgusting, because you saw him go for it. He started to push forward, then he pulled back. And I'm like, okay, they're just going to go for a B retake together. But the site was already being pressured. He realizes, hey, my rotate's going to take way too long. I have to commit to the flank. But amongst all what I presume was confusion of whether he should go back like he's yo-yoing, he ends up getting the god tier timing, because his opponents are thinking, okay, no way they're coming for a flank this light. Why would they? And then he just gets shot in the back. If they lost that round because of it, it would have been infuriating, because it's less of a good play by Patapan or more just unreadable chaos that works out. But it didn't work out, at least not fully, with that huge clutch by Wow. Well, you really hate to see that. I suppose not if you're Crazy Raccoons, not if you're a Japanese fan. 5 rounds in between them. Man advantage goes to the attackers, and that flash is so good to convert right after.
Ooh. All right. A little bit of a dirty sheriff shot coming out. Actually, some aggression coming in from behind. They do have to be careful here. Padipan managed a pretty disgusting flank in the last round. I think he's going to have heard all the footsteps of Medusa as well. The alarm bot not going to be doing anything here. Neth has already fallen, but they are going to be watching for him. There's no way Padipan gets anything, or there shouldn't be. There are 2 players watching this angle. Somehow he manages to swing both and not take any damage or much damage at all, but they're just going to try and hold him out. And maybe for him, it might just be an idea to try and get rid of some of their weaponry.
He's done that well. I don't know how he got away with that much. The damage he did tickling them up, surviving out there, and then even grabbing a kill. Disgusting work. But nonetheless, it will be around for Crazy Raccoons, and we talked about X10's economy, and it was looking very, very good in the previous half. But this time around, not so much. Obviously, they've got this Phantom saved over. They'll be able to invest around it if they want to, and I think, you know, that round is one that you don't necessarily expect for X10 to win. But the manner in which they lost some of these opening duels, and these 2 in particular, were devastating, really, because they had the right idea. The garage control was being pressured for. They wanted to pincer off those close range duels and make use of their weaker weapons, and instead they just got shredded but they still have a 4-round lead. Crazy Raccoons have the pressure applied to them. They can't make a single mistake from this point forward.
Yeah, it would need to be 7 rounds in a row total. Zephyr is just going to have to hold on to the corner for a second, but there's no capitalization off of that. The taps through smoke from Crows, not really going to find anything, and they're just picking up the pace. This looks like a fast take into A, Mitch.
It does indeed. Munchkin's already sending it in, getting the information, but Patapan keeps on going straight through his own orb to look for those duels. He goes back and catches them by surprise. And classic out for 3. He's on the backside and eventually taken down. But it's a 2v2 now. This is a winnable situation. The armor stripped from Munchkin after his ultimate was just completely thrown away. Grabbed information that nothing was capitalized on, and the ultimates, oh, they are here to play with. We've also got a Cosmic Divide that can be used to block out Long and potentially get them at least a start on the defuse and force out some early plays. But that is such a good peek by Munchkin. He's going to be in trouble. Detained on the backside, and that is a free kill. But left down to the 1v1 considering the situation, that is very strong. Scary taps it. Player comes out, and the shot connects for Rion. The Battle of the Astras goes to Crazy Raccoons this time around. And they pull it to within 3. This gap closing in. Next 10, they might finally be feeling that pressure. They committed a lot. That was a great round for Patapan. They used a lot of really impactful ultimates as well to try and pull this round off. And yet even despite everything that happened in the early stages, they lose the round.
This is one of those rounds as well. I think if it works for myself as well, but if Paper Thin had any head to lose, he would probably be losing it here, because that was so stressful from Crazy Raccoon. Like, just the fact that it comes down to one player aggressively peeking in towards the spawn and getting detained and dying, and then the other just running through the Cosmic Divide. Obviously, when you're behind that, all the sound is muffled. You don't know if necessarily if he's tapped, if he's stuck it halfway. So you're just taking a massive risk just to go through it and hope that he's not holding the angle. It does pay off, but yeah, definitely uncomfortable for them. But it's gonna... Oh no. I've just looked at the buy. Why, like, after saying I hate this gun, why has this happened? Why are we... I just want to say, if they close it on this, I might just have to walk off. Like, this might be the moment where I'm just peacing out.
The worst part about this, Tom, is that this This is not a full buy. You look at what they have. They have got really strong weapons. The ability to take a lot of duels.
Patapan gets 3.
And it's on defense as well. Like, on the attack, this would be ludicrous. But on the defensive side, they choose the range at which they take fights. They have the potential to actually pull off a round for free. You know, what would a lot of the time just be an eco. And the important thing here as well is that they've got their utility to play off of as well. If things start to go their way, in fact, I see Patapan is even thinking about immediately dropping that Viper's Pit. Not a bad idea, especially in a round like this. You force any sort of beat control, like you split the map in 2 straight away, because let's put it this way, they're not going to go through that. And if they do, you're going to kill them. What is this guy made of? He just... Again through smokes, man!
I can't believe that. He's just pre-fired the orb.
Yeah, but look, Rion's 58 HP as well. He shredded them. Oh, man.
Oh, no. You've also just got this from Patapan, which, yeah, I'm glad this is being highlighted by the observers. Like, what is this? He's halfway down mid, just sat within the Viper's Pit. They're going to try and pressure in. Scary, like, I would expect him to at least get 1 here. This angle's so hard to clear, especially against the judge. The dash up, though, actually works, but they haven't cleared him. He's still in this corner. They haven't seen him at all. And it's just going to be Scary doubling up. It comes down to 1 man. Medusa to save them. I said this will be the round that probably ends it. I hate the judge, but somehow X10 have closed it with that gun. Dear Lord, Mitch.
I need a minute after that one. That is a happy face right there. The complete whiff onto the recon dart, and while that's happening, they're so distracted. They knew Net, oh, he's playing this site solo all the time. It's a low buy, it's an eco from them. It's probably the Killjoy with a bunch of utility. Let's just rush him down, take him out. They don't even spare a thought for a judge being in that corner, and why would you? What a way to lose a map. Crazy Raccoons started this out at one stage down 7-3, and they made it so competitive. It wasn't even a spam onto the orb. It was a transfer onto a third bullet, seeing the tracer of the Vandal. That is sickening. What a way to close it by X10. They've been nothing if not flashy in this game here.
The thing that's so infuriating as well is you sort of see the faces of Crazy Raccoon afterwards, and you just know that's the face of a man who got headshotted with a sheriff through a smoke. Like, that's the face you make when you've just lost a round to 4 judges. Like, that has just got to be so painful. They need to, of course, go and shake this one off, because it was a rough one, but it wasn't their map choice, Mitch. So that's at least something. Like, they started a little bit of a comeback. They had a long way to grind. They showed that they definitely can match up to them, at least on an individual level, because the way that this started off was looking really, really rough.
Yeah, they're not going to be thinking about that, you know, the actual arc of the game, at least for another minute or two. They're going to need to let that kind of settle in, how they just lost that map. But once the disappointment and the fury of how they lost dissipates, they're going to realize, you know what? We actually made a really good attempt at that. Because honestly, Tom, I was getting the feeling that this map was just going to be super one-sided. You know, we're at 7-3. It had been so strong from X10. They won all the important rounds. And you're thinking, all right, listen, they're denying map control. They're constantly defeating any sort of attempt the Crazy Raccoons have to try and adapt. They try to do something new, even that it works, like the recon into the Cloudburst. And then they just get torn apart by like a 3K, like we saw from Patapan towards the end of the game here. These constant individual plays got them out of a lot of sticky situations. Their game plan was good. Everything about X10 on this map was great to watch. And then Crazy Raccoons towards like the second quarter step it up. They make the comeback, and that's going to be great morale-wise coming into the next map once they get over the fact that they lost to a 4-judge and a sheriff buy.
Well, I think the other thing as well that might become a little bit boring for the desk is just having to highlight Padipan in every single segment, because I'm pretty sure he top fragged on Viper, which we've not seen, and using multiple different weapons and just getting aggressive in a lot of different rounds. So I think a much better team performance overall. Like, I think as well, it's worth highlighting players like Scary. I think his utility usage in a lot of different scenarios was superb. So I'm looking forward to see more from him, especially going into the next map where they're going to have a lot of changes comp-wise. But either way, as we said, it is now down to Crazy Raccoon to try and make the comeback, but at least it goes into a map which they're very comfortable on as well.
Exactly. And we said, you know, we're expecting it to be a bit of a turnaround coming into Icebox, even when they were looking pretty poor on Haven. So hopefully after that burst of rounds, they're going to be looking a whole lot better. And I got to say, you know, some of the things that were being pointed out by Potter, for example, on the desk, she was saying like she wants to see a lot more buddy system coming in, wants to see Munchkin not playing a solo. And coming into Icebox, definitely I'll expect to see those changes being made. But we have to wait a little bit. And you know what? It's time for casters stop talk and analysts start talk. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, the AD will break down that map for you. See you soon.
Someone call Arnold, because it's Judgment Day. That's right. I went there. Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. Golden Boy here alongside my analysts as we break down that game. I mean, that was Potter, that was just ridiculous. What a way to close out the game, right? We were in the comms, we were talking, it was like, surely they don't commit to 4 judges here, but gosh darn it, they done did it.
They done did it indeed, and you're right, it was Judgment Day. You think Sushi Boys was backside missing that dart on accident? No. It was all calculated. He was making these guys funnel into the site to perfectly tee up Scary, who was in the corner with that judge, and just mow them down. It was honestly beautifully played from X10 through and through. From the first half, Patafan completely just controlling all of the A main, long A, short A with the Viper, cleverly utilizing that wall and the orb to just deny info. And without info, you saw it. Crazy Raccoons didn't know exactly where to go. Munchkin tried his damnedest, trying to poke and prod and find that info. But man, just X10, slow and steady, won the race.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and start things off here with our Prime Gaming map highlights, because we're getting close to map 2, and there is going to be a lot to discuss. This game basically started, I would say, from the beginning, from the compositions, right? You know, Potter, we were seeing these stylistic differences. What was really cool is we were getting a difference of how to play Viper from Patafan, who, by the way, doesn't really play Viper that much. So that was kind of cool to see that they're mixing up these compositions.
Yeah, exactly. And not only are we seeing his personality in the server and outside the server with his intros and what have you, but we're seeing something diverse. Yesterday, he was very aggressive, consistently poking and prodding and pushing the issue. Really, today we're seeing a slow and calculated approach with his Viper, and that stylistic difference you're talking about. Yesterday we saw version 1 from NA using the Viper mollies, the Viper kit, to delay the post plant times. This time around from Patafan, he was utilizing the Viper kit to deny the map control, deny little corners and crevices, so that they can never have that sort of information. So really clever stuff coming out from both different styles. And man, Patafan, the guy's a beast.
You know what's even better is that on defense he wasn't using something that every single Viper does on Haven, because so far the standard play on defense is to use the wall on A and B and set up the Toxin Orb on long C, so you have every single entrance covered apart from the garage door, which then is being taken over by an example Killjoy. But here, he was doing something else. He was using the Toxin Orb to get orb control for the Sky so they can feed the ultimate. That was being done consistently almost every single round on defense. And then he was repositioning the orb either for defense or he was using it for pushes. And that was one successful push on the A lobby when he just used it deep into the A garden, went into it, and just basically extended all the angles when he can exit and got an easy kill on the opponent. So well played by Patifan. He is actually bringing a little bit, you know, stylistic differences, as just Potter said, to the Viper in our compositions here at VCT.
All right, Paper, then before we get into the matchup, I want to get your reactions on Crazy Raccoon real fast. What do you think they have to do? Because honestly, it seemed like Munchkin was just uncomfortable on the Phoenix from our perspective.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we talked about coming into this, right, from Munchkin was his utility usage on Raze. He had a few mishaps with it, and here on Phoenix, it just really wasn't that impactful for the most part. We didn't really see many blaze walls that were effective. Curveballs at times just flat out not used when they could have been on pushes into garage or things like that, and sometimes they were a little sloppy when he was doing it. His run-it-backs were rarely effective at all, and I was kind of curious to see how this would pan out. I thought run-it-backs might be a decent kind of counter to the Viper pit, but it was just never really able to be used in any of effective manner for him. So that I was pretty surprised to see him go on Phoenix for this. He's only used Phoenix once in the last 60 days. In fact, the last 90 days. So this is something that was, a bit of a curveball, like, you know, literally here for him, but it just wasn't effective. I mean, what could he say? He wasn't able to get it done.
Yeah, you'd like to see the curveballs go the way of Munchkin, you know, talking about, you know, the ability because he's using Phoenix. In any case, so that is going to put a bow on map 1. And now Crazy Raccoon are so close to being sent home. Can X10 do it? Let's send it over to your casters. Got Mitchman. I'm pretty sure Tombiz said he was going to quit after that judge play. I don't know if he's still there, but I'll let you take it away, Mitch.
All by my lonesome. Tom is out of the building. He's left. He's gone home. Really didn't like that judge play, did you, Tom?
No, this is Tom Bizzle. Tom Biz has actually left. So, no, it's clearly my alter ego. I actually love judges, you know? It's such a well-balanced and I can't even carry it on. But yeah, it's one of those rounds where you just look at it and you somehow know that they're going to make it work. And I think that was what we saw quite a lot from X10 is they had these plays that a lot of the time it looked like Crazy Raccoon had a decent idea, had some decent counters, were working the map well, and then just something happened that just completely threw them a mark. And I think a lot of it came down to Pattypound once again. Now going into this map, especially on the attack side, I hope that we're not seeing him change up his agents too much because I really like those more aggressive jet plays we see from him.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's been a staple of the Icebox play in general. But after the big shift that we've seen on Haven, I'm expecting that there will be some changes. The Cypher over the Killjoy could definitely remain. But even we have the question of, do they pull out a Sage? That could see a bit of a shift up in how they want to approach this map. There's so many different directions that they can take it. But it's also pretty hefty risk. If you make a change here that you've only had a couple of days to practice, it can come back to bite you for sure. And here's the agent select brought to you by Prime Gaming coming up on our screens. And we can see a couple of the lock-ins coming over for Crazy Raccoons. And indeed, we're going to see a Sage coming out on Munchkin.
Well, they've got the Breach coming out as well on the other side of things for Crows. So both teams, again, we're going to see some changes made for the rosters. I like the fact that we're seeing these adaptations especially, and considering that we saw Crazy Raccoons already play this map and again are still going to try and make those adaptations to try and basically throw off their opponents a little bit. I think it's going to make for a very exciting game. However, I'll be interested to see how all of this is actually utilized. We know that for Crazy Raccoon especially, like the way that we see these executions work, a lot of the time they were, I guess, struggling that a little bit more. And also, I believe previously they'd actually not played the Viper as well. So this is actually drastic.
Yeah, this is one of the points that we were criticizing, and I think just in general from the broadcast, from the desk, from the casters, was not playing a Viper on Icebox. Big mistake. a lot of that time. But coming into the map, we will see that for Crazy Raccoons, and let's see how that plays out for them. Starting on the defensive side, we've already had a bit of a scuffle down towards B long, but immediately afterwards, X10 are shifting their focus, moving to the A site with a little bit of a lurk. A sneaky beaky play coming in courtesy of Patapan on that signature jet. He's hearing the steps, he hears the rotations, but he also knows that there's a turret in play here. Perhaps a cloudburst on top of it to sneak on through. We'll see exactly what he decides to do as the A side is under threat and being overrun. The cage, the cam, and Sushi Boy wants to make a big play. Let's see if he can do anything. Oh, this is going to potentially be huge. I thought he was going through the cage off the cam, but no, instead he's going to tuck in because they've already got the opening duel.
He's managed to bypass the turret completely. They even know he's here, but it just doesn't matter. It's going to be a couple of kills off the backlines and Scary to close it out as well. The patience of Patapan will be enough in this round for them to actually take the close. And, well, the start that they were looking for once again, I think that's them just basically rocking it in almost every single pistol so far.
This has overall been an interesting pistol, let's say. I think the main point for me is Patapan. I'm fairly certain that they had actually seen him with the turret even, because there was a moment where one of the players turned and looked behind, but then his teammate called, "I'm watching it, don't worry, like I've got it." So he pushed into main instead, but those duels were just lost one after another. And with Scary having a perfectly placed snake bite, it's so easy on a pistol round. When somebody's hit by that snake bite and you've got a ghost up close, easiest round of your life.
I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Crows here, because I think this is one of the maps that we really don't see much breach whatsoever. Like it's a bit of an odd choice, especially because of how sort of open some of the sites are. Getting that utility really being put to use, I think, will be quite difficult, but I'm definitely interested to see how he makes it work. And that's the thing. It's going to be something a lot of teams won't have played against before, because it just isn't common at all. Now, it is going to be this execution once again. Something we've seen quite a lot from them is these deeper walls. Give them a bit of extra space, clear out some of the closer angles before they get themselves the plant. And Scary will do just that.
Oh, that's so nasty. Zephyr able to force a close-range duel, grabbing himself the kill, and Scary in a bit of trouble in those close-range fights, but Patapan's here to save the day. Even goes up for more, in for 4, looking for the ace, but he's taken down by Munchkin eventually. Absolutely farming as he walks away with Blade Storm out of this round. Munchkin does regen up his health. He picks up a Spectre, so not the worst round overall. If he can get another kill, that would be amazing. But ultimately, time is going to be very low. Winning the round is next to impossible, and he will just be sideswiped by Crows. As a really interesting point as well, Tom, because the Sova and the Sky combination is very strong and very highly regarded, at least within the European region, by the majority of teams. If not both, then at least one. And certainly Sky as a flasher and information seeker is huge right now. So there must be something unique, a unique spin that Crows, or at least X10, have seen with this breach. And we'll be keeping a very close eye on exactly how that's utilized coming throughout this game.
I think especially going into A-site execution, like maybe just the denial of space for teams, especially on the defensive side, could be quite interesting. Now, I'm going to have to shut up and stop theorizing, because Patapan, well, he doesn't have any breaks. He's just going to go running straight in. He's actually got a Bucky as the combo as well. Like, I both love and hate this man at the same time, because it just seems like he's running all of those old weapons, all of those guns that maybe necessarily shouldn't work. They are going to get a very easy plant once again, though, and it's going to come down to a full retake from Crazy Raccoon, and they have no flank. This is coming all directly from the same angle.
The bonus round for X10, one where they shouldn't be doing nearly as much damage in terms of the early round impact of just getting the site and now setting themselves up for close range duels. That's where things like the Bucky can get a lot of value. Ooh, Patapan, he almost goes down on his way out, but he'll survive just a few seconds longer as Zephyr takes him out. Here we go with the spike being defused. The denial comes in with utility, and Scary in a 1 versus 3 actually has the potential to deny this even further. Down comes the snake bite. The orb is up, and they can't get the defuse. The time is too low. He's actually won the round. He's got 3 kills, and the spike explosion confirms that a 3rd round is there for X10. What a phenomenal clutch by Scary, and proving yet again, Viper in post plants is a scary thing to deal with.
Yeah, an incredible play as well. And it's something that we've seen so often, the Red Bull clutch coming through for Scary. And the problem is, like, this has to be something that you're aware of, especially after the first one comes in. You need to be closing him down. I guess the kill onto Zephyr just denied any chance of that. And, well, we're seeing once again that it seems like in all of these clutch situations, in all of these close rounds, it's just X10 coming out on top. And that's another round where they've managed to close out the bonus. Worth mentioning as well that they have actually won every single pistol so far in this series. So getting off to a flying start each time.
Yeah, they're really propelling themselves into the lead. And the impact of pistol rounds in MR12, if you're able to follow up, of course. If you lose a force by right after, it's not so much. That shock dart is interesting because it's come in from the defenders, possibly not hitting the mark that they expected it to. Net, nonetheless, is still able to do some damage, some serious damage, in fact, taking down Sushi Boys before the trade is eventually there. The man advantage now resides with Crazy Raccoons and Medusa. Well, he's not happy with just that, but a whiffed shot. It pulls X10 back into the lead in a ranged fight, Vandal versus Sheriff. Well, that is a predictable victor who comes away with it. Zephyr hasn't been spotted. That's a free kill. Okay, now we're down to a 2 versus 2. The flash comes out, but doesn't receive much. Inside of the Viper's pit, they are safe to get this plant, but they're scared. They're scared of Rion dropping right on top of them and dealing with them right away, and instead they'll walk out of the pit backwards into the Sheriff, and Rion very nearly whiffs that one completely, walking away with the kill, but so too does Crows, and the rotate to B is going to be treacherous. Zephyr is already on his way, but he doubles back. He's going to instead go below the tube. It costs him an extra couple of seconds. He won't be there in time to deny the plant, but perhaps to catch him on the way back. No, just a second too late. He knows he's up above. He heard the rope, and there we go. Zephyr gets it done just about. Good rotation by him and good patience to not feel baited in to making an overly aggressive play, pulling it 3-1. Crazy Raccoons first round on the board at last.
Yeah, and a big gamble from them in the early setup. We can already see, like, with the A-site defense, 3 players there ready and waiting. Neff is someone as well that I've been impressed with, even just going back through into some of the more regional stuff. I think he's someone who's excellent at just isolating individual duels. His positioning seems to be on point in the majority of cases. And while Zephyr with the knives, you're going to expect him to at least get a kill or 2. Of course, on the other side of things now, though, X10, it's not bad. Like, they've still got an investment, of course. Crow's going to drop down a little bit just to make sure he can have all of that extra utility. And they do have themselves the ultimate as well. So still a chance for them to try and steal this one back. I am looking at Zephyr, though, because what this man can do with the operator could be enough to shut this down.
Oh, it definitely could be. We've seen it in the past. Starting it out, an operator shot rings through, but no kill on the board. Medusa forced into the open, now 27 HP, and they still check the corner despite the aftershock already clearing it. This is a little bit tough. Hadapan drops down from above again, an op shot ringing, but no connection. And I'm starting to get a little bit worried. It looks like Crazy Raccoons will have to play a retake on this one, and if they push on through, Hadapan's position will almost certainly catch them off guard. Odd that he has a Guardian in this spot, but hey, if it works, it works. And let's see if it does. They're baiting it out. They suspect he could be close and now dealt with. The man advantage comes back to warp them for just a second. Oh my God, Crows. That was nasty with the headshots. And now they have the advantage. It looks like they have the round. Neth again needs a double. The first goes his way, but Scary saves the day. 4-1. Chaining rounds together seems impossible for Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, this is just turning into an A-site simulator again. Something we saw in the very early days of this map is just teams just constantly pushing and pressuring. And to be honest, in most cases at the moment, we are seeing Crazy Raccoon just crumble under this pressure. Now, I would say, Mitch, I do still expect both teams to pull off more rounds when it comes to that attacking side. So I'm not overly worried for them just yet, but there needs to be some sort of adaptation, some sort of resurgence, because even when they're putting 3 players there, they're still losing a lot of those battles.
Yeah, that's very true, and that cannot be the case moving forward. I mean, you're going to walk away with a handful of rounds at best. if things keep up the way that they are. And for X10, they're not looking for one weakness that they can exploit again and again. They don't want to make this easy for Crazy Raccoons to adjust to. And so instead, they're going to move towards the B site. But remember, this is where there was a decent bit of impact with weaker weapons. We saw a couple of kills, most notably Zephyr down below in the tube. And X10, they've taken ranged fights. They've lost a player right away. And now they're stalling. They're slowing it down. They're looking to try and really make the range work for them. But so far, nothing's going their way. Crazy Raccoons are avoiding making the same mistakes they did previously of just massively overextending into these unfavorable duels.
And they've also got an awful lot of ultimates here. Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Viper's Pit, even a Res if they need it. So this is a round that, sure, economically, they're not in a great spot. Not many credits. But they could still make things painful and maybe even steal it. Now, this fake has been sold fantastically well by Fox. There's absolutely no one on a gamble in the rotations from Crazy Raccoon. And instead, they're going to have to face off against this after plant. Nice shot, though, from Rion. That's scary gone. And now this becomes a real possibility as that after plant is nowhere near as strong. The only thing they have to deal with is going to be Sova.
Now, there's definitely a possibility, Fox unable to connect it in the back lines, and here comes the Hunter's Fury, a free kill, but they know exactly what they're doing. Sticking it halfway, now it's time to get on it yet again, and it looks like it's theirs. Well handled by Crazy Raccoons. They're not afraid to lose a weapon or two, to lose a player, as long as they win the round. And Neth, well, he even makes it more costly and hurt that little bit extra, taking down 4 players in the end. And X10, well, they won't be walking away with a smile on their face after that one.
Yeah, I'm almost starting to wonder for Crazy Raccoon, the same that we said on the last map, if they do need to start being a little bit more proactive, because that is twice now where we've seen them catch the rotations, get all of that earlier info, gamble into some of the sites, and just take some fairly big risks because they're playing with the pistols. And it works. Like, it works well. They win that round with very, very little invested. They actually only ended up using one of the ultimates that they had as well. So they still have a lot stacked up going forward into this one. Now, Zephyr, I think he might have heard my call a little bit. Looking to try and take some of that early control. Go for a bit of an early peek. But on the other side, it looks like a slow walk into B, and there's not really anybody spotting.
Yeah, they're not going to make the same noise that they did previously, completely giving away the game plan, instead creeping up on Rion. And looks like he was asleep at the wheel. Patapan is the one to take him down with a wallbang headshot. I mean, a toe shot would have done it. He was so low on HP. The recon deep won't get anything. They've already backed off. They'll destroy it anyways, but it would have seen next to nothing. And I like this. Cruz just waiting to pop this flash as they come on through that Viper wall, or as it fades down. This is really good. They're probably going to pop it up and peek on through with a flash in hand, but the wall is in play. Here comes the Viper's Pit. It's already halfway stuck. They're going to get it the full way and win the round out. Another one taken out from underneath X10's nose. That has got to hurt. These ninja diffuses are actually sick, and one of the downsides of not burning your opponent's utility in the early rounds is how much they have to work with when they come in for the retakes.
Yeah, that's what we've seen, actually, is the sort of adaptation is that, okay, we don't need to use all of this utility in these fakes, and wow. Zephyr, it seems like he's coming into his own a little bit. We need to see the stars step up for Crazy Raccoon as well. Now, in terms of investment, the operator's going to be back in his hands. We are starting to see some fairly impactful ultimates on the other side of things as well, though. The Blade Storm for Panipan if he needs it. The Rolling Thunder as well, which we've already seen utilized to try and clear the site. And I actually think the Crow's utility so far, just for clearing out some of the angles, popping players into position, it's been fairly decent. I can see the theory behind it. Oh, what is...
Yeah, I mean, between Nets, double kill in the previous round, and Patapan there. Oh, and Patapan here as well, just rushing forward, really applying pressure on another level, but he gets punished for it. The Blade Storm popped, and so too is he. Taking out Sushi Boy up above, jumping, and Medusa punishes it. Oh, he's just getting free kills now. They're trying to play super confident and aggressive, and it isn't working out. Well, it was on everyone except for Medusa. He seems to be the kryptonite to this kind of play. And now X10, okay, they've got control, but where do they go with it? It looks like Fox is going to create a little bit of space by pushing down through Tube, and a long rotation will take place to the B site, where they currently, and from the start of the round, have their Viper wall in play. but it won't really be necessary if Fox is able to shut them down on the rotate.
He's in such a strong position, giving his teammates the chance to take the site almost for free. They're going to hear the plant, but they don't know that he's in such an aggressive spot, and actually looks to continue this, almost just baiting them in to fight him while he just falls back and makes sure his teammates are kept safe. They've also got the Viper's Pit, which makes this retake all the more impossible, especially when you have an operator. Like, you'd have to hit a 1 in a million shot to catch a player through this. Luckily, we are seeing the comeback of Medusa. A pretty slow game from thus far, but 3 kills already in this round.
Well, there's the possibility. Maybe he'll take it all the way. Zephyr's not in the best spot. Well, when he's shot in the back, it's a little bit worse. Medusa, look at the decay. He's taking so much of it as he walks out and barely misses Scary, who gets the perfect timing on him. This is getting tough. You know, Crazy Raccoons, that round right there looked like they had it or looked like it was going to X10. Medusa pulls off a great 2 and then 3K, and it's like, okay, you know what? They can take it. But obviously retaking into a Viper's Pit with an operator especially, you're basically not in the round. Like, pending no huge mistakes of your opponents, you're already out of that one. And, well, when you're shot in the back like that, it seals your fate pretty quickly.
Going to be another on the board. I am enjoying these sort of like late round rotations. As I said, that was one of the main things I was critical of this X10 roster previously, was when it came down to their mid rounds, they just seemed to make big mistakes, give away advantages, and almost just hand kills back over to Vikings. In this case, though, they've actually had some solid rotations back. I will say the early stages of the last round are some of the weirdest kills I've ever seen, like the jump across to the site, a player getting killed stuck on the zip line, just going across. I'm not sure that Munchkin's going to be too happy about that one. Well, we haven't said too much about him in this game so far. We talked about him as one of the highlight players. We know his raise is always pretty impactful. But so far, his Sage has been a little bit more silent.
Yeah, definitely a quieter game in that regard. We'll see if he's able to pull it off. We definitely know he's capable coming into the future. I like those wall bangs coming on in. What a timing as well for it, you know, spamming through, getting your frags and pushing them off. They don't even get the spike planted. X10 are sat there wondering what is going on as they have to now rotate or commit to a site where there's pistols up close ready to decimate them. Sushi Boys gets caught trying to rotate through middle. This is tough. This is a really tough round now to play out for X10 because they've got no information, but more importantly, Tom, they've got no time. 20 seconds. It's time to go.
And it looks like the rotation as well from Crazy Raccoon is almost spot on. They've got the whole team here, the whole crew just rolling around. And Medusa, he's just going to deck 2 with the pistol. How do they do this? Is that 3 out of their 4 rounds now that they've won with pistols? I don't know. What's the point? Why are they buying?
Just save your money, man. Just save it.
Get the judge.
Get the judge. Oh, stop. Stop. Come on. No, it's all about the sheriff. And that's been the name of the game. It comes down to Crazy Raccoon so far. Pistol play. And Medusa as well. He's had a couple of really, really good rounds. I also like that finisher there by Munchkin. He really brings out the play that we saw him, we saw his Sage for on Ascent on the previous day, where he's just like walling up and running at them. But he's doing it much less here. A much more comfortable overall position. Much more passive, I suppose, really, when it comes down to his play, and perhaps just giving X10 a lot of respect so far, especially with the way that we've seen Scary and Patapam play these early duels.
We are going to see X10 calling attack. You might be thinking that, okay, 5-4, not a bad scoreline, but with the way the economy's going, with the way that they're losing a lot of these, like, I would say poor anti-eco rounds, and not really trading too effectively, and just taking risks in individual duels that I just don't think they need to be making when they have such a weaponry advantage. Also, by the looks of it, I know we sort of spoke about like the Cypher, like maybe not needing that Sage Wall. The amount of kills that they are now losing or failing with those plants, I think it's been an issue. And I do think that being on that attack side, having that extra Sage Wall available to you just to try and deny those pistols from doing any damage, I think it could have changed some of the rounds.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And, you know, realistically, the funniest thing about this for me is that X10 are able to come back into rounds where they're down and out in the start. They're finding these trades that are going towards Crazy Raccoons. And when it comes to rounds that they should be closing out, like almost definitely, like versus Pistols, for example, they are incapable. That's the really strange thing. And I think, honestly, perhaps they're providing or giving a little bit too much respect to their opponents when they're on those Pistols, in that they're trying to play it like a buy round. They're trying to play much more like, you know, wall off B, go up, wall it, and pop your plant. But that's where the Pistols will take these crazy risks and go for aggressive peaks. In this early round, we saw an op peak attempted, not connected by Zephyr. But it's good info. They know there's players outside of A, and the Rolling Thunder actually connects to all 3 players. Oh! Boys able to catch a kill on the back of it. The walled up Munchkin gets nothing for his troubles. The Odin up close. Oh, God, Medusa. He almost got caught. This is looking a little bit scary, honestly, for the full bot side of Crazy Raccoons. Pistols are tearing them apart.
Spike down A.
He's gone back to himself. They've actually burnt out on ultimate as well. The lockdown being invested just to try and force Sushi Boy back. He's going to hit another one. His 3rd kill of the round with the Sheriff. Pistols really are king. He's going to go for the 4th. This is unbelievable. Down to the 1 versus 1 for Sushi Boys. Looking to try and get an extra round, and he's so close. The snap not quite there.
He hit him.
What an attempt.
He hit him. He put him down to 30 HP. Like,
oh,
that was disgusting. That was absolutely disgusting. Good use of the Rolling Thunder. We see that, you know, pulled out in the early round. Catches Munchkin, who's up on top of his wall. Easy kill for Sushi Boys. From that point, okay.
What was the elbow?
So Medusa was already tagged up, hits him in the elbow. That's very unfortunate. It's not even due to the agent, it's due to the weapon he's holding. If he's not, if Medusa wasn't playing with an Odin, he would have gotten away with that. But his elbow's all the way back to facilitate that big chunky backside of the weapon. And the early round here, challenge towards B, you're actually going to see the stun straight off the bat. Fault line to push them back off the B control on Viper, who's so strong at holding this, is actually completely deleted by just 1 piece of utility.
Again, we see a very early rotation coming in from Crazy Raccoon. 3 players already here on the site. And Rion actually gets away with that, but there's a shock dart from Foxes. Trades back thick and fast into this 3v3 situation. Neth lurking around the edge. And actually, there's been a cross of paths. That is the spike going round behind him. This is all going to come down to timing. And Crows, he's found the kill. Sushi Boy's up there behind him. It's left all onto Zephyr. Well, they know exactly where he is. The neural theft gives him away, and I don't think he's going to attempt this.
I don't imagine so. That operator just a little bit too valuable coming into the final round of the half. And you can see that he's bailing. He's out of here, understandably. This has been a very interesting game. I love the early peaks onto Rion. So we saw earlier, Patapan took a duel, finished Rion off with a Guardian, right? The wallbang headshot that he found. And we've seen that Recon consistently come in to reveal him on that back position. But the step-by-step stage of this round, X10, they used their stun. I think they used a flash as well, pushing Rion back to his secondary position, where they've already dealt with him a number of times. The same thing happens where Patapan crosses over yellow, pushes up to the opposite side of Snowman, and goes to take Rion down on the back side when he gets revealed. This time, Rion wins the duel, but there's a backup plan of a shock dart by Fox. And that's something that you've been referencing a lot, was the shock darts in particular that we would see in this matchup on Icebox, Tom. You were saying, at least off cam, that you were looking forward to a lot of what these teams can do with the shockies.
Well, yeah, no, I think as well that normally going on to the second half, Medusa is another player who has that. Now, he's had a bit of a rough game so far. I think on the defense as well, like, a lot of your shock darts are just going to be used to try and do some damage in the retakes or maybe a few early positions. But I'm loving all the utility they're using just to make every duel really awkward for Zephyr. I feel like he hasn't come into his own just yet, but there's a pick, giving them the man advantage back. Foxes is just running it, though. In fact, they're just running the gauntlet all the way. They've been spotting these early rotations, Mitch. And because of that, there's only one player defending.
Was he spotted? Oh, well, definitely now. They're taking the duel, the shock dart to come on through, deal serious damage to Neth, and Sushi Boy's ready to take another. The plant coming in, but Medusa's sneaking around the backside. That player was so low. If it wasn't for that drone, he could have wallbanged. He could have gotten the kill. But instead, these players, 30 and 78 on Sushi and Fox, are able to play a post plant. They're able to go back nice and passive and hopefully close out this final round with the man advantage they have, running down the clock. Crazy Raccoons have a Hunter's Fury to play with, and they might try to deny some space using it. Medusa, though, straight away, shutting them down. Fox with one, and now the time is theirs. Surely, look at the sneaky play by Sushi Boys. He's already around, but he gives away his position. There's time here for Medusa, but now it ticks away too far. It's done. It's dusted. Medusa, 4 kills, but no chance he gets that diffused.
He's at least gonna flex on us at the end, earn a few style points and go down to the spike. But you know what? 7-5 half, and considering that Crazy Raccoons basically, what, did they get 1 buy round? Maybe 2 at a push? I think they've actually done all right here. So 7-5, especially now going onto that attacking side, and I still feel like most teams on this map are very uncomfortable with defending that A site. I'm still yet to see like a consistent way to defend it. For example, you look at Sentinels, obviously one of the teams looking to take the entire tournament. They basically just go, okay, we're gonna put 10s there, and we're gonna put Shazam there, and they're going to kill everyone. And you know what? It's a pretty good strat. Like, those players playing unbelievably well so far in this tournament. But as an actual, like, setup, I've still not seen anything that massively impresses me.
I can see that. You know, I think realistically, when it comes to Crazy Raccoons, with rifles in their hands on the attack side, I think they're going to be a whole lot more comfortable. I think they're going to look better. I hope so. But hey, pistols have been their forte so far. They've got pistols to play with here. Moving in towards the B side on the pistol, it's going to be an easy plant. You're going to have that beautiful poison orb there to help out as well, and the sage wall blocking any spams from coming through. This is a pretty solid start. But how do they handle it now that X10 mounts a retake?
And looking to destroy the turret, but it's Zephyr to get the trade instead. Leaving things back into a 4v4, and so much counter utility just being put into this one. It's going to make things quite awkward. Rion still with a couple of snake bites available to him, but it's actually Crows. Just pushes straight through, already starting to dominate, but there comes those autoplays. I don't think it's going to do enough, though. They'll just defuse Rion a little bit too late with the snake bites, and that's enough for the pistol to be stolen away. The record, Mitch, is not getting any better. That is 4 for 4 now in X10 pistol rounds.
Yeah, when you pop down a snake bite without your poison orb up, you're not doing enough. It's just, you've got to have both. They can at least get it halfway, and especially from that super passive post plant position, they could just swap in. You know, I'll get it halfway, you get it halfway. That's unfortunate to see it go that way, because for Crazy Raccoons, we mentioned they lost the pistol round. They lost the majority of buy rounds. They still ended up 7-5. They win this pistol here, they would have looked fantastic. But now they're left down to an eco. But based on the track record, they're going to win this one, Tom.
And then again, this is a very, very safe round coming out from X10. They're just going straight in with all SMGs. No pistol saves, no risky business taken at all. They just want to make sure that they end up shutting down this round. And I'll be honest, I think they're gunning for that Prime Gaming flawless.
Let's see if they can pull it off. They should be able to. Realistically, like, you look at that buy, it's classics right now. 4 classics remaining. Ghost already dealt with. And Patapan's low, but he can just avoid a fight. In fact, he should just avoid a fight at this point. Pops a cloud burst, pulls back on mid.
Have you met Patapan?
I have not.
Because I don't think he does that. Like, throughout this match, I can tell you there's one thing that this man does not do, and that is avoid fights. So,
nasty little Cam. Look at this. They don't even... Why would you look there? You wouldn't. You never would. But, oh, you probably should. With Sushi Boys, he's getting all the info. Oh, there's 2 guys here.
30 seconds
Can't see the other 2 on the right. He got a glimpse of Rion for a second.
Oh, there we go.
Now they've seen it. Now they've heard it. They know what's up. That lack of mid-control for a second cost them a little bit, but there's the spams destroying the walls. Sushi Boy's able to get that done. Crows with another. It's a cleanup. The cleanup crew are here. 15 seconds left. And at least, I like it, right? An orb, not a poison orb, an ult orb taken for Neth secures some sort of a positive in this round.
Yeah, I really like that actually, the use of the aftershock. We see a lot of shock darts actually used to try and counter out some of those positions. Of course, as said, it is going to be a Prime Gaming flawless round, so well played by them. But it's one of those things that like I feel like most teams are just trying to deny plants now rather than necessarily aggressively fight. We even saw that as an adaptation Fnatic had to made. It's like, okay, we'll go initially for deep B control, but eventually they went, okay, we're just going to sit passive and try and retake. Well, if you could just stop them planting altogether, it becomes a lot easier. And that's exactly what they did there with the aftershock, just making sure that, okay, if you want to plant this spike, you've got to tank a lot of damage.
Are they going to check the cam this time? Maybe not. 3 players spotted. This free information, man, it's huge. Sushi Boys has to come off it eventually. It's the same cam. Identical. Same position. Pulls off it. Here comes the recon through the peak by Sushi Boys as they turn to look at the recon. It's so good. Baiting the utility. Ult goes down. So too does Sushi Boys. So too does Fox. What's happening here? Bit of over-aggression, perhaps. Crows, excuse me, pops out that flash, takes the kill to Neth. Gorgeous stuff. And now just buying time for his teammates to set up this double peak. Oh, I love that from X10. And a big mistake by Crazy Raccoons. They saw the camera last round, they heard it when he disengaged it, and they don't check the position even after. Okay, if you're not initially looking there, that's fine. You have a lot of angles to clear as you go forward, but for God's sake, check it when you're already through.
Yeah, that's definitely a slip up that they're gonna live to regret, especially considering that was a round where they basically just still had those SMGs from the previous round. So X10 have managed to get themselves a freebie, but don't worry, Mitch. They've got sheriffs. Crazy Raccoon, sheriffs equals win. That is what we have learned from this match so far. They have not been too successful with the rifles. Padipan, though, he's just taking control. I spoke about some of the setups they have on the defensive side. That wasn't a setup. That was just him going aggressively, finding a pick. Already 2 players up to the good. He's going to go back for more. Finally, he gets put down, but this is starting to become disrespectful. Zephyr, though, he's earned himself a Blade Storm.
And he has. This round gets very scary now all of a sudden. Speaking of which, Scary's got the Viper wall up. That's blocking a lot of control from Rion. He would have actually seen them crossing, and instead, it's taken down by Sushi Boys. So Zephyr's got it all to do. He's already picked up 2, and so it's the ace clutch that he's going to look for. I don't know how I feel about this one. The timing could have been huge. Sushi Boys looked away for just a moment, but now he's focused back on the angle. It might not matter. Zephyr gets it done. Rotating now into position. All of his utility still to play with. Full cloud bursts, dash, updraft, everything that he wants. But most importantly, he's refreshed those blades. 5 now back in his pocket and ready to fly at another enemy. Here's the steps coming through mid. The right clicks at this range. They're so dangerous, but they miss. And even the dash can't get him out of dodge. That's so bad, man. It went all around him. It was perfect. But the RNG, it's just not there.
It always makes me think of that, like the Ali G clip where it just like sprays all the way around him. Like that's just heartbreaking because other than that, he did everything right, and that's not even really his fault.
So such a good
just
round.
Unlucky. So,
and I want to see that.
Played by Zephyr.
I want to see the right click in slow mo. Look at you could see the knife. It actually cut the eyebrows of Crows. But he's able to get away with it. Disgusting. Disgusting. Breach doesn't have a ponytail anymore.
That's actually how I did my hair. Just someone threw knives at me, and well, it went a little bit wrong, but.
It's one of my favorite things in the Ignition series. I think it was the Japanese guys had a thing where they were in the studio and like the Blade Storm came up on screen and killed the casters. It was sick. Oh, come on. What's this? What's it? He doesn't get the first. Like he saw Patapan's like a distraction play there for Crows to pick up the kill and then just drop shot somebody, which isn't something you'll see every day. So, well, maybe with like a Blade Storm, not with a Vandal.
Padipan's flexing at this point. That's what I'm starting to learn, and maybe a little bit too much, trying to deny after the res comes through, but Crows goes down, back into a 4v4 situation. Crazy Raccoon definitely not out of this round. I got another sneaky cam set up. This is something, well, we see a lot over in EMEA from Nats, just popping it early, sitting in the cam for pretty much the majority of the round, and just leaving it in a spot.
You should run.
It can make things a little bit more awkward, although he's going to have to move eventually. Just waiting for the cross to come in. he's going to get stuck in that ultimate if he doesn't go anywhere, and eventually the footsteps are going to be given, and he'll escape. The site will be taken, but they're going to have a very quick response. In fact, they could get in even before the plant comes down.
Yeah, I think especially with the tripwire on the right side, they know that nobody's going to be incredibly close as they come in, and the camera's still online. This is actually pretty huge for X10. As they come in, they just dominate the duel straight away. Neth is able to pull off one, but immediately afterwards, he is shut down by Sushi Boys. Great round from the Cypher. His utility gave them a lot of information to play off of and freedom to go into the site, knowing the angles that were clear and knowing where the enemies were. 12-5 at this stage. And well, the sprays are doing justice. I mean, look, they are dominating Crazy Raccoons at this point.
This has been an excellent performance all around. Good utility usage, team play, retakes have been spot on as well. Like, there really hasn't been much, and there's been so many like little slip-ups coming through from the side of Crazy Raccoon today. I think they're not going to be too happy with how things have gone down, especially like the excuses go out the window now that it's their own map choice. It was back and forth in the first half. I can maybe forgive having a weaker defensive side, especially with how things have gone, but their attack has just looked a little bit flat. He's actually just missed him with the drone. Panaman just looks at it like, well, if you're not going to tag me with it, I'm not going to retreat. They've actually got a stack as well. Again, 3 players ready and waiting over on this A site. Panapan going to pop the ult. They know that they can utilize this one and just dives through and just ruins Munchkin. Comes back for a little more. Panapan is styling a 3K again out of the Blade Storm. There's 2 players left. Make it just 1, Mitch.
That's done. It's done and dusted. Neth, he's been huge before. The Rolling Thunder to just secure it. Fox takes him out, but that's the kind of jet I was looking forward to see from this region. The confidence on display by Patapan in this series has been unbelievable. And you can see he's pretty happy about that win.
Imagine getting defeated on your own map choice, and that's what you have to look at the end of the map. just your opponent stood on a chair, spinning around. Like,
Gives
it
me
was
anxiety.
a fantastic display from them today.
I could just see a world where he falls off that.
Fell off.
It's not nice. The spinny chairs especially, like, you're so ready. No, but anyways, they get away with the win. X10, they played so
Oh, no.
Oh, God. Tingles down my spine. They played so well all day. I have to say, I've been impressed with them in their opening game. Didn't expect them to win it, but they put up a much better show. And right here today, they proved that a team that took version 1, who've been looking pretty damn good, they took them the distance. And right here, they couldn't do a thing against X10. Maybe this is a team that can actually contend with the top. And we'll find out pretty soon, won't we? Because they haven't exactly got easy matches moving forward. With this win under their belt, they're just confirming that they're going to be playing up against a top-tier team in the form of Fnatic. That's a pretty big step up.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm most impressed with, though, is the fact that we started off today talking about this as like, okay, Patapan's got to come in, he's basically got to wreck him, they're going to be setting him up all of the time. And then we saw some real depth coming out of them, just in terms of their overall comps, but also in the fact that they're looking fairly adaptable when it matters. So I don't know. I'm excited for them going forward. I will say that I'm hoping they can give some of the teams further in the tournament a little bit of a run for their money at least.
Yeah, 100%. I have to say, man, overall for me, X10, fantastic team. Patapan, scary. These guys deliver time and time again. When Fox picked up the jet, still looked pretty amazing. Like the versatility that we've seen from them when it comes down to swapping out agents. Like if you're able to play a Cypher and a Killjoy, that's expected. But if you're able to play a Jet, a Sova, a Raze, and then go down to a Viper, it's like, you're just playing every role at this point. You can do anything. And add in a Sage as well. I mean, gorgeous play all around. I'm excited to see what they can do up against Fnatic.
Yeah, for sure. And I believe now, at least, we are going to be heading this one back off to the desk. GB taking it home. And of course, my bald brother Paper Thing going to be breaking this one down. That forehead to use. I'm ready for some top tier analysis.
Welcome back to the studio, folks, as X10 will take the series 2-0, knocking out Japan's Crazy Raccoon from Masters 2. And as we take a look at the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, Lothar, what went wrong? What was the situation that was plaguing the Raccoons from being able to take this map?
You know, when I first saw the picks for the agents for the map, I was like, wow, Crazy Raccoons actually adapting. They did exactly what I was expecting them to do. So they changed Munchkin to play Sage on Icebox so they have an easier execute on B. But in general, it felt flat on its face, and I think the reason is that they adapted to the metagame, but they never practiced how they want to play it. I didn't see any changes in the way the players approach the game, because we still see Munchkin going first, like trying to be the duelist for the team when his role suddenly should be different, right? And that's a big problem for Crazy Raccoons when they just couldn't find the pace of how they want to play it. And also, well, there was a bit of dry peeking, you know, into an operator a lot of times, and that's a problem overall that we have seen yesterday. EU also suffered.
Yeah, it's very clear, Potter, that, you know, this team had a lot of control from top to bottom. 7-5 was a pretty good half on Icebox for Crazy Raccoons, but from there, X10 just took control.
Yeah, exactly. And thankfully, they ended up with those 5 rounds, right? Off the back of some thrifties, off the back of X10 maybe having a little bit of minor mistakes, but man, the nerdy setups, the sweaty Cypher trips and the cages. I love these kinds of plays. And I love the fact that the logic, it was absolutely there. X10, they didn't sit around and wait with the information they got. They absolutely pushed the issue, pressed forward, and made it look easy in the end. The triple kills coming through for the Sushi Boys. And even on the attack side, he was utilizing that camera cleverly towards that heaven area inside the Viper orb so that he was feeling a little bit safe. So really thoughtful plays coming out with the Cypher here.
Yeah, it was just clear that everything that X10 was doing was right. Everything that they were hitting, all their shots were hitting, but one player in particular, and I hyped him up on my Twitter, and look, y'all can say I'm crazy all you want, people, but I genuinely believe that we're going to be talking about Patapan for a long, long time. Paperthin, this guy has an insane agent pool. It's ridiculous. And not only that, it's like one thing if you could just play an agent, relatively well or execute. No, he's good in almost every circumstance. That is a rare thing to see in a player.
Yeah, I mean, to start with, he's a young guy. He's 17 years old, and he's an absolute phenomenon already. And you can see here, we talked about the difference between this was going to be him versus Munchkin. Munchkin fell flat, 5-15 on that last round. And you could also see that Munchkin's agent pool, not that deep compared to Patapan. Patapan, you can play Sage. He's creative with it. He uses his walls in interesting manners. If you're going to be in the forefront with that Sage, you got to be really effective with those walls, and you got to have a little bit of cover from your teammates. In this case, Crazy Raccoon had no cover for Munchkin at all, and I think Lothar said it really well. It's a lot of dry peaks and other things like that just are falling apart for them. They had the ideas, the execution was there, but Patapan is insane. His movement with the jet so crucial on Icebox. You have to be really abusive of the verticality of the map, right? When you're that jet, you got to be changing elevations. That makes it so hard to track you as the opponents.
Yeah, and what's been very impressive about X10, and we were also singing their praises when they were playing against Vikings as well, is that, while the star of the team is clearly Patapan and what he brings to the table, this actually does bring us to our awesome, I believe we're going to have our HyperX clip here, because we had a crazy, crazy play from Foxes that, it was caught briefly in the Prime Gaming highlights, that collat that he ended up getting. And let's not forget, too, that there was just a lot of great control that we were starting to see. And I think we have that clip, but if we don't, it's perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, Lothar, I'll just bring you in for this here, because it feels like there are a lot of weapons on this team that can execute if Patapan maybe doesn't perform. And here is your HyperX reflex moment.
I don't think this one, but
yeah, I don't think that's it. No, that's definitely not. Those look like my reflexes.
Right, there's a lot of.
Those look like my reflexes when I play Phoenix on Ascent. So I think that that was more of a reflecting of how I play the game. If I just use a HyperX Haste mouse, maybe I might perform a little bit better. Don't worry about it, though. Lothar, we'll get to the points. There's going to be so much to talk about with these players, and we're going to be seeing them moving on in the bracket. For now, though, let's send it over to Dash, who's over in Iceland for our Verizon post-match interview with Patapan.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. I got a twofer for you here. I got both Patapan and Cruz is going to help us with some translation as well as answer some questions. Let's talk about this one, starting with the change in pressure coming into an elimination match as opposed to the match that you had yesterday. So I'm just kind of curious from a mindset perspective what the difference is when you're stepping on a stage knowing that this is kind of a last chance to keep your tournament lives going.
ก็คือประมาณว่าการที่ครั้งนี้เป็นครั้งสุดท้ายถ้าสมมติว่าเราแพ้มันมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงของความกดดันยังไงบ้าง
ก็ครั้งแรกมันกดดันมากกว่าเรารู้สึกว่ามันเป็นเกมแรกของเราเราก็ค่อนข้างตื่นเต้นแต่วันนี้มันรู้สึกเปลี่ยนไปมันเหมือนว่าเรามีประสบการณ์แล้วแล้วก็ไม่รู้สึกกดดันเท่าเกมแรก
So for the first time we played it was a bit hard because we were nervous and we were not used to the stage, but then since this time is the second time, so we were more experienced. So we blended in with the venue and how the temperature, and it felt better. So it wasn't about the game anymore. It was just we're used to the placement.
All right, well, this one I'll ask to you, Cruz. Just curious what the team's reaction was and what was going through your head at the very first pistol round on Haven. A double kill goes over to Sushi Boys from his turret, of all things. Did you guys expect that?
I didn't expect that, but then whichever way we win, I'm happy with that. I'm just glad that we got the round, even though the turret took 2 kills. We got the first round of the game.
From there, let's talk about momentum, because I think something that's very interesting about that Haven match in particular was the ease at which you guys were able to push into the A side. It seemed for quite a bit of time on that attacking side that Crazy Raccoon had no answer. Did you feel like you had just figured them out defensively?
I think we kind of figured them out defensively, and we also had a really good combo when we pushed inside. Like every corners were covered by our teammates, so it was actually easy, even though they stacked on A with 3 guys, but then all our utilities were used to kill them, so it was good.
This one over to Patty. I'm curious, from that point onward, once you guys move on to defense, you won 5 straight. You'd end up closing it out with a round of judges, of all things, again, putting on a show for the fans. What do you think was the key today as compared to yesterday? Because it was a close one against Vikings, but today it felt so much more dominant.
มันรู้สึกว่าเราไม่กดดันกับตัวเองแล้วครับแล้วก็เราเล่นได้ทุกคนทีมเวิร์กดีกันมากขึ้นแล้วก็หลักๆเลยก็คือสำคัญที่สุดคือความไม่กดดันครับเราไม่ได้กดดันตัวเองเราไม่เครียดทำให้เราเล่นดี
So basically he said that we were not pressured because we knew that yesterday was a really tight game and we had some pressure on us, but then today we just felt at ease, just played our game and just focused on the game, and that's why the performance of all our teammates became better.
From there, Patiban, I want to ask you about your flexibility as a player. I'm referencing not just today, but your previous match against Vikings as well, where we saw you pull out the Sage on Ascent, which was a first time for you on that map specifically. We've got the Viper, we've got the Jet. Do you think that that's a necessary element to the team's success where, you know, we see on other teams players 1 trick, maybe 2 trick at most, and you seem to be able to play it all?
เราคิดว่าเราเป็นใจความสำคัญของตัวทีมเราไหมเพราะว่าเราสามารถเล่นได้หลายตัวและเราไม่ใช่เป็นคนที่เล่นได้แค่ตัวเดียว2ตัวหรือว่าไม่มีอะไรแปลกใหม่ให้กับทีม
ก็หลายตัวเท่ากับหลายแผนนะครับเราเล่นได้หลายตัวเท่ากับว่าเรามีแผนมากขึ้นเรามีวิธีการสู้เยอะขึ้นแล้วก็เดาทางยากครับ
So basically by him being able to play many different agents it adds up on our strat books and we can do many other strats and we could counter strat them without them knowing what we were going to do.
So one final question before I let you two go. This one I'll go to you, Cruz. Your next matchup now is going to be Fnatic in the lower bracket. So the opponents get tougher from here as you look to climb your way all the way back to the finals. How are you feeling about that matchup?
I'm feeling good. To be honest, the whole team is feeling good. I don't mind to play whatever team that comes here. We're just here to win. It doesn't matter.
That's the confidence I like to hear. Well, again, congratulations on a dominant 2-0 victory today to the both of you. Can't wait to see your next matchup. I'm going to let you go. And as we go to break, we're coming back next with Sharks versus Crew.
Welcome back to Masters 2, and we're getting ready for our second game of the day between Brazil's YNG Sharks and LatAm's Crew Esports. Now, this is another lower bracket elimination matchup, so let's just cut right to it, get to the brass tacks. Paper Thin, how do the Sharks avoid being sent home against Crew?
I guess the big thing to take away from that game with Crew versus Fnatic was you're going to have to win your pistol rounds because Crew's pretty good at them, apparently. So I think for the Sharks, that's going to be part of it. You know, they looked great on Haven against New Turn, and then they just got absolutely stomped in the next couple maps. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a ban here or what, but seems to be a map that if they can get it, maybe they'll have a pretty good chance on it. It's just hard to say for sure because both of these teams really got taken to task pretty hard.
Yeah, it's very true. And you see the footage here, Potter. I was going to say the Sharks against New Turn, they dealt with a lot of different looks from them.
They definitely did. And, you know, those stompings on those two maps, it was all down to the Sova Odin meta on that Ascent, right? And I think Sharks, if they had a better idea on how to default a little bit more optimally, they would have been able to bait out those KJ setups, those traps that New Turn had for them. So today, I'm looking for a more solid default, a little bit more calculated in their approach, and they should be able to get some rounds on the board.
Yeah, and the thing is, Sharks actually did show potential. On Haven, they played exceptionally well. They executed on the attack with the combinations of the utility to cut off angles and just push everyone aside from it. It was actually perfect. So I hope that we'll see more of it.
Yeah, that's right. Well, their opponents on the other side, Crew Esports, also looking to rebound. And Lothar, you know, back to you here, my friend. They're trying to keep the dream alive for the Latin American region.
Oh yeah, they have a. This is gonna be a tough task ahead of them because, you know, they got crushed by Fnatic. They got absolutely demolished. But the thing is, why was that the way it was? They lacked response to Fnatic. They used the same default setup on defense on Haven for like, I think 12 rounds. Well, 10 because you exclude the pistol round basically. But the thing is, if they want to look better today, they need to basically change it up. They need to swap people of different sides. They need to improvise. They need to be more flexible because last time when they played, they looked like just they were set in stone in their plan even when it wasn't working.
Yeah, well, and Paper Thin, you joked about it, but Crew, they have a really good pistol round. Honestly, it's probably one of the biggest takeaways from that team is that they perform when it comes to those early rounds.
Yeah, I mean, all their wins were the pistol rounds and the follow-ups against Fnatic. So I don't know what to say other than that. It's really hard to get a read on exactly what Crew can and can't do. The Sharks at least showed us that they could take New Turn to 3 maps, even though the second 2 were not great. I mean, I really am very unsure of what to expect here between these two teams.
Well, you guys already know what the dealio is here. Make sure you follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports for the latest news, highlights, and the chance to participate in our daily predictions. And the fans voted Sharks 70% over Crew. Let's go down the line quickly. Potter, what do you have to say about that?
Short and sweet. I'm going with Sharks here as well. I'm on Twitter's side this time, Golden Boy.
Look at you, you know, a woman of the people. What about for you, Paper Thin?
I'm going to channel my inner baldness from Tom. Sharks.
Okay, good channeling there. Good channeling there. Someone who's less bald, Lothar, who do you think's winning this one?
My jaw says Sharks.
Okay.
You know, it's they look so much better.
All right, I like that. Well, everyone agrees. Twitter and the panelists here, Sharks should walk away with the victory. Can Crew fight back? The players are prepping to get into the game. So let's head on over to our 2 newcasters taking the stage. We got DDK and my man Van Silly.
Alrighty, here we go. Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This is going to be quite an interesting game. Van Silly, I'm excited to see regions, of course, that we never normally get the pleasure to cast firsthand. You know, what do you make of this off the bat?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to have to disagree with Twitter and everybody on the analyst desk because at the same time, yes, Crew didn't look too good against Fnatic, but you're looking in a region where, you know, Brazil, Latin America, it's kind of close. They get to study a lot. They learn a lot from the Vikings play style too. So when you have to play against a region that holds a W, that plays against them, I think that Crew, it might be a more comfortable game for them than it was when they played against the other type of play styles from the other regions.
Yeah, and it does seem to be a really interesting situation, at least from my estimation, just because of, in terms of the meta differences, it seems like there may be somewhat of a lag for Sharks coming into this one. You know, still running the Omen. We might see that. Is that something that they're still going to a more, I would say, dated composition? So we'll have to see how that will fare against, you know, Crew, who has been adopting the Viper and the Astra for the, you know, to be modernized themselves to the current meta. So very curious to see how that whole stylistic clash will pan out here.
Lots of pressure, I find, DDK at the same time, right? What's most important here is that the winner moves on, but the loser, unfortunately, will end their run for Masters 2. So we talked about the pressure from Crew yesterday, the jitters on land for a lot of these players, but I think the pressure is going to be even heavier for players like Crew right now when they didn't have such a good result versus Fnatic yesterday. But overall, I feel that this is going to be a good series. Again, even though YNG Sharks has like a not as of a deep map pool, I still find that they've added a lot of changes. Yes, maybe an Omen is still in the play, but they've changed other players, other compositions that seem to surprise Newturn even at that time yesterday on Haven.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, you know, in a game like Valorant, it doesn't really matter, I feel like too much if you're behind on the meta, as long as you understand the meta and what people are doing. And if you're able to find answers, you know, for that within the composition that you're using, then sure, you know, you can definitely make things happen. And that's certainly what I'm going to be looking towards on this matchup. You know, Crew, certainly a team that's been impressing me so far in what they have to show. And I feel like, you know, as we're moving forward, more, you know, forward in the tournament, as you mentioned, this could be the end of the line for one of these two teams. Well, it will be the end of the line for one of these two teams, and a lot of pressure comes with that. And with that, we get to start to see, you know, what are these guys really made of? You know, who's going to be able to perform better under pressure like this? Because that's what it really comes down to when you make it to a tournament of this scale. When you're playing on LAN, and you know, you don't want the run to end here. You don't want this to be the last time you walk out onto this beautiful stage.
That's right. And even at the same time, I'm actually quite not surprised, actually, that you're seeing Haven being banned from Crew. It was a map that we just mentioned before. Sharks had a very good map versus Newturn on that one. And where we think, you mentioned it, Dan, you have to understand the meta, but you also have to know how to play it at the same time. So for Crew to pull out that Viper, the Sky, and bringing out the Astra and trying to play a little bit like a Fnatic or Liquid style, and always using that single setup that Lothar was mentioning at the desk, it didn't look good at all versus Fnatic. So taking that one out of the way and playing into a more typical map pool that we see here in Brazil and Latin America, this is why I'm not opposed to how Crew are going to play this map series against Sharks. So that's why I still think it's going to be a very close game, a very close series, and it's not over yet. I think we're still underestimating Crew despite the results that they've gotten versus Fnatic.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough team to be up against, especially again, you know, there's not too much time to really adapt to teams and players that you're unfamiliar with. Because even within a regional matchup which you're unfamiliar with, just knowing some of the player tendencies themselves, that could be an issue, I think. You know, understanding whether this guy's going to go for that extra peak, or you know, what kind of confidence they'll be carrying in with the methodology in the game is something that can be pretty difficult to just, you know, jump in and play against and have no experience prior to playing against that. And certain players will get advantages, but that can even out as the tournament progresses and as these players get more time and experience playing with each other. And you know, that's actually one of the things I think that does a lot of favors for Sentinels, actually, is that they have a lot of players that I feel like are really annoying to play against, and it does take some time to adapt to that and to learn the decision making. And
at the same time,
oh, go ahead, man.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. You know, we're the nice guys at the same time, you know? Yeah. Then we got a Brit and a Canadian just continue to apologize every single time. So we're going to have the most apologetic broadcast ever here that we've seen on the Valorant stage. So it's going to be a very fun one to actually do together. But please go ahead. I think you want to continue your thought.
Yeah, it's just going to be a lot of fun to see how this one's going to pan out. But as we move into the Prime Gaming Agent Select, we'll see if everything that we've been sort of building up is going to be confirmed here in terms of the composition. So yeah, we're going to see that Omen brought out. Definitely an older looking composition coming out of Sharks, as we mentioned, but now we get to see this visualized on the screen in front of us. And, you know, similarly for Crew, you know, we're seeing, I think, what's generally expected from them. You know, we are seeing Mazzino on that Viper, which is going to be all important. And moving into Icebox, it's, I feel like Viper has certainly, it just lends so much extra strength. So I'm super curious to see how Sharks are going to try to mitigate that themselves.
This is definitely an interesting one for sure, because when you're looking at that composition for Sharks at the same time, the last time that they played versus Vikings to actually make it into grand finals in the stage, moving on to this one on the master stage, they actually had a Killjoy in there too, so they had a couple of changes going in. But now it's time to start things off. The pistol round here between Sharks and Crew will now not having and switching things out a bit for Sharks one more time be that solution needed to stay alive. We'll find out now as the Allen drone comes out towards that B site.
It looks like A pressure will come through here. I'll have to see exactly how this will go for Sharks. Crew looking to hold backside at the moment on these A positions. It can be pretty crucial to just hold on to that backside, just prevent the opposition from getting all of the post-bomb positions. Gives yourself something to work off of on that retake. We can see now Crew starting to make their way forwards. Lige able to take down one. To trade it though, and Spike only now just getting planted. Let's get there as well. So it feels like the positioning here is quite nice so far for Crew to make this retake happen. You can see that the positioning for Sharks is somewhat awkward in the corner there. Oh, beautiful paranoia coming through just at the right moment. BNJ though trying to do something with that ghost, but it is all too little and too late. 3 players surviving, and there we go.
Exactly how you want to start things off here, Dan, for Sharks. A very strong pistol round, very defaulty, the old school play style that you mentioned before, but understanding how to play it, right? So you have that double duelist getting into the site. Gabish is moving in with the dash on the top of 410, but you stay put behind with Lige. Lige waiting for the right moment to throw the paranoia. The wall going in the back of the site from Fra. Now, as Sharks, they hold that W, right? The Brazilian playstyle, you stay inside the A site and you fight back. You're not playing any pulse plant usually with this type of composition, and which is what we see. The angle has to be perfect. The crossfire setup has to be perfect too for Sharks, and it's been good when you also have frenzy raid bosses going in for Sharks' side.
Yeah, it was such a nice timing from them. Releasing the paranoia. Perfect moment. We'll get a quick tech pause here. And
it's the right moment, I find, you know, because we talked about how positive it was, Dan, for the pistol round results for Crew, and unfortunately their first pistol round that they now play and the one that they lose at is in an elimination matchup. So getting a tech pause, I think it's going to be a good way to calm the jitters a bit, understand that the Sharks, they're still going to play the same play style. They're still going to play very aggressive. How do you adapt to that right now with the composition that you have?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see, and, you know, apologies in advance if any mistakes are made on pronunciations of names. This is a particularly challenging one for us, I have to say, but we'll do our best in that account, and chair modifications happening.
I feel that I've spent more time trying to learn the name pronunciations than trying to look at the play styles, at least for Sharks. But I feel like we were getting close to nailing it, but it's still very fun. Also, just to understand now the clashes of the play styles and stuff like that too. And looking at right now what Crew currently has, Dan, with no flashes in that composition either, right? We have a Sova, a Jet, a Sage, a Killjoy, and a Viper. You're going to have to use that Viper to your advantage with the combination of B and J as that Sova, just to try to block out vision when they're going to try to retake these sites, especially if they want to play the retake style versus the aggressive Sharks.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that comes about. Is there anything in particular that you'll be looking out for here, Vansili, in terms of answers on the defense? Do you want to see, you know, Crew focusing more on a retake style of play, especially having, you know, Viper and so on, and again, we don't have a Viper in the hands of Sharks, so
correct.
I feel like that toxic screen on the retakes is going to be pretty awesome.
100%. Save that into your kit for Mazzino right now, right? Save that toxic screen. If you're going to be anchoring towards that B side, very typical, the Viper Cloud that you could throw towards that B side just to try to create or deny vision, deny map control on the early rounds of of the round, at least for Sharks when they're trying to move forward. But for the retake, the toxic screen, if you throw it out towards the A side, for example, for retakes, for B side for retakes, you could actually allow your teammates to move even closer and really go into the close range battles in the end once the toxic screen goes down. Because again, you don't have any flashes, right? So you're just trying to set up, post up your teammates, and when the wall goes down, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's I've actually been someone that, you know, I think since the very, very beginning days of Valorant was a huge Viper fan, and just waiting to see her get utilized. And it seems like there's such a, with the patches that we've seen and how strong she's become through some of those buffs, obviously now it, you know, your hand is kind of forced to use her, but I felt like she was always quite usable. A lot of teams were trying to make it work, but it was quite difficult. So it's cool at least at this point, because, you know, it's a possibility. You never know how the balance changes will happen, but it's a possibility that Viper may receive some nerfs or the agent may change. But what I think is really cool is that because so many people are forced to adopt her, we are seeing a lot more creativity and people kind of understanding how Viper plays at the top level and where she fits in her role in a team and what she's strong at. And I think that's really cool because, again, once she gets nerfed, there will be new things that will have been discovered about her kit through this kind of meta that we're experiencing now, where people are playing her a lot, that will be useful going ahead into the future. You know, much like we saw a resurgence of Sage. Everyone's like, oh, you know, Sage has been nerfed to infinity. She's not useful anymore. But then you see people finding ways to use her. That's super interesting and really effective in current metas. You know, I think Nitro was someone I think that did a lot with that. We saw him bringing out Sage on Ascent and making it look really good.
Yeah, and then now giving it to Ethan, and they've been doing quite well. Unfortunately, not making it right now into the Masters 2 stage. But even looking back at how Viper is so oppressive right now with the new changes, there's also been a recent nerf to her as well, right? Instead of going through anything that has a decay, instead of a 50 decay, it's a 30 decay. And I think the idea behind that is just to allow players not to be too afraid of the toxic screen. So you can still try to swing through it, but only getting a 30 decay, you bring a little bit more confidence as a player trying to bring those surprising battles against your opponent by swinging through those walls. But I think it's still good enough where the post-plant play, the post-plant meta right now for the Viper is still quite effective. I mean, we've watched it throughout the last 2-3 days that the Viper Cloud with the Snakebite combination at the end has been very strong for players that are, or teams that are still using a Viper into their kit.
Definitely. And with that said, it looks like we are back into the action once again. Sharks versus Crew. Here, this is map 1, icebox between these two teams. The loser will be eliminated here from Masters 2, so you don't want to be losing this one. But it's early days, as you'll see Crew get the worst of it. Worst end of the stick on the pistol. They don't have too much here. They are going for the save, and we'll see them making the walk through B long mostly with a 3-player push.
Well, Klaus is going to look for information at least, though. That 3-man push is going to help a lot. You still have one other person watching that flank, though, from the attacker of Donato, right? So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's looking like Sharks are going to be in such a great position here. They have lots of play. A couple players, in fact. Nice forward kills coming in from Prozen there. Able to make things a little bit easier. Crew, though, still doing damage. They've somehow created a 2 versus 2 retake. There's lots of time for them to make this one work as well, as that spike is only freshly planted. Quick heal there to get Prozen in a better position on this next swing from Rafters. Able to take down one. Now it's down to Nazget in the 1v2. Oh, did he get spotted? I don't think so, but there we go. Prozen will be able to take him down with the Ghost. And pretty good effort there. That was a full safe round coming through from Crew, and they managed to get quite a bit of damage.
Exactly. Just unfortunately there for Nazget can get more kills so that he could prep up the Blade Storms a little bit faster. But I was chuckling a bit because we literally just talked about, hey, we should actually save our toxic screen for the retakes. But at the same time, I do understand that it's a pistol round. You want to throw that wall early inside the B side, a triple push, so that if there's actually any contact, you put that toxic screen up, you try to set up your players on crossfire setup aggressively towards that green side of B. And when they didn't see any contact, when they didn't see any information, they know the coast is clear to go towards that flank for Crew to actually be able to make it a 2 versus 2 with only classics on board. So this helps in the economy. We're trying to play aggressively towards this A site at the beginning, and it pays off as Klaus drops a key player as Gabishes falls.
Yeah, lots of time to work with. At least the spike still able to be collected, and loving the pressure here from Sharks on the A side at the moment. You can see that in terms of the rotations. It's not too certain here for Crew as to what's going on. This holding a 2-1-2 mostly. Ooh, Manzino able to take down Denaro there on B-Long. Still challenging this position is Sharks. Down to 3 players now. Prozen's managed to get really forward positioning, and they surely need to go with that, but now's got to take him down, and it's just going from bad to worse here for Sharks as Crew are taking liberties. Mazino, look at this push from him around the side on B-Long. Will find the spike and Lich as well. Beautiful stuff. Excellent hold from Crew. Kind of felt like Sharks needed to kind of group up after losing a player there. They sort of just got picked off one by one.
Yeah, and even looking at how Crew are playing that defense too, this is where it's going to start getting scary too for Sharks, I find, because when they only have a Paranoia in their setup right now to try to take these sites, I think they might encounter the same issue as if you're trying to play against Sentinels with Shazam, when we're actually going to have an op getting ready towards the A side. He becomes pretty unstoppable because there's no utility that's going to allow him to roam and move freely towards the A side. And on top of that, when you have a Killjoy to be able to stop any type of pushes, then now you're looking at these toxic screens that it's okay to have them move forward as Delzik actually goes for the self boost and catches Leitches off guard, drops it, and makes another early 5-on-4 situation. So we talk about aggression from Sharks here, Dan, but it's been Crew all along.
Yeah, such a great forward play, and they're going to be able to fall back. And lots of utility exchange here. The wall was burned. You can see the poison orb is down there as well. And I think at this point, Sharks have made so much noise and investment, it's quite clear exactly what's going on to Crew. And they've got that rotation coming through here to support in the defense of this site. Prozen there pulls out the showstopper, looking for a target, able to find one, does get traded straight away, and so that is still going to leave Crew in a decisive advantage, a great position. With that pick, though, from Denaro, perhaps something can be done here. Gavish is trying to see what he can do, getting peppered there from distance. This is not looking good right now for Sharks. They try to find a way to get that spike planted, and time is against them as well.
Yeah.
Only 35 seconds, so that rotation feels very long. And they know there's got to be players, or at least somebody watching out for this rotate.
30 seconds left.
Exactly. It's just going to be very difficult, too. And that person that you're talking about, Dan, is going to be Nagzet right now, already aiming down the side, pretty much on that mid side. The crossover, he's going to waste time no matter what, right? Even if he loses a couple of fights, doesn't even need to lose it. Gets the last 2, and that's an easy lineup right there. Crispy on the shots. We're tied 2-2 at this point, and like you said, Dan, they invested a lot on the attacker side for Sharks on that previous round, just on the amount of utility that was thrown towards that B control to try to take the green side, especially on a player disadvantage. But what I do like from Crew is that they actually get the early man advantage. They don't fight more. They fall back. They play the numbers. They even set up crossfires deep inside the side too. That keeps Parazin guessing with the showstopper as well. So Sharks, they still need a couple of rounds to readjust and understand how Crew plays, but Crew seems to understand how Shark is playing on their side, and they're countering it really well.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and you can see the response here in the following round is just to send it on that A side. However, the Viper's Pit here from Mazino, you can see this is that elevated Viper's Pit. It's very difficult. We'll have to see if Sharks sort of understands what this Viper's Pit means. Maybe they can get some spray through to the likely positions that Mazino's standing in, but at this point it's a 5v3, an advantage here for Crew. They are looking really good on the shots as well so far. Crispy aim, looking very confident out of the gates so far today. And they will be finishing things off one by one.
Yeah, it's not going to look good for Fra, unfortunately, on this 4v1. He does manage to get one at least, but this should be it, right? They know where he is. They're going to try to peek out. The teammates are coming for it, and Nagzet gets a 4K on that. And as you mentioned, the elevated Viper's Pit, there's so many ways of running that Viper's Pit, either on A side or B side. And even on A side, sometimes you have Vipers that actually want to even control the orb. What I like of how Mazino is actually placing it towards the A side is that it actually denies any type of player on the, or any player, sorry, on the attack that tries to get an early control of 410 at the same time. So when you're looking at a double duelist setup with Sharks, trying to go for a dash push onto 410 from Gabish's, or Prazin going to try to go for satchel charges and try to create that one way to fight back towards the defender spawn when they're trying to push your opponents back. Well, all of that is fully denied from Mazino. And not only that, he gets upper hand advantage, verticality versus the players pushing down towards Orb. So that's a very strong position of playing that right now. And Crew, they're just looking to react now on the play of Sharks. They're waiting for the late wall if they come in contact onto Tube. And at Sharks, they're still staying stuck in spawn. They're still trying to figure out where these players are playing from Crew, and they just still don't have an answer yet.
We will be seeing Sharks making their way towards that B-side attack. And this presence is felt, and just look at the control coming through from Crew. Klaus able to pick off one. Gabshis will die before they can even really get ground onto the site. So once again, despite the res coming through, you can see that Viper wall. We talked about this, how potent that toxic screen can be in the retake, but also to prevent the opposition from being able to get to a position to plant the spike. Ice will go up to try to provide some cover. Brash at all 1 HP, able to get the spike down and somehow survive. This is quite labored.
Such a big flank.
And what can Nazget find? I mean, Denaro is looking for this. It's all about the timing here for Nazget. Oh, able to find one, thanks to the reveal from the recon, and the trades start to come through now, but that bomb is ticking away. The pressure is on the defenders here. Crew need to find their way onto this frag, and they're going to get it. Mazzino is just unstoppable so far today. Excellent shooting from him, and that's going to be Klaus with that defuse. And another round in the bag for Crew.
Just so clean on that retake at the same time, and just miscommunication I find that at the same time for Sharks, because yes, Donato, that's the second time that as a Silva player he's continuing to watch that flank, and they have to have those bodies to watch flanks because they don't have a Sentinel on top of that on these pulse plants, right? So they need a little bit more communication, because he's watching it but in a different angle that exposes his teammates that aren't watching their back because they're focused on preventing the push and the retake coming back from Crew from the defender side. So just a little bit of a mishap that just makes the whole pulse plant positioning for Sharks just crumble all around. So I see this pause coming in on top. I think it's a great call right now if this is going to be a pause, a timeout that's needed for Sharks just to try to recuperate, and what can they do now that they have a Blade Storm ready? They could go for this force buy still and try to figure out. I even think that Gabish's could buy a weapon for Prazin instead, so that Prazin doesn't have to get stuck on a Spectre. But overall, man, Crew has been looking really strong on this defense.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying what they're bringing to the table so far. They aren't timid at all. I'm loving the aggression around the B-long position as we go into this Tech Force. We can talk a little bit more about what we've been seeing so far in this matchup. Crew certainly looking really formidable, and they're looking comfortable as well. And as I was mentioning, just enjoying that B-long aggression, that has caused issues for Sharks. And then equally, when Sharks have tried to go more towards a committed play on that A side, they're kind of struggling in getting backside control. They don't seem to be able to push the defenders out entirely, and that's problematic. And I think we are seeing some of the differences in composition and where the strengths are in having that Viper on Messino, who he is just hitting phenomenally well so far as well, so that's always helpful. But the Viper does feel like it's making a big difference right now.
Oh, definitely. And even when I look at it, I think you're going to have to ask a lot from Donato at this point, because we've seen so many looks of Crew's defense so far, even just from the way that it plays utility from Viper, right? If it's not an aggressive wall here towards this B side, it's also going to be a wall to prevent a push from yellow. If not, it's also a wall that can help a retake from spawn side into yellow. And you're kind of keeping Sharks guessing. There's no conditioning that Sharks can really do against Crew right now. And so that's why I think Asoba is very important with Donato. He has to start scouting out a little bit more, trying to figure out where the positions are, and then starting to understand where this wall comes up. How can they play this? Is it going to be a passive playstyle, or is it going to be another one of those rounds where Crew just decides to push towards A side, get a couple of kills, fall back on numbers? We've seen, like, what, 4 or 5 different setups, 4 or 5 different variations of Crew's defense, and there's just so many rounds, or not that many rounds left on that first half, that Sharks have to readjust a little bit faster, but the pressure is on. Those rounds are ticking down.
Yeah, definitely. I wonder if Sharks will find more comfort on the defense. You know, time will tell, of course. But it would be cool to see some slower rounds coming through from Sharks. perhaps going more for like some more mid-aggression. We haven't really seen that too much from them as of yet. But Crew have been playing heavier towards some of the extremities in some cases, and so when that is the case, when the defenders are more committed towards an extremity, for you in the early rounds, in the early timing, within the rounds, there is an opportunity as the attacker to take the space on the map that the defenders are where they are weak, which would be middle in that case. So
you're right.
It'll be interesting to see if there's any play there from Sharks' playbook around that position on the map, as Crew haven't been doing too much there themselves.
You're absolutely right. I think, sorry, Dan, I think when you're looking at it at the same time, too, where they're trying to hit towards the A side, trying to work the extremities, they've only found Klaus's utility towards that A side defense. They haven't seen anything towards mid yet. And what we know as the observers, third person, the fans watching this game, is that Delzeek's the one that's going to play the stage inside the tube. Again, reactionary on that wall. And what I like about the reactionary on the wall for Crew is that if they don't place it right away, it could be a very strong wall for the retakes also towards that side. So I think as we're trying to waste out utility for Sharks that they've been doing very well over that B side, I think they could try to rotate a little bit more towards the mid, waste out the utility on mid side, and then reset kill noise, and then they could maybe attack where Crew will have less utility, and then the aggressiveness, the whole W from Sharks playstyle could maybe shine a little bit more.
Yeah, that's I love that point, and if for example you're able to really convince Crew to use that toxic screen in a spot where it's not going to be helpful later on in the rounds, perhaps because you're sort of trying to run some fakes in Sharks' position, that could be pretty cool as well. And I think for them to effectively make maneuvers like that, it probably does start with winning B long, and because with winning B long, it feels like it's going to be a committed push, but you still have a lot of options as the attackers to kind of safely fall back and rotate out. So long as you don't get completely crunched through the middle, then you'll be good to do that. So that could be one of the ways that they could accomplish that. So with that said, Crew, again, they've been pretty good around that B long position. I enjoyed seeing how they utilize Sage to drop the wall there and just make things really oppressive for Sharks as they try to take control there and put them in a position where for Sharks to then take B control, they almost had to overcommit their own utility to do so. So great stuff from Crew to kind of put them in that position, because I think Crew, they're doing a good job in preventing Sharks from really playing how they want to, and that's always your job in a competition, is making sure that you can force your opponents into positions where they're uncomfortable.
Exactly. You don't have to play the guessing game. The tables have turned pretty much. When they played against Fnatic, yes, they won Pistol. They won the converting round on the anti-eco. But anything after that was just seeing how Crew was getting punished just every single time by Durka, especially on Haven, pushing down towards that site. So as we talk about them trying to evolve a bit towards that meta and realizing that they need a little bit more than just not learning the compositions, but to elaborate a little bit that play style and to have more variations on that defense, at least a term of variations on defense, is definitely shining on this matchup, or in this matchup currently versus Sharks. And like I said before, it's a play style that they're used to right now because of the regions that they're in, that they're fairly close between Brazil and Latin America, and that play style is fairly familiar when you're looking at, for example, game leaders, right, with NWZero coining the play style of shooting, the way that they're playing aggressively on the Brazil side. It seems that even in Latin America, you are trying to coin that a little bit more too. So when you have Crew that studies so many tapes from the European side and understands now, okay, Viper could be very good, Astra could be very oppressive, hey, let's try to bring in a Sky to stop how we're pushing so aggressively on this double duelist setup and this holding W playstyle, then that's where it starts coming together a little bit easier for Crew right now, because they're just used to also the typical playstyle of Sharks. Would it work right now versus Fnatic? Probably not, because that's the results that we saw. Would it work versus Sentinels right now? They didn't have a chance to play them yet. They didn't have a chance to really taste what North America is like as well on LAN. So just this is familiar territory for them, which is why you see a little bit more comfort in that playstyle of how they want to push a little bit more aggressively as well. And it's paying off in dividends.
Yeah, love to see that. I'm always a fan of an aggressive playstyle. Be quite an aggressive player myself, coming from the world of Quake. But we were swapping a PT
and raise non-stop, right? You keep playing Raze right now in your ranked games, just trying to push satchel charge kills.
Double satchel in your face, an operator. You know it. But yeah, we're just swapping out a PC. It should be good to go in a moment here. And back into the action shortly as we get the settings all loaded up on that new PC, and away we'll go. But yeah, I think it is really interesting to see the Brazilian teams, because they are, at least in the Counter-Strike world, synonymous with this is like aggression. You know, that you were expecting them to be extremely aggressive to a fault, and happily so, knowingly to a fault. It's almost like it doesn't, we'll compromise everything so that we can make sure that we can have this really oppressive, fast-paced, aggressive playstyle and really make that work. And it's pretty amazing in a sense that once, in that scene, at least in Counter-Strike, we got to saw some amazing talent coming up through that. It wouldn't necessarily produce, let's say, like world-beating teams, but when you're taking off all of the limitations just so you can play very aggressively, you really get to discover new things, which other teams and players might not ever get to discover about themselves, in terms of the kinds of plays you can make and the peaks you can actually make work. At this level, some of the rules, the kind of conventional rules in the fundamentals of the game, kind of go out of the window a little bit, because when you're playing at the pro level, everyone's extremely talented, and with a slight edge, one player can really take a lot out of it. And you've got to listen to your instincts. You got to make sure that you're in a position to do that, because I think one issue that players experience when they play at this level is they want to play correct, but there's almost this irony to that can also put you in a position where you're going to be limiting your kind of intuition and the kind of the maneuvers that you want to make by instinct, where there's a little voice telling you you've got to go and do this, but the pressure comes through and you're thinking to yourself, I don't want to lose this match, there's a lot on the line, I just want to play correct, I don't want to take the risks. But if you're too risk averse, you're not going to really understand what you're capable of. And that was, again, like going back to the Brazilians, something that always really impressed me is that they are so fiery, they're so good at dealing with pressure, they're so good at bending the game to their will. And I think that's one of the things I always enjoyed the most about watching them, and especially watching them on LAN.
Yep. This is why I want to see a player like Gabish just right now, currently playing the Jet for Sharks, just to unleash the power as well and play how he's meant to play. Because when we watched him yesterday versus Newturn, he was even bringing out a Sage at some point, I think on Haven, when they won that 13-5 against Newturn, and he was unstoppable as that Sage. So imagine the power that he could bring in playing as a Jet at the same time. If you've been following towards that Brazilian region, I think this is going to be something that could definitely help Sharks at the same time, to the style of where we just witnessed Patty Pan, for example, just flying long hair, don't care, and just going around the site as that Jet and just opening it up with the daggers, also with the operator too. We haven't seen so far the economy work in the favor yet of Sharks, where they could actually bring out the operator potentially on the attack, because you look at a lot of these maps so far here, Dan, where opping is not that common these days on the attacker side, but I do find definitely that a map like Icebox could definitely work.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and we're back into the action once again. We get the drone coming through from Denaro towards A. Again, we mentioned that, A has been, pretty much everything's been difficult for Sharks. Usually, so far, Crew have been able to hold on to this backside control, which is a huge win if you are the defenders looking to coordinate a retake. So we'll see if Sharks can do anything different here to have some success on this A site.
Well, they know that there's an operator right now towards the A side, but the thing is, Leitch is a little bit too far back if they want to try to push out with a Paranoia, for example. But this recon dart is perfect to create that space, and like we said, Gabish is now with the knives on the top of 410. They should be able to take this map control. Oof.
Oh, Klaus is just going to swing through. Fantastic shot coming through from Nasket as well. And Nasket might be able to find some more here. I love the shorty sidearm. Not too much here for Sharks to do. 2 versus 4. Spike will be planted. Light actually just trying to bait out a player. And B&J will take down Prozin in the meantime. So looking pretty impossible indeed.
Wow.
Sharks will go down. And again, they're just unable to get control, like full control of the site.
Yeah. It looked like it was, though, Dan, because, like I said, they had control of 410. You had Prazin already close towards that screen. The smoke was already coming out, but that's the issue again. Now when you're looking, okay, we're playing an Omen instead. How can we run and actually cover and prevent any type of visibility or angles being held by the defender side? Let's throw some dark covers. What happens then within the dark cover? Because it's so huge within that space, you could play inside it. You could also be not afraid of it, just like Crew aren't. And the way that they've been swinging through, Klaus coming out just to get the 2 duelists down has been huge into the 2 kills that helped Crew to win that round. So yes, despite you threw the recon dart to come out, I think we were missing a couple of paint shells if I didn't see it at the right spot. But I think they had to find something else at this point. Everything I've been trying here for Sharks just hasn't been working, unfortunately.
Yeah, and it's also quite difficult too because we haven't really been seeing defaulting from Sharks. They haven't really set too much in the way of expectation towards Crew or condition them all that much. And once you're this far into your half as well, it gets kind of difficult because you've kind of lost the the time needed to kind of do that. So in that sense, they could go to a default style right now, but I think Crew are very comfortable just playing just on the sides and just playing generally quite passive. That's a dangerous place for Sharks to be in because it means that it means that Sharks are playing against opposition that are just super comfortable not having info. And the reason is because Crew have just been sitting on the sides and just reacting and defending really well. There hasn't really been the need for Crew to take risks to get information. And in the perfect world, in a top level match, what you're looking to see is you're looking to put the defenders in a position where they're always scared because they're like, we don't have enough information, we need more information. And right now, Crew is not scared. They are pretty content with where they're at.
Exactly, which is why Klaus is swinging out like that and getting 2Ks, right? So at the same time, as much as you're thinking that you're getting map control, you're still playing into Crew's game. The timing that they've gotten from Klaus to swing out to get those 2 kills was probably a surprise from Sharks because we haven't seen that yet on these type of plays where they think they have the sight, but no, they don't. If not, it's just going to be very aggressive at the beginning where you could maybe expect it because you're basically pushing from spawn side and you're holding from spawn side. You can expect the pushes, coming in from the defender side. This time it doesn't. We have an aggressive Hunter's Fury, a big recon dart that's pinged so many players right now. It's just going to be Sharks, unfortunately, 1 player behind, 1 player also at half HP in Leich, and they're just trying to get this plant down towards the A side, but there's so much utility from Killjoy that's going to deny this right now.
Yeah, looking to do the damage that they can on this save round. Boombo sent forward, nice shock dart coming through as well, making life a little bit more challenging here for Sharks. Looking to get that spike planted. It might not happen at this point. There's not too much left in the way of players here for Sharks to really have any breathing room to get this spike planted. But Crew, they may actually force Sharks to plant because that gives them the information as to where 1 player is, allows them to creep forward. Risk coming through from Crew, actually. Just 1 more player left, and Aro on the site will be dealt with. So, a couple kills. It's something, at least. And I have to say, kills have been hard to come by from Sharks, generally speaking.
Yep.
So far in this game.
Definitely. And I think it's not to the detriment of Sharks' skill right now. It's just the positioning has been very good, right, for how Crew has been setting up. Because you saw that operator, he didn't really want to commit going out towards that window when he knows that Denaru is right there by the ropes trying to get a default plan, trying to go for a fake plan. And they're swinging, they're jiggling, they're peeking at the same time. While he's doing that, another attacker is coming in from the left side at screens just trying to get that angle, which is why I kind of see where Fra wanted to pull out the res. They wanted to bait it out and force the operator to come out at the same time. But Crew, they just didn't bite the bait. It was just easier. And you know what? When you're playing a bait versus the Sharks and it's not working, there's something that shows the confidence from Crew's side.
I like the delay here from Crew as well on this B side. We can see that Sharks have set their sights to attack B, and we've got that Viper wall ready to go, the Killjoy utility as well. And this is just going to slow things down. Wow, okay. Oh, God, Crew have just annihilated Sharks. I don't even know what happened there. But now there's just Brazen left, and he's stuck, and that's going to be good for the Prime Gaming Flawless for Crew.
Wow.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, they had the toxic screen up on the defender side, and I don't know if you've noticed the little X's on that minimap when they died. Everybody pretty much lined up very close to the wall where they hoped that they weren't going to get wallbang. Look at this, right where it was. So actually, they spotted the enemies before the wall even came up. So now you have 2 players now spamming from site, 1 from Snowman, and it's just a shooting gallery pretty much, where unfortunately for Sharks, they're not, nothing is working in their end. I'm repeating myself at this point too, but it's just like you want to have some sort of hope right now for Sharks, but any type of like light at the end of the tunnel gets immediately shut down here by Crew. It's just darkness all the time.
Yeah, and Sharks will try to eliminate things with this A push. Keeping it quite simple and straightforward. They're just going for 4 pushes to one bomb side or the other. Gavashi's able to take down that turret and trying to hold on to some of these forward positions. Crew happy to fight though. Drone coming through as well. They saw that backside control. We talked about how important that is, and the Hunter's Fury will come through to deny the lockdown. Denaro able to do some good damage there. Prosn able to finish off 1 with that showstopper, but this is looking very difficult right now once again for Sharks. Spike is not down, and we've got Crew just marching through the site on the retake, and they're only down a single player at this point. Man, the confidence here from Crew is something to behold as they go 8-2 on this defensive side.
And I didn't even mind putting the Viper Spit down too, just to have like a triple peek in the end, so not even playing really in the screen. And it looked very disruptive. It looked like you wanted to put all your eggs into one basket to hopefully get something done, because you've invested in a Hunter's Fury and a Showstopper. The space was created at least on the right side of the site. But where was that smoke? There was no smoke there towards screen. An easy kill coming through. And even on top of that, even if it was smoked on screens from Leitch, there was a recon dart that came out from B&J, from Crew, that even pinged out Fra trying to go for a plant. So we talked about how good the recon darts, how Sova could be on these retakes, and Crew just takes the upper hand one more time. So you're seeing now Marshall's coming out, a half buy coming in right now. I see a Bulldog, because I think you're buying pretty much so you can have enough into the last round, and they just have to try to scrape something right now. It's just they're not finding any gold in what they're digging.
All right, that's one good catch from Prosn.
Little nugget
out of the picture, and with that, that's a lot of pressure, because you can see that Crew are playing pretty aggressively towards B and mid at the beginning. They have this ice wall up, and also they have the toxic screen that's very forward on B long. So this is the perfect response, Vansili, from Sharks.
Yep. And that's how you reply. Unfortunately, a dry peak to come through, and at the same time, you saw a little bit of a lurk, right? I think for Prazin, he was looking to create that space, but look at everybody else from Sharks. They were looking to creep slowly towards this B side, first rotation out, and end up towards the B side. But they know this for Crew. Mazzino is just playing all the way back towards Snowman, where they were able to open that gallery range before, the shooting range up towards the long side. But with this Marshall, can they open it up here with Gabishes?
Yeah, you really want to see some impact from this Marshall. The dark covers are going down, though, to cover opportunities to get that spy planted. There might be opportunities here as well for Crew players to sneak through, but in fact, Sharks going very aggressive indeed, but it's going to be Dalzik to pick up a double. And that's going to make life quite difficult. The spike, oh, is there going to be enough time here? That's it, going forward. He will get the denial on the plant of the spike, and that's going to be good for the round victory. Like, only man standing, but
last round in
another round to Crew.
That's it. Yep. One more to go. I mean, you are so close to almost getting around. And I did like what I saw, though, from Sharks, right? They tried to do things a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more of a surprise play, pushing through the dark cover from Leitch so they could get towards that spawn. And that's where I think having a Viper instead would have been so good, because we're seeing this a little bit more at the same time, where you're throwing a toxic screen from green all the way across to the B site and all the way across the spawn at the same time. So denying that vision, pushing through that instead, and then using maybe if you have a Sky in there for flashes, allows you to get the control towards that B site and play a much stronger post plan, just as we saw actually in the last series between Crazy Raccoon and X10. That said, though, last round of the half, we're just going to try to go aggressively, hold W towards this B site, the recon dart towards the back of the site, Klaus going for an Odin Vandal in the back of the spawn, but it's still going to be Sharks getting the first blood.
Claus is in a great position. Oh, the lineup there, only good for the one. D&J from up high there, looking to make his way through kitchen. And there's not a lot in the way of ults here for either side at this point. We've got Gauchi's with the Blaze Storm if required, and Shock Darts coming through, taking down Frazan. And B&J's been great with those Shock Darts so far. Getting this, I swear, getting the spike down in this matchup for Sharks has been very difficult, very traumatic. Masino just charging through there, spraying wildly. And it looks like Sharks might be good for this one here. They take advantage on the player numbers. 3, well now 2 versus 2 as Nazget pushes forwards.
It's not really planning for them either.
Caught by the paranoia, the pressure comes through though. There is the defuse, is actually sticking it towards halfway. There goes the cloud burst. Oh, there's nobody peeking or spamming this. In fact, Crew are going to steal it away.
Oh no.
Lice does not get the challenge in time, and that's a 10-2 first half in favor of Crew. Oh, it just seems like Sharks had so much trouble getting a spike planted, having to come off of it so much.
You just have to thank B&J actually on that last round for Crew, because getting that recon dart out to actually ping out the spike carrier and then going for the shot dart kill onto Fra, now you're denying time, you're running down that clock, and now you're making the attackers a little bit more nervous of where they should plant. Like, that shot dart kill was perfect. Now you pick up the spike, it's like, well, by then, the defenders might have rotated. I cannot plant out in the open anymore for a post plant. So he goes for a safe plant, at least to secure that, and a post plant in favor of Sharks. But when it's not planted for you in the way that you're retaking at the same time, you only have a Sheriff on top of that on a 2 versus 1. Very hard to do. So you're hoping to change things around now on the defender side for Sharks. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, Sharks looking to go aggressive here with Gavshis. We'll see. What do you see what it actually do? Gets quite deep in this position. Finds Mazzino. That's a nice early open for Sharks. But the push towards the A site is where the real action is. You see that Frazan has really delayed things with that ice wall and really caused pause for thought for Crew as they look to rotate back with the spike. A 4v5 situation here for Crew. It's not fun, but at least on the attack, it's, you know, you can choose where you pile in those numbers. And you can see that on B, Sharks are playing retake. In fact, they're playing retake really everywhere.
Very passively, yeah. You even have B&J all the way back towards that spawn side, so you can look up towards if anybody's going up on the tube side, because you still have the Jet alive here, right? For Gabishis at the same, for Zet at the same time. So, and sorry, it was Donaru towards that spawn side. So very passive. They looked and play that retake, and they're just giving up the site.
30 seconds.
Nice with some good damage there at a distance. We'll get the wall up for the safe plant. The pick comes through as well. 4 versus 4. Crew looking to hold on to these 4 positions. B&J, really great spot to be in. Lots of angles to worry about, but you can see looks like it's going to be Frazan who will fall to him. Delzik with a nice one with the classic as well. That's going to be a 2v2 now as it falls onto B&J. Is he able to make this one work? They're able to get the defuse started. Now the pressure is on for B&J. Has to swing around the corner. Has to go all the way here. The stick is coming, and the stick is good.
That was so nice. You got to thank the stars there for that wall that came up at least towards the end so that they could actually get that defuse. It's a nice valiant attempt on that pulse plan for B&J to try to win that one. Yes, the round comes in for Sharks. It was a much-needed pistol, but you've lost every single one of your players. And I think because you have so much of a cushion and you're so comfortable right now on how the results have been here for Crew, I wouldn't be surprised if you actually have a force buy going into the second round right now. You could definitely force up the Spectres. The Stingers, even though you think that the Stingers might not be as good, it's still damn good right now in this meta, in this patch. And you see it. Spectres all across the board, full shields, small shields on the attack. So even though here, Sharks, they won that round, they're still going to be in a tough spot.
Definitely, and you can see that there's early information there for Sharks. And you can see also that Scavishis actually wanted to try to punish based off of that, but maybe going a little bit too deep. Gets caught out, and that's going to be a pretty decisive advantage coming in now for the likes of Crew. You can see right now, Crew are really trying to punish the lack of information here for Sharks. Sharks don't quite know where this attack is coming. The last information they had was towards A, but Crew have cut noise entirely.
Yeah. At this point, I think even at the same time for Sharks, stacking up more towards one extremity seems to make sense because, again, no Sentinels. The only way you can get information is from a Sova. You're trying to recharge the recon dart just to try to get the information. Now they're gambling towards the A side, and that's where the hit is coming.
And they're able to defend 1-for-1 at least. Looking quite good here for Sharks so far. Naro from up above there with the shock darts could do a lot of damage with this one. Ooh. 2v3 for Crew. Lich will make his way around 410. Has to be careful though, Lich is somewhat isolated from his teammates. Oh, Frazan able to get it going there on the flank. And a 1-for-1 ensues there, leaving Mazino in a 1 versus 2. Denaro with that high ground advantage, able to take it down. And Sharks, they pick up a defensive round. Really nicely done, especially given that they lost Gavashi's very early on in the rounds.
Yeah. I also like the play here from Sharks too. They had a flank coming in later on as well. So not having that Sentinel and trying to get a little bit more information. How do you want to play this right now? Rotating players, but at the same time, you want to try to go for these sometimes aggressive pushes just to try to get information, especially when you're a man behind. It's some of the basic things that you want to look at when you're playing a tactical FPS is if you don't have a way to find information, you're pretty much at a one-man deficit or maybe two-player deficit. You kind of want to force the hand a little bit so you could guess a little bit better and stack up your numbers on the opposite end where the hit should be coming. And it worked fairly well here once Crew made it back out here towards that A site. And with that, the force buy that came from Crew on that previous round, even with Spike Plan, it's not enough for them to go back into a situation where they could hurt the economy here from Sharks, and they're going to have to go with Sheriffs.
Yeah, B&J falling on belts already. And Gavashi's wants to get in on the action, finds a nice little timing, catches one. That's Nagzet's done. There's 3 Sheriffs to go. There we go. The Sheriffs are scary, but looks like the danger is almost gone. Just as I say that, of course, Klaus able to take down Gavashi's. You can see that Gavashi's really wants to get in on the action.
Yep. Well, we've mentioned it before, right? Like, unleash it, try to gain that confidence, especially against an anti-eco. Just pushing forward and being able to land those shots is definitely going to help them build that back and potentially help Sharks move back into the second half of this portion of the map.
Getting closer now. Really looking for that damage.
30 seconds left.
Would be really great for Crew if they could find at least one more kill, but looking unlikely here. Ooh, as you know, not the best timing on that one. Will get taken down by Razan. And there we are, Sharks. Could very well be stringing some momentum together here now as they are going to winning ways in the last couple rounds. But the question here for me, Vansili, is what are they going to do with their buy? Because are they going to carry forward some Spectres? Are they going to just rebuy everything into rifles? I mean, this is a very long-range map, so...
Yeah. I think right now, keeping the Spectres and having Gabish just even going with the Operator into this round, I think this is actually a good call for Sharks at the same time, because now you could have an anchor player towards A side or B. Looks like Gabish is playing towards B side instead, about to come head-to-head. Oh, I like it. That's what we talked about before. The Allen drone to try to create a diversion or even try to push your opponents back, and that actually stresses out Gabish as he gets spotted, and Nagzet is able to swing out with the Vandal. So, like I said, the call was good, but at the same time, that's how you deny it.
Yeah, for sure. There's a reason why that drone on Belong is so powerful, just as you described, and that's a huge loss. Gavish is with that Operator will actually be collected, as we just saw, by Frazan. So we'll see if... Oh, no. Frazan also going down. Crew are really having their way with Sharks at this point, taking down pretty much everybody in these forward positions. And they have cut a clear path towards the spike plant here on this B site.
Spike planted.
And... at this point, Sharks might just want to try to save what they have. I mean, they do have Gavish who's able to get the Blaze Storm out in the next round.
Exactly.
So possibly Gavish could drop somebody and they would be able to get a decent enough buy. But it is certainly a desperate scenario for Sharks.
This is exactly why, Dan. I was saying that the call was actually a good one here for Sharks to actually invest into that operator and save the Spectres into like their bonus round into this round, round number 16, just for the sheer fact that if Gabishes does die and they are able to save a couple of weapons, they could still have the Blade Storm into the next. And a Blade Storm, it could definitely be considered like a regular rifle right now, especially when it's wielded by a player like Gabishes. He could definitely turn it around here back for Sharks' favor if he gets good positioning right now on how aggressive he could be on this defender side now with the Blade Storm out. So we'll see what the economy is going to be like very soon here for Sharks, but with those 2 weapons that are saved, if you're new here to Valorant, moving into the next round, the ones that are able to stay alive, you only get 1,000 credits. So you don't get the full bonus of that everybody else would get, which is right now should be at 1,900 if I'm not mistaken, because you won 3 rounds in a row, you lost them right now as you see on the scoreboard. So they don't have that much money, but still good enough to buy for their opponent, or for their teammates rather, where now you're really at the bottom of the barrel in terms of what you have in money left behind.
Looks like a missed lineup there, Vansilly. Don't know if you called that IceLorb just whiffing, but unfortunate. Unfortunately, never want to see that. But we have more presence towards the safe site this round, so looking to see what Sharks are going to be able to do to hold this, or whether they'll actually try to give it up and play retake. They have 2 players quite deep on B long at the same time, so
yeah.
The issue with this for Sharks is that Crew can just do what they're doing here, which is pressure A pretty heavily, cut noise, and try to bait rotation and punish it. And they're actually giving up the flanks now, our Crew, as they want to actually commit onto the A site finally.
Yeah, because you had a turret to watch flank and Mazzino towards that spawn side. What on defense you have right now is Prazine. He's gonna. I love this combo. The slow orb with the pain shells just to try to slow things down a little bit more for your teammates to rotate over. But the map and the A site is currently taken control by Crew.
Yeah, able to find that forward ground using the ice wall to get that plant down safely. There is a hole that we can see because Sharks trying to exploit it, trying to dive in there, trying to get or make it so that that spike does not get planted, but they will not be able to make that happen. And they gave up a lot for that attempt. They lost a couple players, I think, trying to dive on top of that spike. So now they're in a 2v5 retake. That's certainly quite difficult, especially on this site, especially with the plant being somewhat open. And you can see once again back to a save. And Gabishes actually still has the Blade Storm available.
Blade Storm, yeah. Yeah, so he could definitely drop this Vandal out for a teammate, go with the Blade Storm, and still you might have something working for Sharks. And I saw a little bit of frustration going on at the same time for Gabishes. You saw him, he's just pre-firing shots. Okay, they're trying to hunt him down. I'm okay with that at the same time too for Crew. And as they move up towards Tuba, unfortunately now, another fall. That's going to be Leitch. And that's even going to be even worse now for Sharks at map point. And the economy should be fairly low. But to get back here, Dan, about that frustration from Gabishes, he was just going for those pop shots into the A site saying, hey, come at me. Like, I need to bring this confidence back into the second map. I don't mind going for aim battles here towards the A side and try to see if I could just pop your head if you're going to try to peek out towards pipes. But what I do like from Crew, hey, they're strolling right now. They're gliding away, and they're strolling into the victory of the first map, and they don't want to overcommit. They just want to play their own game plan, their own style, and their what they prepared for this matchup, and they're playing it perfectly. Their game plan.
Yeah, definitely. It does seem like Crew are a level above at the moment for sure, and Sharks are such an interesting position here, given that, as you mentioned, it's just not the best situation in the world to buy. I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Blaze Storm a little bit earlier, but we'll see if they're able to do a better job here on this defense. It does seem like Gabishes has really struggled to get the openings that he's been looking for. Whether it be on B long or elsewhere when the operator is in hand. And I feel like I like Crew's approach. We saw a more conventional approach from them in that previous round where they create some presence across the map and then they start pressuring the A side of the map much more heavily and they kind of cut noise for a little bit and just see what their opponents will throw at them utility-wise, maybe see if they can punish rotations before finally, making the full push a little bit later on. I think that approach is quite good. It gives you options. And it creates a sense of desperation for the defenders as well, because they don't know what's going on.
And this round, Dan, here, it looks like Sharks are looking to play a position where they could maybe move a little bit more aggressively, gain that early map control on that B side, and potentially rotate out Gabish's on A after. Usually I see like an Omen trying to anchor out on his own towards B, but it's actually going to be Gabish's that's going to try to push forward first. With that, though, a default being held by Crew, expecting some sort of aggression coming out from mid side, from A side, and it was so close. You saw Donato inching over and decides to fall back, and he's able to just survive for a bit and really keep it on the 5 versus 5. But the Aldrone comes in towards the A side. They have a Hunter's Fury too. This could definitely help out to open the A site.
Yeah, this slower pace from Crew is actually helping them out quite a lot, because we saw, as you mentioned, that early play from Donato in mid and some investment of utility. And Aldrone's going out in the mid round now in mid from Donato to try to find out what exactly Crew are doing. Oh, the timing on the toxic screen couldn't have been better, but doesn't matter. Gabishis is there to punish, and Mazzino goes down. And there's 40 seconds to go to get the spike planted, and at this point, Crew are starting to feel perhaps some desperation. They need to get all of the bodies on a site. It looks like B is going to be that site.
And because they have a res too, I was going to say it could be stressful at the same time too, because they drop Mazzino, which means they don't have a toxic screen to go back towards B. But forcing that res and just booking it back towards the A side, it could keep Sharks guessing, but they still have 2 players inside the site with great angles so far.
And here we are, we're going to get Mazzino just charging forwards. There's the Viper's Pit from up high, gets taken down immediately. Hunter's Fury gets sent through the side as well. Spike is coming down, the lockdown sent out by Klaus as well. And time is of the essence here to get that plant. Just enough time for the NJ though. Gabishis all on Gabishis. Out comes the blades! The right click is not good. It's going to be locked in by Crew. PNJ with the final frag onto Gabishis. Crew looked fantastic from start to finish in this one. It is just map 1, but from what I've seen here so far, Vansili, I am really enjoying how confident and how beautiful and methodical the gameplay is from Cruz at this point.
This, Dan, is definitely night and day from their matchup against Fnatic. We've seen the level of comfort, the aggressiveness that they come out on the defender side, and also just playing numbers, playing passively on the defender side too. It has been working well for them. Off timings have been working well for Crew at the same time, and look at the smiles that they have. They're confident right now into this whole series. They know now they have what it takes to continue such a deep run here in the lower brackets. And it starts off here with a dominant victory on Icebox. And now Sharks, pressure is on.
Yeah, it really is. It was such a great performance from Crew, and it's interesting too because we do have Bind next, I believe, and you know, Crew are actually a team that do like to ban both Icebox and Bind a lot of the time, so it's fun that we've seen these ones coming up for them. Obviously, you know, everybody knows how to play these maps. It really is just about your comfort in terms of your preparation, and sometimes other things too. Sometimes, you know, teams will they'll be feeling it, you know, that they've just had a few good scrims perhaps, and they're like, you know what, we actually feel really good on this map, and things can change pretty quickly in that sense. So it's gonna be interesting to see if this bodes well for Sharks. I feel like their style, Vansili, that they're a less default centric team, so maybe they'll find more love on Bind with a more set piece oriented approach.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think for Sharks' end, as we talked about how their map pool wasn't that deep, right? And it's only really around the Icebox, the Bind, and the Haven. Bind itself, when they first came in here, they actually had a couple of changes in their composition. We'll have to see if they stick around to that at the same time. But when you look at Crew's side, again, studying the demos coming out from North America, from Europe, adopting a little bit more of that European play style, going with double initiator, putting a Brimstone right now in the composition too, which is something that Sharks has switched over at the same time going into this tournament. It could be a very good matchup in the end for this second map. This, for me, honestly, Dan, could be a toss-up on that second map between these two teams just because of how they could evolve by simply changing into a Brimstone instead of playing an Omen. I still find that Brimstone is very good on this map. The smokes that you could put up towards that A side on both sides of triple instead of playing dark covers, right? We've seen how difficult it was for playing dark covers for Sharks because you had players on Crew that were able to swing out and just surprise them at the same time. But overall in this first map, you definitely have to turn the page, put that behind you for Sharks. And this is not unfamiliar territory, Dan, because at the same time, when you watch the series of Sharks, it's always like a 13-5 for against them or a 13-5 for them. And we've seen that against Newturn. So I still wouldn't be nervous if I was a fan of Sharks. I still think they have what it takes to bring this to a third map.
And with that said, it is time to toss it to a quick break. We'll go to the analysts, and then we'll be back right in the action.
Look at this drink, look at that girl. She like to dance, what a mad world. You could be you could be free. You like to dance, yeah, so do we. Look at this drink, look at that girl. She like to dance, what a mad world. You could be you could be free. You like to dance, do it on me. Wow, mix up, mob go crazy. It's like, wow, keep up. These boys get wavy, they're like, wow, keep up. These girls get freaky, so let's it's all I stay in the sun. Let's get them hands up, I can feel love. That's so much we stay up, the back doors, we can make noise. The big bangs, we got no choice. Hands up, I can feel love. That's so much we stay up, the back doors, we can make noise. The big bangs, we got no choice. Look at this drink, look at that girl. She like to dance, what a mad world. You could be you could be free. You like to dance, yeah, so do we. Look at this drink, look at that girl. She like to dance, what a mad world. You could be you could be free. You like to dance, do it on me. Wow, mix up, mob go crazy. It's like, wow, keep up. These boys get wavy, they're like, wow, keep up. These girls get freaky, so let's like it's all I stay in the sun. Let's get them hands up, I can feel love. That's so much we stay up, the back doors, we can make noise. The big bangs, we got no choice. Hands up, I can feel love. That's so much we stay up, the back doors, we can make noise. The big bangs, we got no choice.
Join Riot and the LGBTQ+ community in celebrating Pride Month. Inclusive games mean a better experience for everyone. And while we cannot march this year, we can certainly celebrate in-game. All of our games will, obviously including League of Legends and Valorant, will have Pride content such as emotes, player cards, and more. Make sure you equip your content and show your support for the LGBTQ+ players everywhere. Thank you so much for the support. And that stuff looks awesome, by the way, so you should just go ahead and check it out. But, if you're crew, though, you're saying, que bueno, because that was a nasty display from them on Icebox. They walk away with a dominating 13-5 performance. And Potter, I'm throwing this to you, but not for the reason you think I am, because apparently, according to what you just said, every game that they've played has ended 13-5 or 5-13. So clearly these guys really like these numbers. What's going on here?
I don't know. Honestly, I like these numbers too. 13-5, that's sounding mighty fine, especially if you're Crew this time around, because BNJ on that Sova, the intel that he was gathering, the recon, the timings of it, it really kind of neutered the Sharks, guys. We saw Prozen starting to heat up, starting to have that honing in on that aggro style, getting multi-kills because of his forward position. But when BNJ has his timings right, the jig is up. Sharks, they were getting sniffed out time and time again there.
Oh, I mean, look at that there. I mean, everything that could go right, not wrong, right for Crew went right. And that's the reason why, as you see here in these Prime Gaming map highlights, that it really felt like Paper Thin Crew had everything figured out. And what's even more startling is that this team, according to some of the stats we've seen, they've played Icebox 4 times.
Yeah, they've been pretty good on Icebox, though. They were 3-1 on it. Just haven't had a lot of chances to play that, whether that just be it not being a favored map in their region. For example, there's just a lot of teams that don't like Icebox, so it just doesn't get played a lot. But I got to give a lot of credit here to Nagzet on their defenders side, doing a great job working off the info they have, cutting off the rotation routes of the other team. You saw there, I think it was on round 4, where he pushed through into mid, caught 2 members of the Sharks moving through their spawn, and just had a great spray transfer on him.
Yeah, and here you see the players making their way in. This is going to be the Sharks, but I think that one startling bit from that game for me, Lothar, was Gabshe's ineffectiveness. It's very clear he was having a hard time picking up the pieces throughout that entire matchup.
Oh yeah, that wasn't his match. He had 5 first deaths in this match, and that transferred altogether to 13 first bloods for Crew. And from those 13 bloods, 11 were converted into a winning round, right? So that's 85% conversion rate on a first blood. On Icebox, it's actually huge. It's insane. And I think this is why we have seen a completely different Crew than we have seen against Fnatic. First and foremost, they banned Haven. That was a map that definitely didn't give them any favors. But on Icebox, they knew exactly how to hold angles and how to postpone planting of a spike. So we have seen on B, there was so many good utility usage to just not allow the opponents to plant it and just have always the advantage. Because if you have a first blood, it's so much easier to play, right? But big kudos here to Klaus, because he was able to get those first bloods 5 times. And what is more even important, he was holding the lanes. He was the guy that was holding the sidelines. He was holding them really long and consistently. And he was just getting those lurkers, he was just hunting them even without moving. It was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, husking, you hear me? Hunting, I need coffee. Those pesky lurkers, you love to see it. Well, folks, that means we're going to send it over for game 2. At first, there was Benifer, but now there's Dan Silly. I'll let you guys take it from there.
Thank you, GB. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, this is awesome, man. Dude, I mean, through all these years, I finally get tossed by GB, what they call us Dan Silly. I actually haven't had a chance to cast with you, Dan, in an official match since we first met in London in like 2013. So it just brings it all back, and we're just having a good time right now.
Yeah, definitely. Don't think I was ready for that one, so shout out to GB for that. Really threw me off, but we're back on track here, and Sharks, they need to find their way back on the track as well, because they're facing elimination. Should they lose this map, they are done and dusted as far as Masters 2 Reykjavik is concerned, and we're going to Bind. And, Bind is a map where, maybe they'll find more success. It's really hard to say. I once again, it's hard for me to feel like, having a lack of a Viper is really going to do them any favors here. Especially given how well Messino's been playing with that Viper. I think it was just such a clear demonstration of what you get for having that in your composition. And on Bind in particular, Viper is just so good. I mean, maybe you can just say that about every map at this point, but there's a lot of really excellent answers that Viper has in so many different scenarios. So already there's that for them to contest with.
Yep. I still find this interesting, though, Dan, because I think this is where we talked about a no Viper on for Sharks from time to time, but this time, Sharks, it is a map that they're comfortable in with using a Viper. So Gabishus has been like one of those players that's been pretty good for Sharks on this map. And also one of their biggest opposition and one of the teams that have been playing Bind very well in their region in Brazil has been Vikings. So you definitely could see a little bit more of that Viking play style into this lineup for Sharks. And I'm also a huge fan of the double initiator. And at that point, there's going to be a mirror composition or mirror matchup between these two teams because Leitch used to play an Omen, now going to a Brimstone, and now we're also live in a pistol round with Crew starting things off here on the defender side.
Yeah, we actually see the wall dropped immediately to get control of the ult orb. That's actually really interesting. I wonder if this is any read, any knowledge that's coming through here from Crew.
Yeah,
trying to do a blind counter.
And I'm actually mistaken, too. I thought it was going to be a mirror matchup because Crew usually plays a double initiator at this part, but they actually switched things out, right? They have a stage coming out. We saw the wall come out for the orb, and they're also taking away from the Sova. So this is going to be something new that our Sharks are not going to be accustomed to, Dan.
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch, and really happy to see Gavish's on the Viper here. Very slow opening pistol as these two teams exchange utility just at the early stages. But Sharks need to start to get a move on here. They don't have too much time remaining. There's an information play down long here from Klaus. He's going to spot the rotation. So that's a beautiful timing for Crew because they're going to get that rotation into B, maybe just in the nick of time here. And it's going to be a push straight forwards. Not many bullets left there for Klaus, but just enough to get the kill and hold on to the position. He is in so much trouble. I don't even understand how Klaus is alive. Garashi is able to take down B and J. So still fighting hard here, but time is also against them. Maybe time is the greater enemy at this point here for Sharks. Crew will finish off the push. And Sharks, it felt like they were in a good position until that info play came from Klaus. What a just series of heroics from Klaus.
And he still stayed alive, Dan. At the end of the round, he still stayed alive. He got a kill on top of that onto Gabish's and really slowed things down on that push. And I think even though, yes, the timing was perfect there for Sharks to get out from the hookah into the B site, what really slowed them down was not only the frenzies, but that toxic screen, which is why it's also okay to keep that hookah area open when now they're pushing out towards the site. You had the wall come out, the frenzy's gonna melt him down, they have the decay debuff. It was just very powerful with how much bullets, even though he didn't have that many left for Klaus. The rotation order came in at the same time, and it just you saw Sharks literally melted at that point. But the wall gets broken, and the lineup comes in for Nagzet, and that's 2 kills now. Make that even 3 for Crew Esports.
Yeah, this wall seems to be a thing right now. Actually working out quite nicely for Nagzet, as you highlighted.
Yeah.
It is interesting, the wall there, because, normally maybe you just throw in a smoke, but really guaranteeing the ult orb. Again, it is a question of investment. That's a 400 credit ability that's got a huge amount of utility in what you can do with it. So I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it just for the ult orb, but if they understand that this is a great way to deny how Sharks likes to default, then there's a lot of additional value there that we wouldn't necessarily see.
I do like the play, though. I find that this is something very similar as the 4-block wall that you have on Tube, on Icebox, or even a 4-block wall that Scream, for example, does into sewers of the A side of Haven. So, yes, if it's getting spammed, you know that there's pressure going on there. If it's not being spammed, you could take the orb, rotate out, stack up more towards that B side, get their early rotates, and once the wall thaws up and breaks, I wouldn't be surprised if you throw a Brimstone smoke right after, just again as how Liquid plays it on short A Haven side. With that, though, we do have those smokes that I was talking about from Brimstone, something that has changed here from Sharks, bringing that in. The toxic screen comes up at the same time, and you saw how beautiful that was for them to get in, and a passive retake play for Crew does not work out for their bonus round so far.
Yeah, really nice push from Sharks. They've dealt with every position really effectively here. Oh, there comes a very quick B&J. Satcheling forward, Prozin. Fantastic finish there with the Vandal. And that was a nice set piece. That's it's such a great punish too, because again, we've seen that heavier presence right at the beginning of the round towards showers. So for the Prime Gaming Flawless, what we're seeing here is, hey, you know, you guys are going to play mostly showers on the defense. Well, we're just going to take short for free. And that worked out really nicely.
And I think the frost orbs that came out there from the Sage was a little bit too deep, where he actually punished them, where he couldn't really fall back out of it. So even if you're giving away that short side for the attackers to take, for you to still be able to take showers control and play that deep is still going to be very strong for the retake play. Because as you throw those frost orbs on the ground, you're actually disrupting right now the post plant situations for the attack that allows a rotate to come back from the A side, where again, you have 3 flashes potentially from Klaus coming in from B side to A side that could really disrupt Sharks, on the post plant. That said, though, it was a perfect execution for Sharks, a flawless from Prime Gaming, and at the same time, that builds the economy, builds the momentum, and builds what they need, Sharks, to try to bring this to a third map.
Yeah, I'm liking that we see Nagzed switched up to Uka there. Completely different approach in the defense. And they've picked off Leitch and fallen off, and that's a huge pick to get, especially as, you know, without Brimstone, making these executes onto the site with the lack of smokes is going to be difficult. That said, Sharks are just maneuvering their way forward, contacting into the A site with great success, able to get the opening kills that they need. A 3v3. Crew will have players here on the rotation in time, but they need to be cautious. Make sure they can coordinate this attacking effort. And with the Seekers, they'll do just that, pushing forwards. But Prozen might just take the fight straight to them. Swinging out from U-Haul. BNJ with a great defense, leaving just Brazan left. Over by U-Haul, catches one. He surely knows there's a stick happening right now. Nagzed is never coming off of this one, and he's going to just see it to completion. Crew will pick up the rounds. Again, it felt like Sharks had a good punish, understanding that they could just, you know, walk up the short position, given how the defense was playing. But the crew are they're just too good, man.
The Seekers were perfect as well too, right, to get that information. And I definitely saw that the key winning round, the key winning factor there, even though they lost a player, was that Nagzet still had that res. So they really had to try to find a way to maybe shut him out to prevent him from getting any res moving forward. But as you saw, as soon as that came back up, it was a 3 versus 1. They lost that Seeker play from Claus before he died, but it was still good enough to gain that information too for a crew to retake that round and get this. At least as we're talking about the cabbages, the Seekers, it's available for Fra on the attacker side here for Sharks. They could put good use to it so far, and it's actually going to be the showstopper to start things off, and it connects onto Nagzet and weakens up the B site.
Great early pick here. Mazino asking questions of short. Again, there's been so many lurks through that short position. It makes sense, but Klaus is actually going to go straight through the Viper's toxic screen. And there go the Seekers you were mentioning. It's going to get the information, also allows you to gain a lot of ground as it can just service some forward cover. Absorb some bullets for you. It's going to chase out all of the defenders from the sites. BNJ actually peeking beyond the smoke on Heaven will get taken out, and that's an unfortunate loss for Crew. 3 versus 5 retake. Not looking all that likely here. They're going to save. Very sensible.
Yeah, it's because it was looking to be another Prime Gaming flawless, but this time on the end of Sharks, and it was a very nice execution, right? Disrupting now, Brazin moving in towards that B-side hookah, and also taking down a key member into Nagzet, who the one that's able to slow things down on any type of B-side aggression. Also, he was there with Klaus, and they still have the toxic screen, though, on that B-side. So this is what I've noticed as well from Crew actually playing on the defense. It's not very often that you see them throw the wall across for like the shower side control, only from time to time. But when I'm looking at other teams, it seems to be like a basic and most common thing to want to put down towards the showers, just so that you could slow things down on early aggression executions into the A site. But now as you're using all that deniability, the slow ability from deniability ability, from Sage and also from the Viper inside the hookah side, you're really weakening up the A site. So as you force to rotate over, it's easier for Sharks to just explode into A right after.
Yeah, they've been really enjoying that so far. It's been really helpful, I think, for them. And I'm enjoying how much Crew are mixing things up also on their defense. we're going to see NKisOP once again towards showers, so you might see that wall. But there's a few players here. There goes the bird flying through. Snake bite.
Nice little combo.
Some assistance.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're going to try to bring this a little bit more, this combination between Mazino and to NKisOP, just to try to slow things down quite often, not only with the slow orbs, with the snake bites, run down that clock and really force the hand for Sharks to move maybe on a later time when you know that Sharks plays things very aggressively.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting as well because Denaro has been waiting for a push towards B long, which you could have expected given how much presence was around showers. It wouldn't be too unlikely that Crew would say, okay, hang on, it seems like there's a lot of players towards A, let's try to get information towards B and confirm that. But they didn't push at all. Klaus is going to be able to flash a lot of players there, so they are going to understand, well, Crew, exactly what Sharks are doing at this point. There is some utility to delay. Even having an orbital strike available, oh, they're going to hit up the TP. Quick rotation through there, straight through showers, but an NKisOP to slow things down. This is actually a huge problem. NKisOP holding onto that position. And again, the orbital strike is still available. That could buy key time. There it goes into the showers. That's the spike now down on the ground. Mazino takes a forward position in the corner, and they have no idea that he's there. Beautiful play from Crew, controlling the movement of Sharks.
The whole map. It's back to Icebox again. When Sharks thinks that they have map control, when they have actually forced rotations or whatnot, and are able to sell a fake, it didn't happen because I just mentioned a big flank. While all of this was happening towards this long B side that they were flashed out by Klaus with that guided light, you also had B and J that pushed down towards Sen and was already going for a big flank at the same time. And I like it because if they were going to get pressured later on at Octagon, well, maybe they have less numbers, but again, they still have that toxic screen. And now that you hear all this teleportation come out towards this B side, you know it's coming towards B. You still have a slow orb combined with the orbital strike to get those kills. It was just beautiful play for Crew to save their abilities and use them at the right time to just make, like, they didn't even have to bring that many gunfights to be able to win that round.
Yeah, they're doing a great job in just managing the information, managing the utility. Completely agree. Kazan there, getting some information on Hookah. B&J actually not being pushed out of Hookah, but instead pushes further in. Flash comes through. And they have a sense that B&J's got to be in this position. There goes the snake bite. B&J commits to the fight. Oh, God! Actually comes out with the showstopper. Gets denied, unfortunately for him, by the snake bite. 4 versus 4, 40 seconds to go. A rotation from Sharks, looking to finish on this A site. But again, this utility, very annoying to deal with. NKisOP, great defensive kill there from Triple. And the delay again is just so difficult for Sharks to get past. They can't deal with this utility. 20 seconds to plant the spike. The 4 rotations in here now from Crew. Once again, they look like they're in control of everything. Just have to hit the shots, but it's Sharks who might be a little bit better on that one. Delzik with something to say about it. Quick rotation, though, from Frazan through to the B site. It is a sprint. It's a race. Frazan might be able to just about plant this one.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Well, there's no more time for that.
Nope.
Gambling on the push. A push that never came.
Oh, my. And that's exactly it. Just this deniability again from Mazino and also from NKisOP. This time towards short A. And I even saw that coming, that if they were forcing the hand and the attackers are like, well, screw this, we're going to go through the teleporter and go towards B. If they actually still had their Viper alive, the toxic screen again is going to come out. So just having them, they're basically like flies right now for Sharks running into the spiderweb that's being pulled out here by Crew, and they're just feasting right now onto Sharks, unfortunately, at this point. And now Sharks, they're realizing this. Okay, the fakes are not working. Our huge hits seem to be the way that they have the most success, I guess, the most success rates to just go for the all-out attack. I think now it's just try to determine how they want to do this right now. They have a Viper's Pit. They have a Hunter's Fury on the attacker too. Is this going to be a way to try to flush out Mazino and NKisOP should they play towards Lamps one more time into the A site so they could get a Viper's Pit plant into this A site?
Yeah, that would be really cool to see. We haven't seen any Viper's Pit action just yet, and with 2 of them ready to go, fully loaded, it's going to be fun to see how that goes down. It has been really cool to see the dynamic around Showers, I've got to say. It feels like Crew tactically speaking seem to have this like extra layer to them, and that's been so very helpful. Just the level of delay that they have with their composition, it seems to be very difficult for Sharks, because even when Sharks, start out the round trying to deplete some of this utility by, getting rid of the ice orbs and getting rid of the brim smokes and so on, it still seems like somehow we're having Crew holding on to enough that they're still able to kind of effectively win the timings with their delay by having that utility still left in the tank by the end of the round. So whatever Crew are doing here, it's working out really well.
Definitely, and I haven't even seen where the Viper Cloud could have been that useful too for Crew. Even at that point, maybe I think it was on the double stack at short A from their position right now on that defense. So if they run out of abilities to slow things down and deny, they could always pull that back up so that when the attackers are running through, you're already getting the decay debuff. You're already losing 30 HP, and it's just going to be easier for the defenders to melt you down, basically. And speaking about melting, we see some toxic screen coming, or should I say a snake bite going through the teleporter into Hookah, and also a Viper's Pit into the A site, denying any type of vision in that area, and that's some big pain shells that's going to push Brazin back.
Yeah, this is always a really difficult spot to be in when the defenders have used the Viper's Pit like this, because what you have to think, okay, well, what will my opponents do once they use the Viper's Pit like that? Will they use it to play less players on the site, thinking that we're never going to go there, so they can stack the B site in this case? Could we call that bluff? Or maybe they're not even stacking the B site. There's a lot in the way of mind games that happens in a scenario like this.
Yeah.
And you can see that Sharks are just keeping it simple for going for the B hit.
Exactly, but I was gonna say they have Donato and they have Fra, two initiators that can get that information too. On top of the Hunter's Fury, it could help a lot, but they're still going into a crossfire setup in the B site then.
Yeah, Crew have players backside to deal with this. Delzik lost one standing here for the time being, but Lige able to deal with him, and that should be now the side open for the plant. You get some snake bites coming through. I'm not sure if that's gonna bounce and deny. Doesn't look like it will. Denaro with that plant for Sharks. Sharks looking good here. 3 versus 2 advantage with that spike on planted.
3 ults. There's no way you lose this round now for Sharks.
Oh, you just said it, didn't you? Is the Jinx gonna come through here from Vansili? Crew are gonna creep their way forwards. Great crossbar setup. Mazzino will indeed get taken down by that crossbar. So no ults even needed to be used, and that's great. That's so fantastic, because you definitely would look at Sharks now and peg them in the advantage going to this round, just off of the ultimate economy alone.
I love, Dan, how you just said, is this going to be a Jinx bite? And you had to say my name just in case, so you don't go down under the bus with me, right? So thanks for that. I thought you had my back the whole time, bro. No, but nonetheless, even though they had a 3-player crossfire set up inside that B site for Crew, just the amount of utility that was thrown out, the shock darts that I saw coming out at the same time, the satchel charge to allow Brazin to get into site, and also being the bait for the rest to come out and get these kills has been huge at the same time. So a very nice execution for Sharks, saving those 3 ultimates into this round. And look at that. Even though it took so many rounds for them to get a victory here for Sharks, you're already seeing Crew at a half buy, so low on the economy already.
We've got that U-Haul control coming through with the satchel straight away. Really nice opening from Sharks, again, using those ults to their advantage. And yeah, Crew on the struggle bus here. Delzik isolated in Showers. Might wrap around, possibly. But Sharks, yeah, they're in a commanding position. They have time and position to do whatever they want here. They go for the teleporter rotation with Brozin in U-Haul still. So this is looking great. Okay, well, 1 player now is known. The Crew, and now the 2nd player is known as well. So they can pick up a judge, but
Spike planted.
That's about it.
Yeah, and now as you basically half bot, right? Oh, wow, okay.
Didn't check for that with the dog. Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, now that you had a half buy, you wanted to try to push a bit, looking for those exits at the same time, just to hurt the econ, because technically you should still be able to buy here for the next round for Crew. So I like the fact that he still went through the teleporter to try to get a frag. And speaking about frag, it's gonna be Fra instead. It's gonna get the last kill onto Klaus. It's gonna be a little bit of Sky on Sky, where you have the attacker side taking the upper hand, and 2 very needed rounds here for Sharks because, yes, this is their map pick at the same time, Dan, but when I look back at their records, the last 4 times that they've played it in their region, qualifying into this event, they've never won it. So this is why it's also very surprising for me that Sharks wants to continue to play on Bind. I think they're very confident with the lineup. I'd be confident with the lineup that I currently have as well. Again, being a fan of double initiators, to get information, to play for information, especially on the defender side too, is going to help a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, nice opener for the showstopper there from Prozin. And now we've got Klaus trying to get back into safety, just about able to dodge around elbow. Great shots though. Prozin is looking fantastic. Klaus is able to hold on to things here on elbow at the very least. Out comes the Seekers. And it looks like actually Crew have control of this site. We see that there is a rotation now from Sharks straight to the A site after pulling all of the rotation there from Crew. As you know, he's caught the spike on the cross. This is a problem. Gonna have to take the fight here is Gabashis, and unfortunately, the spike now, once again, is down on the ground. Oh, it looked so promising initially.
Yeah. And just from the cabbages, though, unfortunately, I love saying cabbages. I got to give credit to Taylor and yourself that pulled that out on your show. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to call these cabbages from now on. But just those seekers that came out that allowed Mazzino to know where the attackers are rotating. So he holds the off angle. He's able to get the kill and drop the spike carrier onto Leitch. And not only that, throws on top of that the snake bite on the ground. And mechanically, what I also like is, yes, he's maybe wasting down bullets in this face-to-face battle trying to spray through the wall, but he's just trying to run down the time so that his teammates can rotate from Spice. Because once he dies, it's an immediate trade. It was a guaranteed round, and the chemistry that comes in for Crew right now, despite them losing a couple of rounds, the last 2 rounds, they picked it back up right away once they have the economy working back in their favor.
Oh dear, nice opening by Leitch. Able to find a kill off of the spam through the smoke. Maybe that's why the wall's been going down there as well.
Yeah.
In previous rounds, the Crew. Nagzet on that hookah position is going to be falling off. So in the early round, we are seeing Sharks doing a pretty good job here on their default. Pushing back hookah control, getting that pick towards Showers. Now they reset back towards A.
Got your trail.
Or they're going to push him back at the same time too from that dart. But at least Delzig still has the orbital strike. So this could be very good right now as he's still holding Showers. He has great crossfire from his teammates. So he doesn't have to worry about getting pushed from the back. He does get the first kill, looks back towards the Showers, but loses a fight to Donato, unfortunately.
Nice shot by Leitch as well. Mazzino is in such a good position. It's down to Nagzet here on the flank. Is he going to be able to find anything here? Oh, Leitch again. Really good round from him so far. Definitely looked like Nagzet was on top of that one. Now Klaus in the 1v3. He's been spotted as well. So that is not going to happen. Klaus will fall back and save. And yeah, I feel like this round is all about Leitch. Just getting these two kills towards short were just hugely impactful. Mazzino really looked like he was about to put a stop to the shenanigans, but Leitch with a quick flick was able to deal with that.
And those were a couple of kills that that brought him on the board on that previous round. I think when he got the 4K was his first 4 kills of the game. Now tying up to these, we talked about how Sharks, we wanted to see them find their footing. We're starting to see this right now. This is a whole different game from that first map on Icebox. And getting 5 rounds so far, tying it up on a 6-6, I'd still be pretty happy for Sharks when things didn't look like it was starting too well by losing that pistol round. So now you want to see Gabashis popping off at the same time too. But speaking about popping off, the abilities, the usage right now being used by Sharks on the attack, on the execution too, has been very good. Like this wall continues to come out towards the A side. I haven't seen it really being thrown anywhere else. So keeping this wall up and keeping them guessing really conditions Crew as to keeping guessing where Sharks might be attacking, where they want to try to fight on the attack. But now that gets fully denied by a Viper's Pit that's thrown out by Mazzino.
And we have, once again, Nagzet going back to Showers. And we get the Viper's Pit dropped on short as well. So really deterring Sharks from going there. Nice flick from Prozin, able to take down B&J. Really great opening there. And there's so much time left in the round to work with as well. This is certainly an IGL's dream. You're in a 5v4 with more than a minute to play with. The question is, what do the defenders do? They have that Viper's Pit still available on short A, so they're definitely feeling somewhat safe there, but they don't have any information right now.
Yeah, I feel that you're somewhat crippled too for Crew because of that Viper's Pit. You kind of want to stay in there, so you have a little bit of more of a weakness. You can't really stack rotations, so you're forcing even your Sage to stay Nagzet inside the showers just in case a hit's coming in towards that A side. So this is looking very good for Sharks here on the attack.
The drone is a great counter to Viper. If you can find the Viper and Tagger, that would be great. But Mazzino able to dodge the drone, picks up the kill onto Prozin, pushes further forward, leaving Sharks in a desperate position. Leitch able to get control of showers with that pick onto Nagzet. But there's still much more work to be done here. And Mazzino, and just such an annoying threat here, is going to be completely circumvented as we see the rotation towards B. But Klaus, how many times has Klaus done an excellent job in this position? Takes down one, the second, and the third! Klaus is so damn good! And now there's only one left standing, and there's no time. Mazzino finishes off Leitch, and that's a 7-5 finish in favor of Crew at the end of the first half of Map 2.
Wow. And IGL's dream to start things off early on a 5 versus 4, where Prezin continues to do an absolutely phenomenal job on the on the hookah control and getting those first bloods. But again, it comes down to the combination of just one player inside the site, getting and fighting against Decays, of potentially a wall coming up, and Klaus on the off angle in that last round to mow down 3 and deny the plant has been huge there for Crew. So yes, it does cripple Sharks in terms of the morale moving into the pistol round where you thought you had that advantage. But still, taking the defender side now, we talked about how they could elaborate their defense and how they elaborate their strategies on this map for Sharks. It could still very much be doable.
Flashing control through onto Hookah, forcing back the defenders of Sharks. It's a good way to start things off here. So you can see that's going to force up the Viper's toxic screen. Definitely good to keep control of the fuel on that one.
It's pretty much the same setup too. But the thing is, you have double initiator, right? So with this wall, you can see that a lot of information with the Silva and the Sky now for Crew's side. And you're also playing with double frenzy inside the site. This is very scary for you to try to take.
Oh, Frazan gets caught on the jiggle. And Crew now are in a really good position to try to barrel into this B site, but the toxic screen, do they respect it? It's very dangerous to push past it, but they're going to make it work. Nice jump straight through the screen, and Crew are looking really good on this coordinated push. Fantastic stuff from them. Looking very, very comfortable and coordinated. Really nice spacing.
Oh man, definitely some nice spacing because they exploded off the guided light. You saw like they jumped out the toxic screen, something very common to do. The first player to come in, go for the jump, so you pull off the crosshair placement on the first player holding defense, and the second one could swing out no problem. Exactly like that, and even kills him through the toxic screen. That was huge there from Nagzet. But that's only 2 players that swung out towards that area. The other 2 ran out towards that hookah, and they had the same type of spacing. They all focused inside that shed just to make sure that Light couldn't hold anything there, and then it was an easy sight. And this, wow, super aggressive down on Sands.
Yeah, going straight through the TP there to try to get some early pressure in on B short. Not happening though. Crew are gonna just lock it down straight away when you lose a single player. They're happy with that one. So, well, eco round, that was a very short-lived one.
Yeah,
I'd like to see it. And now we move into the buy round. So it's been a tough start to this half for Sharks.
Mm-hmm.
Question is what they have here to show us.
Oh wow. Okay, so we are able to go with pretty much everything here. We're going for the full buy. We have a full kit. I'm okay with that previous round. I think crunching into teleporter on Sands is something that could catch some teams off guard, but Crew seemed to be ready for that. This round, though, we saw how aggressive Crew was actually on that first round. They're doing the same thing on the third, but it gets denied here from teammate Flash, and BNG couldn't really get in with that satchel and a judge.
Yeah, like in the control play here, Klaus almost gets caught. In fact, it's going to be BNJ that gets caught with the judge. So huge win for Crew, holding on to hookah control. And for the likes of Crew, had they taken hookah control, I think they were looking to finish A, rotate back with the spy through market, get it onto the A site. And Sharks actually going for the push here. They're so aggressive. Frozen force back. And at this point, Vansily, it really could be either site, but it looks like
exactly
that B site.
That flash was huge because that killed all noise. You have to now try to re-peek out. You have nothing left in terms of guided light or a trailblazer to get information. So they go aggressive and they play the angle. They're trying to go. I thought it was going to be a double swing, but now Frazan gets caught, and this is going to be even harder here for Frazin. And unfortunately, he's only good for one.
Really difficult spot here. Light's going to just swing onto Klaus. Goes down as well. Denaro with the Phantom, unable to make anything happen. Ooh, big result there for Crew. Very nicely done. I was really liking what we saw on the defensive setup there from Sharks. I think it made a lot of sense, you know, putting two players on long and just playing retake on the B site. But they got a little bit unlucky in that first engagement. We're going to see it here, actually, on the left side. Frazan just slightly off with the timing. And Crew looking really good still.
Very, very good. Again, another, I think it was a first blood that came in favor of Sharks, right? But then it was a bonus round here for Crew. They still get the victory in the end. And I was scratching my head a little bit. I'm not against the fact that Prazin actually pushed down towards Sands, but what caused him to push down towards Sands when you also have two initiators in your lineup? Again, I'm gonna get back onto that to try to get the information. So I know he was trying to go for a flank moment, but was there something else that was being thrown here out from the initiators to get that information to have Prazin try to move forward? And because he falls back, not only he surrenders Sand, but he also surrenders Hookah when they had that perfect double stack in the beginning and gain that map control. So giving that away, forcing to reposition on the defense, and then gambling on a crossfire setup on B side where you don't have information. Again, he came back to Fra, forced to peek out with his body, and also losing his life in the process. So Crew doing a good job continuing to maintain the pace and control the pace of this whole series so far.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying the ways in which they've been accomplishing that, and just also how active they are. Also, just it was great seeing that previous round, you know, holding on to Hookah control and then actually still deciding to go for pushes afterwards to try to catch Sharks off. So for Sharks, they never feel safe. There's never really a moment where they can feel safe.
Ironic
from their opponent
because you're Sharks.
Yeah. And we actually get aggressive play around A Short and Cubby here, getting Prozin in a really deep position. We talked about that aggression. Has the Judge as well. Perfect weapon for the job.
Yes.
And I don't know if Mazzino is going to have a good time here. This is looking... I'm very afraid for Mazzino.
At least it's a default, right? So if he dies, at least it's information that it's close. They're creeping up slowly at the same time and also at showers. It's looking to be a hit towards the A side at the beginning, but it really comes down to this first fight at short A.
Oh, and Prozin's going to be moving into the Brimstone smoke as well. This is, again, feeling quite dangerous. How cognizant might they be that Sharks have placed Prozin in a forward position? Looks like he'll finally ease up a little bit as the smokes go away, but still very dangerous with this Judge in this position. Oh, wow. Mattino, I don't think he knew anything about that one. Just jiggling with the Phantom takes him down, and that's going to be a free A site to take full advantage of. The Viper's Pit is down as well, and this would be a 2 versus 5 retake. I don't think that Sharks want anything to do with this, but see if they can get any damage in here. Well, wow. It's a Prime Gaming flawless from Crew.
That was even on top of that, not only for the kill, but a beautiful execution. Yes, you did play against a half buy only, so technically you do have the advantage here for Crew. But to see, again, those two smokes coming in from both sides of triple, the Viper Wall, but not only that, the paint shells just to make sure you clear out towards the back of the APC, that was combined with the slow orb, and also allowing Raze to get on top of the APC. Just the map control in the execution itself for Crew was beautiful in itself. And with that, it shows that not only Sharks have been comfortable playing on this map, but definitely Crew in the end. And so far, you look at the scoreboard here, Dan, you've gotten Sharks at 5 rounds. And if it continues to what Potter was saying on the analyst desk, potentially this could be it as well. But you hope that it's going to be the other way around and that Sharks can come back and bring this potentially in a closer game and hopefully win the second map.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do. They are holding on to VUCA currently, Sharks. And the question is if Crew are going to be able to force them out. I like what Gabashis is doing, just showing presence here, but you got to be so careful.
He's been good for it, though.
He's actually going forward. He knows his angles. Beautiful stuff. The distance advantage there for Gabashis is used to perfect effect. And able to fall back in a way now. And this is very scary because it looks like we'll get Crew starting to try to swing onto the side. The toxic screen is there. It goes down! Gabashis, great stuff from him. What a round so far from Gabashis. Looking to finish it all off, but will get taken out. Done more than enough, as Brazan is the one to finish off Klaus for the round for Sharks. And if we're going to get a comeback, you know, that's a great round for it to start. Fantastic play from Gabashis.
This is where it's going to get dangerous. You don't want to poke the sleeping bear, and that being Gabashis himself. Despite losing by so many rounds, despite not living up to the performance as we walk from Gabashis, he doesn't care. Still continues to push forward, still brings in the confidence, and that is exactly what you want in terms of this land setting. The pressure is on, but you don't want to demonstrate that. You still want to play the same game as if you're playing online, as if you're playing from home, and he brought some amazing results there. This could potentially keep Sharks into the game so far, as they have a full gun round in this round. They have a Viper Spit that controls all of Showers, actually. Another different way to run the Viper Spit towards this map, actually, on Bind. And now you could focus players a stack towards the short A and also towards B.
And the Seekers will actually allow a clearance there for Gabashis, once again for Showers. So at this point, it's going to be a fast adaptation. We get the drone coming through from Denaro there, just trying to see, okay, well, we've taken over so much control around A, surely I should see something around B short if they're rotating to B, but Crew are playing quite slowly, and they're actually, they might be calling the bluff here and looking to just send it towards this A site. Spike is still down on the ground towards Market, and oh no!
Huge!
Big paint shell kill onto Mazzino. And it's the desperation play into the B site. Will Sharks be able to defend it? Oh no! Denaro goes down on the peak! He has a Hunter's Fury as well, but still, it's looking good for Crew as they make their way in.
I can't believe it, Dan. It was looking so good. Again, they had full control of Showers to kill onto short. They had smokes on Hookah. They didn't use it. They got punished when they were rotating back. And now Crew, they've turned around over. That's back on a 3 versus 3. They have a crossfire set up into the site. 2 players inside Hookah. Very difficult for Sharks to take this back because they have no flashes.
Such a great setup. Now down to Frazan to try to keep the dream alive here in this round for Sharks. And they are making it as painful as possible. Our Crew at this point is forcing him, just off the flash. There we go. Delzik finishes things. And Crew, as you say, Vansily, it just really felt like that was such a good round for Sharks to be able to just close down. But some of these peaks, you know, it just didn't go their way. It just started with Denaro losing his 1v1. Peter Hunter's Fury as well, so
yeah,
would have had the ability to use that to delay.
Delay, retake. You have, again, your Sova, right? Owl Drone, Recon Dart. You have so much into your utility. I'm okay with giving that up. Giving up the B site when you think it's lost because they took the teleporter into B. Just have your teammates come back. You still have a numbers advantage. Go for that instead.
Oh, this is scary. Mazzino's got a great angle there. The spray transfer is almost good for it. Sharks will take down Mazzino. Nagzed is investigating. Oh, no, they line up! And that's the res as well. If it wasn't bad enough, they get an extra player out of it too. And Nagzed's going to just lock off U-Haul. Denaro there with that Hunter's Fury. Able to pick off one, but it's still a 2v4 here. And this is it. Vansily, if they lose this round, if Sharks lose this round, they're out.
Well, you have Orbital Strike, so this is something that could maybe help out. Ledge hopefully could get something in terms of map control by ulting towards the U-shaped hallway, and then they could push out from that. There you go. They force it out, but BNJ comes out of the U-shaped hallway with a showstopper, and this is going to be almost game over here, Dan.
It's looking like it right now as Sharks will try to make something happen. Denaro making his way forwards. But Crew, they are playing disciplined here. The spray comes through, and Crew will finish it. A decisive victory over their opposition in Sharks. It really felt like Crew were a level above in this series, and they will move forward in the tournament. And unfortunately for Sharks, they won't get to do that. They are done here in their time in Iceland. It was a great showing from them. We got to see a lot of really cool stuff, but Crew, it's all about them.
Exactly. For the Brazilian fans, obrigado to Sharks for such good games. It was a great series on the day yesterday against Newturn, but unfortunately their run ends here. And we had that question mark. Paper Thin was saying the same thing here, Dan, going into this matchup. After seeing how Crew performed versus Fnatic, the question mark was there. How are they going to play? What type of potential can we see from Crew? Because Vikings themselves, in an interview with the Plancha boys, Sassi and Sadak were saying, Crew, they're probably even better than Sharks at this point, but we didn't see that on the first day. Now we finally do. Crew, they definitely have the teamwork, they have the strategy, the executions were beautiful here on the sites of Bind, and now we see how far, or we want to know how far can they go. It's not over now. There's still so much more Valorant to be played throughout this bracket, and also some tough opposition.
Yeah, totally agree with you there, Vansili. I think this was a really interesting showing for me with Crew as well. Also because we're thinking about, based on what we saw here against Sharks, what does that indicate against the opposition going forward? And for me, when I watch Crew, I am seeing a lot of really great reads of the map, really great tactics, strategy. They are definitely on top of this latest meta as well. And so for me, it really does feel like they could cause some serious upsets here moving forward.
Yes, definitely. Even for me, looking at Crew at this point, predicting how they would move into this bracket, into this tournament, I wouldn't be afraid to say that not necessarily they would be a dark horse, but they could definitely be a team that comes out of left field into the lower brackets that could potentially upset one of the favorites moving into the tournament. Is it going to be a top 4 finish? Maybe not. But again, just like the Asian scene, just like the Asian teams that we've watched since yesterday, Dan, they're definitely a team to look out for, and you don't mess with them. You underestimated them against Fnatic, you can't underestimate them now.
Definitely agree. And it's also one of those things too where these teams are getting more experience, they're getting more comfort, finding their place on the stage and on LAN as well. I actually haven't really talked to too many people about how it feels playing LAN just yet, but I'm sure it feels pretty damn good, and everyone's getting used to it, which is really the difference. Yeah. So, any final thoughts on that one before we go to break, Vansili?
Again, just a nice try here from Sharks. I think you definitely walk out of this event with your head high, right? Yes, despite the results not being what you wanted for this team, to still make it this far. Right? You're looking at the region and how they qualified going into this. When you're looking at the favorites of potentially Gamelanders or Furia or Pain Gaming even trying to make it into the Masters 2, you've surpassed all of that. And you've mentioned it before here, Dan, the experience that you're going to get coming into Iceland, going back home, you're definitely still going to be one of the clear favorites of your region in Brazil.
For sure. And with that said, there's a lot more talk of Valorant coming up after the break as we chime in with the analysts, and we're going to hear from Nagzet in our Verizon post-match interview.
Que lo que. Crew takes this series and sends the Sharks home. Now, we'll go ahead and take a look at what happened in that match with our post-match highlights, courtesy of Prime Gaming. But Potter, we were so close to the 13-5 meme living on, but Crew just had to give Sharks one extra round. Let's jump into those map highlights. But overall, Potter, I think this was a very impressive performance from Crew.
Absolutely, indeed. And man, I mean, we first have to just put Mazzino up on a pedestal because the way he was controlling the entire map on Bind, not only on the A site where his body was, but extending that wall over towards B, giving his Sky Klaus a lot of room to work around with those birds. It was just a beautiful, beautiful map control. At no point did Sharks even get any shower control because the Sage wall was down. It was controlling that area as well. It just seemed like if Sharks didn't 5-man contact the site and Prozen getting an insane entry with the multi-kill, they didn't really stand a chance. They didn't really get close to planting that spike.
Yeah, Lothar, it seemed like these Sharks did not have any teeth in this fight, and the Crew lived up to the name. They stuck together despite the loss against Fnatic, showing us that clearly other factors could have gone into play, as well as Fnatic being a fantastic team, but Crew looked like a whole different squad.
Oh yeah, Crew looked absolutely phenomenal, and they executed their win condition perfectly. They played a variation of a Fnatic composition on Bind that is basically like a stall disruption model when it comes to the composition, and round 6 was one of the best examples of that. But in general, like the entire idea is, oh, we're gonna use our mollies, which by the way, this is why they play Brimstone, right? There's a molly for 20 seconds, sorry, for 12 seconds stall, but also every single smoke is the longest one in the game, right? So for 20 seconds, you can stall one passage. Then when you combine that with the Viper utility that has the fuel, you just basically slot in the utility from the Brimstone and the Sage to slow down the pushes when the fuel is being revitalized by the time, you know, passing by. And that is a perfect example of how you play to your strengths, and Crew executed that perfectly. I don't know where that Crew was when they were playing against Fnatic. Was that nerves? Was that just, you know, being maybe a little bit afraid to play against one of the most known teams in the world? But they played absolutely phenomenally well.
Yeah, you know, let's not forget, it's not just that you're playing against the players, but there's also the brand as well. Fnatic is a storied name in all of esports, so I totally understand, like, there could have been, and you also were the first match of Masters too as well, so who knows, that could have been it. We'll hopefully be able to hear that when Dash goes to his post-match interview. But though, Paperton, to bring you in on this, you know, there was an awesome moment in this battle. It was actually our Verizon high-speed moment, and I think it's safe to say that Klaus definitely thought on his feet very quickly, kind of like Verizon's amazing network. Why don't you go ahead and guide me through this? By the way, that ad-lib was genius. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, Klaus was absolutely nuts from start to finish here. We're getting a few shots of some other situations going on with Light coming around. He had some really good moments. Light started out pretty rough on this. No kills until I think it was around 8 or 9 or something, and then came up with a 4K and really picked it up. But here comes Klaus waiting for it around the corner. Gets one in the head. They start to come out the window, just lines him up, knocks him down for the triple. You love to see it, and he showed it right here. He can do it long range, he can do it close range. You know, on an Icebox, he was holding down those long sight lines extremely well previously, and getting it done up close and personal on Bind.
Yeah, a very impressive display. Klaus may not have been the flashiest player, but he was probably one of the most clutch players for Crew. Now, I don't want to put Twitter and our analysts on the hot seat here, but if you go to my Twitter, someone asked me if who I thought would win, and I predicted Crew. So I don't know. I think I should be, you know, a talking
Please
head on this.
Explain yourself, though. Why would you pick Crew after the Fnatic match?
Time. That's why. Well, for one, obviously, there was a lot of positive reactions for Crew going into the event. But I think that as we stated numerous times now, right? Like, there was a clear stress that they had playing. They did not seem like themselves. I watched a lot of those Latin American games. And honestly, it just felt like Crew were missing something. And it was very clear that that confidence needed to be had, and they were able to secure it. There was logic behind it, Lothar, in case you're questioning my judgment. I just wasn't doing it for the likes and the retweets. Just so you are aware. Just so you are aware.
I tip my fedora to you.
Well,
sir.
thank you so much, sir. I tip my fedora to you as well. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, it's going to be our final match of the day. We're going to see Sentinels take the stage yet again against the Vikings. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side.
How could you say this every time? This is the new world, you told me lightly. Oh, and how could it let it fall in my lifetime? I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Stare myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Stare myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Is there a place to get away, where I can be myself, for better or for worse? I know there's a place, a secret getaway, where I can be myself, where I can be myself. Oh, and how could it let it fall in my lifetime? I don't really like that. I don't really like that. And how can you paint all the colors of my life? And I don't really like that. No, I don't really like that. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you. Stare myself in the silence, who knows if I'll even remember you. Waking up in the morning, I can't remember yesterday with you.
Hola, mi amigos. We got one more game to end our broadcast as the mighty Sentinels will take on Brazil's team Vikings. Now, Sentinels are one of the favorites to win this entire competition, and they look pretty damn good. Wouldn't you agree, Lothar?
Oh yeah, they look absolutely phenomenal, and they look great against Fnatic, and that wasn't a close. I mean, it didn't look as close as it was, right? It was a 2-0 for Sentinels, but when you look at the match, when you just take a look at the VOD, it could have gone either way. But one of the shining stars was that just Shazam and Tens were playing out of their minds. We talked about before, but Sick and that didn't really have much to do because Shazam and Tens were just basically making so much work. And that was great to see. But I wanted to point out that from the tactical point of view, Sentinels played very conservative. They didn't push really too much on defense. They just controlled the space in which they started in, and Fnatic didn't really do much with that. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why Sentinels had found so much success on defense, because on both maps, if you take a look at the heat maps, they basically never go over the starting line. And I'm curious if they're gonna go into the same strategy and with the same mindset against the next team, because it might not work that great against, you know, an explosive team like they were going to face now.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and we are going to touch a little bit on that, as a matter of fact, Paper Thin, because there are some interesting matchups here, right? What did you say? So Shazam was certainly the talk of the town yesterday, but also, you know, out of the Vikings game, everyone was also discussing Saucy, right? Like, he was playing very, very well, and this is going to be one of the matchups that we're looking out for here today.
Yeah, I mean, Saucy really impressed on the Sova, a guy that you can rely on towards the end of matches. Kind of reminds me of like a little bit of what we saw from Neth earlier today from Korea. Suggest is this kind of lockdown player at the end of a round who can come up with these big 1vx situation wins for you. But Shazam yesterday, man, on that jet on Icebox was absolutely ridiculous. 20 kills in the first half there was just insane, with the operator in particular was just landing all of his shots, finding great angles, finding great timings. I mean, it was just a absolute amazing performance that he put on for us.
Yeah, and on the other side of the field there for Sentinels is going to be Vikings, and they're looking to get that extra saucy. See what I did there, Potter? Potter, it was good, right? You're proud of me?
Yeah, you know, it was decent, Golden Boy.
We're all just a bunch of boomers up here, people, okay?
They are going to have to get extra Saucy, though, you know, because Saucy, you saw it on the stats line, right? 3 multi-kills. And in this game right now, it is so damn challenging to actually be able to produce those kinds of multi-kills. And, you know, Saucy was wielding that Bulldog a lot of the times. And with that weapon, sure, the ADS, it can be pretty fire. But, man, it is really tough to get those multi-kills. So impressive mechanics coming out from this youngster. And you absolutely saw it. Unfortunately, Vikings, they weren't able to showcase exactly their game plan. A lot of the times you saw that they were getting kind of choked up. Newturn had a lot of answers for them in that. So I'm looking for them to, I think they will match up really well versus Sentinels, though, because Sentinels, they love to fight. Tens, he's not going to back down. And I think that first confrontation along the walls, that's going to help Vikings get something going for themselves.
Yeah, Paper Thin, Vikings are going to have a lot to deal with here, considering the prowess of some of the players on Sentinels, and the fact that at any point in time, a member of Sentinels can go off. It's certainly something we got to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings kind of got a taste of it yesterday with Patipon, but I think in general what I'm looking here for the Vikings is a little bit more variation in some of their early game plays. Really, X10 had a really good read on some of their pistol rounds, particularly on Ascent. They knew exactly what they're going to do. They set up perfectly for it, really shut them down early, put them on the back foot. If you get behind against the Sentinels like that, I'm really concerned for them as this series progresses. You know, the Sentinels looked unbelievable yesterday, and they looked like they can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the world.
Yeah, but at the same time, when it comes to Vikings, I'm a little bit worried about the big picture, the macro level. You know, when it comes to Brazilian teams, Vikings on the Icebox, an example, they play still with that, let's say, old style lineup. Well, I know. Valorant is not even, well, a little bit over 1 year old, but they play with Jet, with Killjoy, Omen, Raze, and Sova, right? There's no Viper. We don't see really much Astra. And coming from an entire region, we have seen that also in the Sharks. There's not much adaptation made, I feel like, so far, at least, in this tournament from this region. And it might end up hurting them, right? We know that how it ended up for Sharks. And I just hope it will not be the same for Vikings. It will be just a shame. But it is a big problem for maps like Icebox when they don't even have something that I touched upon, I feel like 3 times already. The teams coming up to Icebox without a set plan on how do we want to execute are just being tunneled into one side. No Sage, no Viper. We're gonna be probably just gonna force going to A every single round, and Sentinels were gonna read that, so they're gonna just set them up. And because of that, Shazam and Tens again might just have the time of their life, because on A they were on a tear when they were playing against Fnatic. There was just free frags everywhere, and this might be the same story here.
Well, Potter, to that point though, and Lothar brings up something that I think is worth talking about. In the Crazy Raccoon matchup that we saw earlier today, right? X10, Crazy Raccoon, they were changing things up. And in fact, I think Crazy Raccoon were changing things up a little too much, incorporating things that they were just not very comfortable with. And Lothar saying they need to adapt. But do you feel like potentially Vikings need to play their game and do what brought them to the dance to begin with, because, you know, there's not a lot of time to adapt between opponent to opponent in this tournament?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, you've got to find that fine balance, right? Of being able to adapt and call those audibles on the fly, but at the same time, you've got to stick to your strengths. You've got to stick to what got you to this point so far. And, you know, it's kind of weird because Vikings, we've seen some amazing rounds coming out of Saucy, and even Sudicus, their Omen, he was an absolute anchor. But I do think that this team has a lot of room to grow because the Duelists, FRZ, and GTNZ, these guys were a little bit more quiet in that server. So I think if they are able to kind of all get on the same page, be able to solidify their game plan, they should have a little bit more room to showcase exactly what they're made of here in this series.
You can see the players there in Iceland getting prepared and set up, ensuring that everything is up to par, up to their standard, of course, as we await the final confirmation that the game is going to begin. Paper thin, though, there is a lot of talk about Sentinels being the favorites, the clear favorites to walk away from this, especially after yesterday. The NA banter has been on an all-time craze. The amount of Reddit threads that I've seen, there's like one thread right now talking about how armchair analysis with Shazam saying that people say they had a puggy style back in the day. I was just laughing reading the whole thing. And I think like now it's safe to say like Sentinels, they've established their dominance in North America and they're looking to establish their dominance globally. Do you think that this is the tournament for them to do so?
I think they have a really good shot with what I've seen so far. I mean, I like the way Lothar put it when they were on Haven. They were very patient. They were very methodical, getting good lineups, getting good setups, and those kind of things. On Icebox, they were particularly destructive. I think for the Vikings here, if they try the same kind of stuff they did against X10 on Icebox, where they're just kind of blind walking into Viper's pits and things like that, they're going to find themselves really falling apart. Zoms is doing a great job on the Viper, holding things down. Everything looks so good for the Sentinels right now that top to bottom, there's not a bad player on this team in any sense. I mean, they're all just fragging out of their minds at times. And what are you going to do? In a tournament like this, sometimes players can just take over. They just catch fire and they can just run over other teams.
Yeah, now, Lothar, I know it may have appeared like I called you out for the adaptation comment, because I always like to get the both sides of the conversation. Now, Vikings, though, they are the best out of Brazil, right? They're coming into this as the top seed. Clearly, these guys are no slouches whatsoever. Who are the players that you need to that we all need to pay attention to as we get ready for this matchup?
I think it has to be Saucy, right? Has to be Saucy. How does that meme go? For the blind is the bold. For the hungry is the bold. For the sick is the bold. For the loner is the bold. I think that is how it goes. I think the chat knows it. But the guy is nuts, you know?
Yeah.
And I hope that he's gonna be showing up in this match, because he's those type of players that I also like to just watch even when I don't see the gameplay. He's like Boaster, you know? He's like the Brazilian Boaster. He's very energetic. He's very positive, something that I feel like in Valorant and in esports in general is very appreciated when you have players that you can bond with. And this event was, well, okay, very eventful when it comes to showcasing that, right? We have so many cool personalities here in the scene, so I'm very happy to see players like that. Yeah. And he can frag out, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
All right, well, for those of you guys who are at home, make sure you follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Valorant Esports so that you know exactly what's going down here at Masters 2. And the fans have spoken, and 62% say that Sentinels will walk away with the win. 62%, quite interesting. Potter, your thoughts and your predictions.
I'm going to go with Sentinels here. I think this is going to be a very brawly series, but I got to go with my boys over at Sentinels.
All right, Paper Thin, what about for you?
Well, I'm 0-2, so I've gone from balding to balding, but I'm picking the Sentinels this time around.
All right, Lothar, quickly, who do you got?
Yeah, I'm just going to go with the flow, Sentinels.
All right, well, you heard it here, folks. Sentinels, everyone believes that they are going to win. Map Select with the coaches is about to get underway. It's the best from Brazil and the best from North America. Let's send it over to your casters and get this game going.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yes, here we are once again. We get to see Sentinels, but this time they're going to be playing a Brazilian team. This is such an interesting one. We talked about Brazilian teams and how they are. We have to watch out for them. And lots of people posited that perhaps the Brazilians would really shock us here at this event. Going into this one, Vansili, they're up against quite a tall task. The Sentinels are certainly not to be trifled with.
100%. And if you've actually listened, chat and fans of Valorant, yesterday in a post-game interview from Sasi and Dash, I think he was trolling at some point because he said, hey, we've been practicing so far with an Omen. We got wrecked here towards the scrim times. We're just going to play our own game and figure out how things will work. But I think that they definitely have some hidden things under their sleeve that could potentially upset Sentinels in the series. But again, Sentinels top in North America, big test going into this event for Masters 2, a big test versus Fnatic, and they did quite well.
Yeah, certainly did. And as we see the teams, facing each other here, it's just so beautiful to see just a North American team against a Brazilian team. How long have we been waiting for this? And again, this game, exactly. And in this game, anything can happen. Truly, it really can. And I can't wait to see the kinds of setups that we're going to be seeing here out of both sides. I think, we've seen that Vikings have, proven themselves, so far, obviously, to get to this point, to, of course, within their region, respectively, to be very good. But, objectively, just in terms of how we have seen, Valorant played, this is a pretty solid team, like, all around. It's they have their own style, and some of their setups might be readable if Sentinels have put the work in, but I don't know if Sentinels is that kind of team even to like overstudy their opponents and really try to take that approach where you're trying to anti-strat. To me, Sentinels is not quite that team, and they're not really equipped that way either. Not a team with a coach either. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out as we get to see our maps.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need a coach when you have a 4-head that's like a 10-head with Shazam, right? The amount of practice and studying that he puts into all of these teams and just applies everything just perfectly for Sentinels. It may look like they never switch a lot in terms of their compositions for Sentinels, but just one small thing in terms of an agent composition, for example, with Astra now coming out for Zoms, it's good enough to still continue to dominate for the whole scene, at least in North America and so far in Masters 2. For Vikings, for me, definitely going into this event, there were the dark horses of this event along with Newturn. They do have upset potential. They do have raw aim and good aim. They do have a great Sova player and Sase, where a lot of players or a lot of fans in Brazil would probably even them up to like a Zeta into Cloud9 or into Hiko in terms of the clutch factor in Brazil. So there's going to be a lot going on, resting on to Sase, but also on to Sadak as the IGL. They study the teams a lot too. So now they all have to come in together for Vikings, because now you're trying to figure out, okay, where's Shazam going to opt, for example, on the first map being Icebox? How can we actually counter that right now? What can we use? What agent composition can we have? And what role every single piece will have in this series? Because Dan, when you look back at Icebox, when he played against X10 yesterday, just as Lothar said, they were playing no Sage, no Viper, but in the past, qualifying here into Masters, they also played with a Sky. And I'm pretty sure they played with a Sova at the same time too, so double initiator. And I think if they go back to that type of composition, it would actually be really nice against Sentinels, who like to play like the trade style, that play style that comes very aggressive on his retakes because they're so good for trading. But as you see the agent composition, nothing will change for Vikings.
Yeah, it's. I was wondering if we would see that Viper, as you mentioned, that is an agent that Salaki does actually go to on some maps like Vines, but here we're seeing the Killjoy coming through instead, actually going for a double duelist there with GTN on the Raze and FRZ on the Jet as well. And in terms of what Sentinels are running, we are so well accustomed to it. I think we've spoken to Shazam many times in terms of how he kind of runs shop with the team, and I feel like Shazam figured out very early on, even being someone from CS, that this is a game where you have to really understand. Firstly, you have to have good chemistry on the team. Everyone has to mesh really well in terms of how they play the game. But I think Shazam figured out how to make small adaptations based on his players and still keeping things loose and still keeping everyone very, very comfortable because you've got to give a lot of flexibility to your individuals in this game. And we're straight into it. This is map 1 between Sentinels and Vikings. Best of 3 here in the upper bracket. We'll see exactly how this one goes down. Vikings on the offense to begin with.
So excited for this one, Dan. This might be the first time where Sentinels could finally taste this whole W from Brazil. What is it going to look like? But it's going to be Shazam that does that instead. An updraft onto Belt. Oh, the timing off that. He might still be able to catch some players on the fast flank, but that means it's an A site that's open.
Yeah, Sassy's going to get caught, and this is quite confusing for Vikings. Like, how did he... I don't, but we have a spike plant, so that's fine. Shazam looking to get his pistol on. Known for his pistol aim, but Sudicast will be able to take him down. Again, forward apologies for any mispronunciations. We'll try our best.
Oh, you nailed that one. You nailed that one, Dan.
Sentinels with that retake. Recon dart goes forward. Sentinels getting closer now. Just diving through that dark cover. No fear at all from Sick. Trace coming through now as Sentinels starting to gain more ground. We'll be able to actually start pressuring this spike. The tap comes through from Tens and just sliding along the zip line. Not a care in the world. It's up to Zoms to try to finish this one off, but I don't know they will have time for this one.
Well done.
Sadaki is just going to be chilling up there in the attacker nest, and well, there it is. Zoms is going to go down as well. And that'll be Vikings picking up the piss around. Lovely stuff.
All thanks to good timing, right? Because when you looked at the retake and the battle coming in from Sentinels, like Potter said, it was going to be a bloodbath. And what I'm most looking forward to in terms of the gunfights, then, is later on, once we finally had the rifles come in. Again, I'm going to have to go back to the double bullets here. That's coined by the way that the Brazil plays their rifles, the Vandals, and especially even sometimes the Phantom too, just going for those 2 taps very consistently and dancing around with the 30% forgiveness that you have in terms of mobility, because when you're strafing and counter-strafing, there's still more forgiveness into this game than there is, for example, in Counter-Strike. So Vikings have developed their own firing style, but on LAN, is it going to be good enough versus Sentinels, who, look at the roster themselves, have great firepower throughout the roster?
Certainly. It's definitely, you have to be able to meet them on that field first and be able to hold your own. That's the first test. Making their way, our Vikings, towards this B site. And that toxic screen is set up nicely here for Sentinels on the defense for retakes, and also just to delay the effort onto the site. Very annoying. And the rotation's in.
Tens has a Marshall. We've seen this yesterday, so you got to be careful if you're Vikings.
Yeah, looking for the moment to collapse here. It doesn't look like it's going to be an easy one. In fact, with that said, you called it. Tens able to take down 1, and that's the spike not being planted. I think it was denied just in the nick of time here, which creates a lot of issues because now they have to go. Vikings have to push back onto the site to get the spike, and they've managed to get the spike. And in fact, FLZ is going to take that straight to the A site. Okay, might be able to catch it on the cross. Will Six see it? I don't think Six saw that in time.
And another TTN was still stuck at yellow, so it's going to be an easy, 3v1 into... Oh, there you go. The round's over. That's 10 with the Marshall here, Dan.
Yeah, that was a really nice movement there across to the A side from B. I think it was really unlucky that Tens was able to find that kill, because Tens denying the spike there created way too many problems. And you can see this is through the smoke. Oh, actually, well, there you go. That is unfortunate. We've all been there. The dark cover just going down just at the wrong time. That made all the difference. I think if the spike goes down, it's still a very winnable round for Vikings.
Correct. And with that, though, that disruption that was created by Tens at that point, and again, a little bit of a disadvantage by not having somebody like an agent, like a Viper, to continuously put that wall up, because once that dissipates and you're not able to get that plant down, it's just you're open now trying to cross over to get these plants in a sight. And another Marshall kill here from Tens onto Sadak, as we do have a hero buy coming in there. Sassy, actually no, Sassy still has that Bulldog from the previous round. The rest are going to be on an Eco, and they're just getting melted away way. This should be an easy round for Sentinels to make it a 2-1. So after the eco, you're going to right now just turn the page here for Vikings, and then you're just going to try to bring it back. Although I may be speaking too soon. It's a 2 versus 1, but he also only has 1 HP.
1 HP. That's nasty. Very difficult situation for Sassy. The Bulldog as well. And Sentinels are not going to give anything for free here. They are just playing it completely safe, giving a lot of respect to Sassy. Trying to play this one correct. And as far as Sentinels are concerned, they can allow the spike to be picked up, because once the spike is planted, or that they start to hear the planting sound, that then gives them the information as to where Sassy is. And then that allows them to know precisely how to play together to get the kill and guarantee it. So
yeah.
With that said, though, you know, Sassy's had to make so much noise here, and there's such little time left. It looks like it will be a gentleman's agreement. Sassy will be saving,
10 seconds left.
and Sentinels will not pursue.
So 2 rounds in a row here saved by Sassy. So he was able to get 1,000 credits, another 1,000 credits, plus all the ability that he's bought in the last 2 rounds. He probably doesn't have that much going on. Maybe enough for shields and buying stuff here for maybe a lower buy for one of his teammates. But this has been very good here for Sentinels. And again, I thought that we might see something a little bit different for Vikings from pulling at least some flashes. If you don't have a Viper, if they played a Sky before in the past, this would have been very good if they want to try to take sites over, for example, on the A side. Because again, look at this medium map of where Shazam is currently being placed. He's with the operator towards the A side. Who else do they have to face against? They have to face up against TenZ. And when you don't have any flashes to try to push him back, it's going to be easy for Shazam to land these shots, as we've seen before in different days.
Yeah, and TenZ up there, large and in charge, but taken down actually without getting a single kill is certainly going to create some issues. The dash comes through. That's going to gain some very quick forward space here for Vikings. 6 managed to creep under the rafters, and Shazam's starting to peer out now as well, looking to see what he can find. We know he's quick for the flick, but it doesn't look like he's going to get any peeks here. Dapper, though, taking down Sassy, makes it a 4v4. Sentinels will have to go pretty deep here, though. But the Nano swarms up on the box to delay. No peeks being given. Shazam's quite deep now. Spots one. Has to dash away. And playing the post-plant shenanigans. The lineups are there. Are they able to deny this, though? The diffuser's coming through.
Oh, my.
Come off of it. Beautiful work there from Vikings. It felt like they just put Sentinels in a checkmate position in terms of the post-plant with the way that they had the lineup set up. Looked like Sentinels, it looked like they had a chance, but in reality, there wasn't really an answer.
Mm-hmm. And I guess this is a great way to actually push back the operator from Shazam as well. So they didn't have any flashes, as we mentioned before, but how they do it is they actually do have the cloud burst being thrown at the beginning from their jet, and at the same time, the owl drone comes out from Sassy to tag Shazam and force him out of this spot. Yes, you would have expected maybe a couple of kills here to even up the tally when they were pushing up against TenZ, but that's just a great push coming in from Vikings. What I do find very interesting as well, though, is Vikings are consistently planning on top of the A tower so far of the A site. So no default spots, very dangerous when you don't have, like, again, the Viper or anything to try to help out the plant, not a Sage Wall to try to cover the plant too, but it's been perfect so far for the Pulse plant with the utility from the Nanoswarms and the Snakebite combined with the Viper Cloud.
Oh, and interestingly, the lockdown looks like it might come through here, and Sick is 1 away from Hunter's Fury, so he can't actually deny this. Now the question is, will they sacrifice one player on the defense Sentinels to try to get some kills? TenZ is the man to do it. He's going to be able to take down one. In fact, a second kill coming through as well. Traded out by FRZ. And Sudicast towards B, just lurking on through. And
wow,
this is interesting. 40 seconds. Oh, trying to get out of there, out of the A site, on the rotation towards B. And Sadiki will be lost, and TenZ is going to be rezzed. So this is getting very interesting now. This is a very difficult situation.
30 seconds left.
Oh no, Shazam is going to find a perfect timing on this one. There's nothing that can be done about that. We'll get taken down by Sudicast, but a 1v3 now in store for him. Here's the stepping, plays through the smoke, tries to punish. Now they know exactly where Sudicast is in, and he's going to be in so much trouble. There's a good attempt at a recovery, but not good enough in the face of Sentinels, it seems, and they're going to pick up the round 3-2.
Yeah. Danny was definitely a good attempt at that point. I think on that 4 versus 2, you wanted to try to gamble a little bit at that point, right? To move back towards B side was the right call, and it comes down to where the positioning of Sutikas was at, actually on the rotations from Sentinels, because he pushed all the way out towards Snowman, towards that spawn side, hoping to catch some players from Sentinels at Boiler, moving into the kitchen side. But after that res, everybody went towards that mid, under tube, getting back from oranges to go for that defuse. So a little bit unfortunate of where the positioning was at, and you just want to get the plant down at that point in a 4v2. At least that was successful.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that they had the lurk kind of there to be activated in the first place. That extra dimension to their game is going to be very beneficial.
Yes.
As we see that almost amounting to an opportunity to just save the round entirely. Ooh, the Hunter's Fury coming through. Doing some damage. Shazam down. Ozzy trying to find what he can there with the Blaze Storm. Trying to punish the Hunter's Fury now. There goes the Cloudburst by 410. Trying to just create a path, and it's going to work out. Tens goes down.
Wow.
And this is looking like a struggle here for Sentinels. Oh! Once again, finding himself 2 unlikely kills. Just finding that perfect timing to create all kinds of problems. But he's alone against 3 players. Is there any extra damage to be done here by Dapper? Absolutely not. Sassy will take him down, but it was a good attempt, and it will keep the money honest here for Vikings.
Wow, that was very well done there for Vikings too. As we talked about how Sentinels are very good at like switching the tempo of how they play this game. Sometimes you want to play aggressive, play for the trades. Sometimes you just want to play more conservatively, just like the other series we saw. And for me, who's more accustomed to that stereotypical Vikings, hey, let's keep pushing forward, or just Brazil in general, for them to just hold default towards spawn side and punish an early aggression from Sentinels towards mid was actually very key for them to just open up towards the A side after. A blind, I think that was a blind Hunter's Fury too from Sassy to get that kill. So expecting the position of our Tens is currently playing always around that 410, caught him off guard, disrupted also the site, allowed for Vikings to get in, and to get that win was actually quite huge. So at 3v3, the battle comes back and forth. An Owl drone that came out just to scout at the beginning from Sick into the mid side, but it's not going to surmount to too much information, except for this reconner potentially that could see towards the bottom of the tube. It's just going to be hidden away by FRZ at the bottom of that ramp. So you could still lurk up towards this side. Shazam's in a great position right now, though, if FRZ decides to fall back. So a very not necessarily default, but they're holding angles very aggressively here for Sentinels just to try to pin down FRZ.
Yeah, I'm loving this opening from Vikings. As they make their way back towards A, though, in the late rounds, we're going to see that Tens will pick off Sadiki. And FRZ there in mid will be spotted as well. I feel like Sentinels have a pretty good read of what's going on at this point.
Yeah.
Where is Tens? Just trying to contact through our Vikings. Tens is in such a good position, especially with the bait there. Empress popped by Tens. And there's still 5 players here standing for Sentinels, and the spike still needs to go down, but there is just so little time to do it. FRZ trying to fight against Tens, and the delay is just so much at the same time for FRZ to try to contend with, as he just walks into the angle that Tens is holding with Empress. Not going to be able to withstand that. And Sentinels pick up the round, and we're back and forth here, I have to say, Van.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, 4-3. It's been great to see that slow down. I liked that from Vikings, putting more emphasis around mid in the early round there. That was cool to see.
Exactly. It's something that we don't see quite often throughout the matches that we've witnessed casted, where mid control seems to be left out in the open kind of, and working the extremities, the standard of running out the Owl drone or the Sova utility to try to push back towards the B side. I like the presence towards mid from both of these teams. And with that, though, getting that positioning, as we mentioned before, pinning FRZ in that tube side, Ten's playing from where he is right now. You always kind of guess, is he going to play a Raze? Is he going to play a Reyna? Playing a Reyna on this map seems to work wonders for him because of these aggressive plays, and he could dismiss aways on his kill. Sorry.
Oh, Sick doing a great job from the backside, and he's going to just go into completion here. Shazam up on the high ground. Ooh, just barely able to dodge that one, down to 10 HP. 2v3 here for Vikings. Make that a 2v2 as Toms goes down, and there might be some space, some breathing room after all to get the spike planted. There we go. Shazam creeping around, might find a timing here. Very dangerous. Dapper makes his way forwards, goes down. It's up to Shazam here. 70 health. Can he make it work? Absolutely not. Denied by GTN. Great round again from Vikings. We've talked about the back and forth, and we get it here once more.
Little things as well from seeing Dapper throwing those slow orbs on the top of the A tower, right? I think they do that quite often, especially on the post-plant situation, so that nobody could really get into the tower and move forward to create like a one-way angle so they have verticality over players running towards spawn side. And even this is actually really good against a team like Vikings, who in the first 2 rounds have been planning a lot towards this A tower side. So now they force them on the ground. You fight on even angle, and even maybe take the upper hand because you're rotating through spawn side on that rafter. But aim seemed a little bit more shaky this time for Sentinels on that retake. Vikings on point for that, winning that round. But this round here, we have an early ult coming out from Zombs. He's just trying to deny visibility from how they're playing towards this orb side. And are they trying to fight for the orb too to give it to Shazam?
There is still a drone available here for Sassy, as we can see. That can obviously be a good way to deal with a Viper's Pit, but they're going to ignore it entirely and just go for the run towards B. And you can see the rotation.
Shazam picked up the orbs.
You should run.
And there's the lockdown as well, clear on any sneaky players in any close positions. Gives a lot of space to work with post-plant as well. Shazam, oh, over the top, he gets 2! Shazam again! He did it yesterday, and here he is once more with the knives causing problems. Still more players to go. Shazam, he wants every last one. This is a problem. The defuse now is being pressured. Vikings are surely going to have to start to push forward because they don't know what's going on. The Hunter's Fury comes through from Sassy, but there it is, Shazam looking for the 8. Out comes the Sheriff, can't pull the trigger in time, but the defuse is coming through from Sick, and there is no time to stop it. Tens with the cover, and Shazam again, the X Factor with the Blade Storm, is going to give Sentinels an extra round.
That is how you deny momentum for sure. So the ult, yes, it was a half buy coming in for Sentinels. They ulted not only to deny visibility into the A site, but also to allow Shazam, who is 1 point away from getting the Blade Storm, picks it up, and this is the result to it, right? You've mentioned it, Dan. Yesterday has been key with the Blade Storm against Fnatic. Well, he does it again versus Vikings. Unfortunately, couldn't get that ace, but at least it's good enough for spacing and allowing actually the scaling from Sentinels on that retake into the defender spawn, back into the site, and giving it a lead again into the first half.
And more pressure coming through to aid this round. We got a Blade Storm out here for FRZ. As Sodiki is able to take down Shazam. Rez coming through. Chaos now as Sentinels try to hold on to the backside. That wall allows Sick to have position here, and he's going to be able to take down the Spike for free. Sodiki's going to be out of the round now, and FLC still with the knives ready to go, but this round is slowed down, and it's looking good for Sentinels.
How'd that showstopper miss?
I don't understand. I simply don't understand. And now it's down to Sassy, looking pretty desperate here. Shazam will take him down, and it really felt like the momentum going into the site was so good for Vikings, and then there was just a certain point where they just couldn't go any further.
Yeah, just a missed clearing, I think, because at that point, somehow, getting into site, getting that wall up for Vikings, and looking for basically a default plan to play the retake, this is an angle that wasn't checked. Sick to be able to allow him to creep down towards low rafters and get that kill. Not only that, but onto the spike carrier, and dude, he's down at 12 HP. He swallowed the rocket. I don't know what was going on there for Sick, but he's got the blessing of Valorant for that time to survive that one. So 6-4, I gotta say, you're right, Dan. The momentum was there for Vikings to take that site, but just not clearing or double clearing back into the truck side of the back of the A site allow for Sick and Sentinels to regain momentum of the round.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll go back to that point more because there's some important stuff there. But once again, Vikings are going for this A site, and this time they're going to go into a more committed fashion, trying to get that backside control. That Cloudburst does prevent that backside peak, but Sentinels still have these positions to peak from the high and low ground to work off of. And it might be quite beneficial, but no, Vikings able to find the kills this time, and it's going to leave Sentinels down to just 2 players. And it seems like we've had so many rounds like this. Vikings will get shut out, but then just almost doing the same thing. The next round will have a significantly better result. And there it is, for the Prime Gaming Flawless, no less.
I'm actually really liking their attacker side here, Dan, for Vikings, because that was my biggest question mark again against Shazam. What do you do? How do you get him off of his position from the operator on that A site? And the amount of times that Vikings have been pushing towards the A site, but they're working the left side of the site instead of swinging towards the right, unless there's like a wall that comes up. If they are able to get Shazam out of his position on the left side of the site by truck, then they work towards the right side of screens and they pressure up into the A site that way, and don't really allow Sentinels to have an easier retake on their end. So Sentinels, to be able to win this round, they have to be on point. They have to be cohesive in terms of the chemistry for their retake plays, which is why it continues to be back and forth right now. Vikings are definitely putting up a good fight.
And Shazam on those knives at the end of the round, or sorry, at the end of the half, is certainly a scary prospect.
To 100%.
Hunter's Fury is available for Sassy, and Sadiki is an ultimate orb away from a lockdown. So you see that control will be gained here towards the A site. I'm sure they'll want to get Sadiki onto that orb. Tens deals with the drone. Up by the pipes, he's a problem. And Tens will actually drop down on to 410, trying to escape here. They're actually trying to run him down. They are having success, in fact, forcing him away. Still Shazam backside, waiting for his opportunity with these knives. And that's Killjoy ultimate. The lockdown does come through to force out Sentinels from the site, which will give a lot of post-plant positioning here for Vikings. And with that Hunter's Fury, they're going to have a lot of strength in his post-plant.
Yeah, and small detail too for Shazam to be able to escape without using a dash could still be huge right now for the retake.
All coming through actually around 410. This is getting quite hairy here. Sudicast will try to dodge that Hunter's Fury from Sassy as it goes forwards, and Shazam is still waiting for his moment, going forward with the knives, and does take down one. Tens also able to do some damage. It's up to Sassy now. There's no more util after this shock dart. Will it be enough? The shock dart, oh, down to 6 HP Dapper. He survives, and Sentinels end the first half 7-5, just a mere 2-round advantage, and it feels like they need it. Vikings are playing great so far.
100%. I do agree with that, Dan. They're displaying some great Valorant right now for the region, really representing Brazil so far in this clash of, some would actually call Titans, right? A lot of players or a lot of fans are considering Vikings to be not only underdog dark horse, but could potentially win it all, especially if you're a Brazilian fan. So to go toe-to-toe right now versus Sentinels in this way, look at the amount of utility that gets popped off, and it's so hard to cast because at the same time, it's just trade and a kill after kill. So the spacing and also the trade ability from both of these teams have been on point. It goes back and forth onto the scoreboard, onto the kill feed on top of that too, and I'm loving such this close game that we're currently witnessing so far.
Definitely, and straight away in the second half pistol, we're seeing the drone used by Sentinels to get control towards B, get that information, get the ultimate orb, and the rotations coming through for Vikings as well. They're looking to meet this before it gets to planting a spike, and my goodness, Dapper takes down Sudicast. He had a couple opportunities there, didn't quite work out. Wall goes up for Dapper to get a plant, and there it goes. Not really an angle here, I don't think, for anybody to abuse. Sassy does try with a reveal, but as we follow Sadiki, we'll see if he was able to be able to do anything here. Pushing forward. Post-plant positions are strong. Oh, that's an excellent shot there from Sadiki. What else has he got in store for us here as he goes forward, getting really close to these players? Dapper takes him down, and it's just FRZ with any workable amount of health here. That frenzy up close, and it's just not working out. Dapper is delivering frag after frag. And it's just a matter of time here for Sassy. One bullet will do it. And there is that bullet, and Sentinels pick up the pistol. And that's great to see as well, because, you know, you love to see the pistols traded. I believe Vikings won the pistol in the first half.
Yeah, and even at that point, it was you're kind of happy that Dapper still stayed alive, because I was chuckling a bit. He got into the B site while he was having his burial wall up, getting ready to throw it onto the B side, and suddenly you have a swing coming out from the defenders, and it catches him off guard, where potentially that would have been a spike lost. But now you get, what, 3 kills, a spike plant going on top of that too. Look at how close you're already into the res here. There was a big round here for Sentinels, and this res could definitely come into factor in about 2 or 3 rounds once you have a player like FRZ continue to push forward, trying to fight for these orbs, trying to build up his Bladestorm, and try to build the economy back here for Vikings. But with this round, it's going to be a slow hold for Vikings, stacking up towards the A side. Shazam's the one that's going to try to look for some information there, but the rest of the team of Sentinels are lurking up towards this B side, slowly creeping up.
Yeah, and it feels like Vikings have a good read of this now. They're starting to make movement around the map. And this is the thing, though, is Sentinels cut noise, and they're rotating back and forth, and so it looks like they're about to catch this push that could be in store here around A main. This is a big moment because close range battle could be favorable here, but nothing doing for Vikings. Zombs will take 2 down, and that's a free A bomb site, and they know it.
When you're fighting Classics in no armor versus a Spectre, not easy to get that win. So like you said, Dan, open sight, forcing the hand out of Vikings to push forward, and punishing them on looking for that information for Vikings should be looking to be a flawless, almost a Prime Gaming flawless. And there it is.
There it is. All right, so 9-5 now in favor of Sentinels. We get into our first buy round here for Vikings. Super curious what we'll see. They're definitely a team that have a lot in their playbook.
I want that knife so badly, Dan. Just like something about dual wielding a knife in this game seems so cool, but I don't know how disruptive it could be on the screen. But yeah, definitely. So at this point, though, a gun round coming in for Vikings. You have a 4-round cushion for Sentinels. I'm definitely okay with them keeping the Spectre so far. The res is already ready for Dapper, and Zoms is 1 away from a Viper's Pit. So if they get a kill and put a Viper's Pit somewhere to deny on a post plant, very difficult here for Vikings to play the retake.
And Shazam's actually going to take down Sassy early on here towards the A side. And with all this pressure towards B as well, Sentinels could reset in the mid round here, which it looks like they might be considering. Just cut the noise and force Vikings to play 2 to a site or play info somewhere. And it looks like actually Sentinels are just going to hold. And so again, you know, if you wait long enough, it's more likely that the defenders are thinking to themselves, well, they could have rotated back, so we're going to have to rotate some players off. And you can see on the minimap, that's exactly what's happening. Just by waiting, Sentinels have made their attack on B stronger.
Yeah, and Sutakas is going to be on his own now inside this B site. He's going to have to be on point with potentially a quadruple swing onto this B site. This wall is going to come up. Should be an easier plant now that they have the wall to come up at the same time as well. And there you go. So Sentinels is going to come in for a plant. You're going to have to play a retake once again for Vikings with a man disadvantage, but also Sassi dying early means they have no recon for the retake inside this Viper's Pit.
There's so much utility all over the place. It's so confusing to see exactly if you were in that smoke where players are going to be coming from. But looks like there's a good sense of it here for Sentinels, especially for Zoms as he lurks around inside that Viper's Pit looking for any oncoming assailants.
No way.
Goodness, GTN knows those angles. Takes down 10s from a distance, and with that, maybe there's a chance here. But time is an issue. They've got to move, and it looks like the movement will be to retreat and to hold on to these weapons. Makes a lot of sense. Very close one.
It looked pretty good, though. I'm not going to lie. I'd love to see the replay from GTN's POV. Like, we saw that 3rd kill on the top through the Viper's Pit on top of green, but the first 2, I'm thinking that it's also some random sprays through the smoke for those kills. And that is actually pretty good to hurt the economy of Sentinels, who continue to be like pretty much on the run so far in the second half. And there you go. Look at that. That was pretty sick.
Wow. All right.
And that's the 2-bullet dance. The 2-bullet dance. And he lands those shots. So they're practicing this so far, despite having a composition that, you know, we said it, no Viper, no Sage, blah, 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 blah. It's like, hey, we're comfortable with our composition. We know how to play this, and they're playing it almost to perfection, where it's been a very difficult half for Sentinels on the defender side. But the attacker side so far has been a whole different story here, Dan.
Yeah, it really has. And Sentinels will kick this round off with just defaulting out pressure towards A and B long control. Very scary playing against 10s. I'm very sure that that's quite an intimidating prospect. Team there with a Vandal just ADSing away, looking for the taps. Got to be very careful about giving up kills to 10s in this position. You don't want to do it. And in the meantime, with 10s showing that presence, we are seeing a contact through, and 10s will get the frag eventually. He will not be denied. Vikings in for some trouble. It could be decent paint shells. You can see Dapper just barely escapes that one. It does delay the spike plant for the time being. Buys some extra time for the rotation. Oh, the shock dart missing there. I think again, in fact.
Yeah.
That's so unfortunate. And they have nothing left here, Vansili. They've been completely annihilated for yet another Prime Gaming flawless.
The idea was there. I think maybe losing FRZ early like that was a detriment for sure, especially when you're playing a Jet that you could try to dash away if Tennis is trying to shoot at you. But the way that they threw the recon dart just to combine it with the paint shells to deny the plant was huge, because off that, you're even able to throw the Sancho charges onto the wall from GTN, potentially break that wall. But again, because you've lost a player so early, it just makes it harder. As an anchor player inside the site that you've lost, much more difficult for the retake, and Sentinels just took advantage of that one for sure. And now they're forcing VKS, the Vikings, on an eco, and VKS are looking for the timeout to figure out what to do, potentially in the further rounds, right? You have a showstopper at this point. Do you want to try to fight for orbs too for Sadak so he could have a Killjoy ult into the next round should they not win this eco round, and try to figure out what to do? And it looks to be a hero buy so far for GTN.
Yeah, and interestingly, I think, was it from Masters when we had that statistic showing that hero buys had like a 38% win rate or something like that.
Yeah.
Like significantly higher than just, a Sheriff save round, for example. I think that was from Masters 1. And we'll see if there can be any success here from Vikings with this hero buy. I'm definitely a big fan of it. I think in CSGO it became, much more popular in the recent years.
Yeah. And I feel like it's definitely more doable in this game right now for Valorant. So to be able to have that on top of that, the showstopper. So as you're shooting away and they're trying to run away from the showstopper from Sentinels, and you now have gain map control and switch over to a Vandal to try to capitalize on an entry with that too, it could be very beneficial right now for Vikings on how they want to run this. And coming off this timeout, we're about to resume here round number 17. It seems as though right now for Vikings, it's sticking things up towards the A side and potentially just going for the aim battle from the boxes of 410 into A belt.
And it makes sense, Sentinels have shown presence here in many rounds, and we've got the same approaches. Shazam's the most forward player because he has a dash, but can't dash away from that one. Great shot, and that's the opening kill. Sentinels know that they've been peak sticking players there on the defaults and on the anti-eco, that it's Shazam. He's the dash, he can be safer than his teammates. And Vikings knew it too, and they actually found the kill this time around. So yeah, with that and with the Blade Storm, this gets scary.
Definitely a nice little variation of fighting the A orb. We talked about Sentinels on the attacker side before, defender side, sorry, before. It was Zombs ulting with the Viper's Pit and then Shazam picking up the orb. This time, it's FRZ moving forward with GTN with the rifle so that potentially if GTN dies, you could trade, pick up the orb, and then you'll still be on your Blade Storm. So I like that. He landed that kill into Shazam, picked up the orb, and now it's winnable.
And Ten's managing to snipe one in middle though, so that's going to even up the numbers. And it's triggering a rotation here as well towards this B side of the map. Throwing in some last bits of utility there, Dapper onto A, maybe to keep the rotation at bay from the defenders of Vikings. But we'll see that I'm sure that they will hear the Leer there. They do have Sudicast in position. He's going to play into the smoke here. This is a risky maneuver, but will it pay off? No, it doesn't. Tens will take him down, and the spike will go down onto the B site. GTN, there it is. There's the dance you were talking about. That showstopper's available still as well. This is scary stuff here for Vikings trying to press forwards. through the toxic screen. There's the first battle. Six going to win it. Huge. The Zoms with the lineups ready to go. Sassy, oh no, both players running out of bullets. And it's going to be Sentinels that get the better of that one. 12-5 as they are yet to drop a round in this half.
I like the idea, at least, of playing inside the smoke. It's definitely a risky, way more risky. I think he had a Sheriff right now inside that smoke at the same time too, Dan. So if he did have a Classic or a Frenzy, maybe doable, but also when you have to face off against 10s inside that smoke, with the way that he's playing and the way that he warms up, it's going to be very difficult to try to win that upper hand. And aside from that, yeah, a little bit awkward in the end, but you're happy that you still have a sidearm versus Sassi, who had nothing left after losing all those shots. So now it's map point potentially here for, or should I say the first map potentially in the bag for Sentinels as they're leading by 7. And with Vikings looking still for some sort of solution, is looking to be an early kill actually towards this mid side. Dan off camera, a peek down towards mid, and that surprised Zoms.
Yeah, Sadiki, super brave, going down all the way down mid there to find that one. An unusual move. I don't think that that move has yet come in, which is why it likely took Sentinels off guard. And Sentinels now, they're just going to collapse on this A site, looking to contact through. Information there with the reveal. So that's 2 players that they've spotted. That tells them enough, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Kill on the dash. Tens goes down. That's one of the entries just gone. Oh dear. It's looking a bit scary now for Sentinels. 3v5. Don't really have position, but they have to commit to this. They don't have time to go to B. So it's all in on this A site. FRZ is here waiting at 410. Great repositioning. Such a great round so far from FRZ. Will finally go down, but done a great deal of damage. Shazam switching out for the Vandal, seeing what he can get done here. 15 seconds to go. Revealed, and it's very difficult, isn't it? Fantastic shot again. Trying to bait out another play. He can actually get a spike plant here. He's on for the clutch. He's going to hit him closing the distance. He comes out before he gets the spike planted, and the paranoia comes through. Sadiki with the finishing shot onto Shazam, and it's 1 round. It's the first round for Vikings in this half. They need to get a lot more.
Oh yeah, but definitely a valiant attempt there for Shazam. At that point for Sentinels, losing a player like Zoms so early, I'm okay if you lose Tens or Shazam at that point, but when you lose a Viper that could pull up these walls, that could try to force the rotations, that could play mind games with your opponents, with having that agent down, Vikings playing that numbers advantage, they never rotated. They played the right numbers. They didn't over-rotate at the same time, too. They already had a 3-player stack towards that A side, and the same utility that you see from Killjoy on this minimap was placed on the same way for Sadak. So they played that perfectly on their end, played that patiently, too. But it could have turned it over for how Shazam has been on fire with the knives to start things off and potentially with that clutch. But Vikings, they stay alive. They're trying to hold back this B side as you're fighting for this orb, and Shazam getting the opener. And he's going to say, look, I didn't clutch before, but I'm definitely going to help my team win this map. They also picked up the Hunter's Fury, and this is going to be tough now for Vikings.
Yeah, great kill there from Sadiki. He's got the lockdown too, so could cause a lot of problems here. Hunter's Fury comes through as well from Sassy. Oh, gets 2 on the tag, and is able to finish off both players as well. That's a great lineup. And now it's down to 2 here for Sentinels. Sick and Shazam. Oh god, this is looking very difficult. Sadaki's just holding that defuse for days right now. I don't think there's any way they can stop this. Indeed, they swing, it's desperate, and Vikings pick up another round. So they're not done just yet. And you can see the change from Sentinels there, Vansily. They decided to just really mix it up because they've been defaulting so much. You know, and it was good for a pick, actually. Shazam actually managed to find a pick.
Yep.
And they just collapsed onto the B site. So it looked really good initially until that happened.
Very, very difficult too when you definitely have to try to dodge a Hunter's Fury from one of the best Hunter's Furier, if I could put it that way, from Sussy in the game. So getting a double onto that one definitely gave that confidence for Vikings to just stick that spike at the same time too. But that means more ultimates available into this round. Aggressive push coming in from Sadak again, but it gets immediately traded out. They still have a res, so they could get the res onto Shazam. He could still bring out the Blade Storm, and they're going to still be at a 1-player advantage for Sentinels.
This could be a great response from Sassy, though, going aggressive in A main. They've got these deep positions. Oh, just caught before the satchel can be utilized there. FRZ going to whip that one, but
No way.
cast is good for it. The aggression from multiple sides from Vikings catches Sentinels off balance, but it is not done just yet. A minute to go, and we're in this 2v2. We've got the play being made by Dapper onto the B site, and Sick is able to get a lot of information in this position.
Yeah, he's going to hear the footsteps. He could bait it out. He's going to let Dapper know at the same time. And if Dapper fails, well, you have a Hunter's Fury available. There's 6 in a great spot.
The timing is perfect for Sick as well. That surely seals the deal here as FRZ's in such a bad spot. No help to work with. Very troublesome indeed. Goes for it, I respect it. And that's going to be it. Sick is going to close it down for Sentinels. Map 1 in the bag. The Brazilians put up a hell of a fight, though. That really looks very competitive. They were struggling on that second half, but it really felt like a super competitive game, and I'm really excited to see which way the series is going to go after that.
I do agree with you, Dan. Looking at how they played, their attacker side for Vikings looked very promising. A little bit flat-footed, though, on the defender side, too. Again, not having that utility to be able to play for those retakes of how Sentinels were playing before, but I like how they actually adapted to not having that type of utility. That push that they had towards that A main, not only for one player, but you expect 2 players from pushing into A main while they're also crunching on the top of the boiler side. This is something new. This is something unorthodox. This is something that you don't see very often in North America, so it definitely potentially caught Sentinels off guard. But when, again, you look at the Sentinels, what they have on paper, they have so many players that have clutch potential and so many players that just off the back of one single player, either it's Sick, Tens, Shazam, Dapper, or Zoms, they could still get the multi-kills and bring the round back in their favor. And that's what happened, and we do have the first map now in favor of Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely a great game to start things off with between these two teams. And I love the point that you brought up there about, you know, what they did when they were down to 4 players, Vikings, because it's so cool to see the communication and the teamwork to make a situation like that happen. Just It's got to be a call. You've got to be able to play outside of a structure. You have to be able to adapt to the situation. And for them to show that they are, you know, thinking like that, I think bodes very well for their chances to maybe make this a 3-mapper. Again, Sentinels are the team to beat right now in this tournament, but Vikings are looking good.
The only thing right now is that Icebox was the map here picked by Vikings, if not mistaken, because we're going into the second map, which is going to be Haven. And Haven, if I'm not mistaken as well, Vikings have brought in an Astra a little bit more into their composition in their region. It works pretty well, but it works well in their region. How is this going to fare against Sentinels right now, who have been dominant so far on Haven in North America and also now on the world stage? So that is going to be my biggest question mark here for Vikings. They got the one map out of the way, maybe not in their favor, but I think they still have a very tough task ahead in the second map on Haven.
They definitely do, and it's time for them to go and regroup. You know, we're going to be headed for a quick break, but when we come back, the analysts will be with you, breaking down that Sentinels win. Don't go anywhere.
Is that all right?
Swim, just swimming underwater. Swim, just swimming underwater. Swim, just swimming underwater. Swim. Just swimming underwater. I'm feeling like it's gone too far, and we don't wanna watch you fall. We've gotta get away from here. You've gotta get away from here. Catch me trying to make you change. Let's just hope it's not too late. Swim,
Sentinels take the lead against the Vikings in this best-of-3 series. And Lothar, as we take a look at the Prime Gaming highlights from Map 1, it seems like compositions was the name of the game here.
Yeah, and I really like how both of the teams played their compositions to their strengths and realized what they have to do to win the map. Like, they realized what the win conditions are. For Vikings, on round 2, and I think that was one of the most instrumental rounds in the game, was when they won the pistol, went to attack B side, and they just stopped because they didn't have the utility to support their planter, right? Basically, they wanted to plant, but TenZ showed up, killed 3 people with Marshall, and they got punished. And basically, that stopped their efforts of coming to B side. That's why they basically made all the efforts towards A, and this is when Sentinels also changed the way a little bit, the way they played on A. TenZ went a little bit forward, went over the pipes a lot of times. Shazam was holding a wide angle towards A lobby, and because they play agents that, you know, they cannot be punished in case they miss, like an example, you know, Jet can dash away, TenZ can kill the first guy and then just dismiss. They weren't able to get traded, and I think that was a great showcase of how teams can just use their compositions and their strengths, the utility, to shape the pace of the round. And well, you know, I think just Sentinels had a stronger meta composition that was just better in this case.
Yeah, and you know, Paper Thin, I think it's safe to say, like, you know, Vikings fought back, but it was clear that, you know, as Lothar had noted eloquently there, like the compositions, that was the struggle here. They didn't have the utility that would be necessary to be able to come out on top of this game. And it can come with maybe a little bit of unfamiliarity with some of the agents and also just a comfort level, right, on that stage.
Yeah, I think to me, I mean, obviously, I think there is a micro difference with the Sentinels, that they're just very talented players mechanically, but also they know how and when to utilize their utility. So when they would go for B-side hits, it's part of this composition like Lothar is talking about here, right? They have the Sage Walls, they have the Viper Toxic Screens, they can cut off B. So the pistol round for them on the attacker side is a pretty easy win because they're able to just lock that side down with all their utility. And anytime they had the Vipers pit up, it's a B hit, and outside of GTN just popping people through the Vipers pit randomly, they pretty much would lock those down for free. So just a really nice job by Sentinels. I got to give Vikings a little bit of credit. They were doing a good job dealing with Shazam over on the A side when they were on attacker side. Vasily, I think, pointed that out very nicely. But other than that, it was just a very well played, well thought out game for the Sentinels.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. And I also want to hop on to giving Vikings a little bit of credit because you could see that they had the layers right in their game plan. Even in the last round of this game, you saw as soon as Shazam went down, they knew the res was coming. The A push happened. You saw the Jet getting an opportunity. The timings, man, they were just slightly off by minute seconds, right? You saw GT Zen on the raise, busting out the rocket, trying to get an opportunity for himself. But again, the timings just weren't on their side this time around. I'm hoping for a different story on Haven, though, coming up on map 2 here.
Yeah, I'm sure we all are as well. But one player that isn't hoping for a different story and is ensuring that that book is written properly, it's TenZ, and he's actually going to be coming through in round 2 with our Verizon high-speed moment here, and he does so with one of my favorite weapons, the Marshall. It was a really clinical showing from him. He did manage to identify a player over by yellow, hits one, that's a whammy, gets another one. So many whammies, it's like I'm Champ Kind, and I'm just gonna keep saying whammy. Look at this, whammy. He's gonna maybe look for another one. Around the corner, whammy. There it is, nailed it, no, whammy. I mean, really, it just writes itself. The man is a human highlight reel. He's a human highlight reel, that's right. Give me the premium gas, baby. Give me the premium gas. I think on that moment, we're just going to go ahead and send it back over to our casters. Let's see if Vikings can turn this thing around. And on the prompter, it says Dan Silly, so I guess it's a thing. Take it away.
Webby! Thank you, GB. all right. Van Silly, what is going to happen right now? What's going to happen? Are we going to go to a third map? Please. Give me the win conditions here for Vikings. I really want to see it. I want to see more from the Brazilians. They look good. They struggled on the attack there, but otherwise it looked pretty good.
Definitely. I think the attacker side, they have to continue what they were doing on Icebox and carry it over here on the map of Haven. And when you're playing against a team like Sentinels for me, for example, though, Dan, you see Zoms, I think he's grown into such a phenomenal player when Astra came in to the lineup. So Zoms, we always talked about him as like, yeah, maybe he's not able to frag as much, but the utility that he has as Omen, how he could shut down positions with the paranoia and the smoke has always been huge in terms of deniability for Sentinels. Now as Astra, when you have 5 stars, 2 Nebulas, Cosmic Divides, the Gravity Wells, and even the Nova Pulses, there's a lot of deniability where he could anchor on his own. And if you're playing a team as Sentinels and the way that you could play very aggressively, find ways to get through those Gravity Wells, find ways to punish that as well from Zoms, because after that, final bosses is that you're going to have to play against the clutch players of Dapper, the entry fraggers of Sick and Shazam. So I think Zoms is probably the agent to exploit, not the player, but getting rid of Astra out of the lineup early is definitely going to help Vikings win these post-plant situations on the attack.
Yeah, and here we are with the Prime Gaming Agent Select, and we will be having indeed the Vikings on the attack to begin with, and I'm quite curious to see exactly how they'll approach this. You know, they're definitely a team that likes to go towards, you know, some of those heavier burst kind of style of play, and so that's always a lot of fun. So I think we're going to see a lot of action towards C with the, you know, typical kind of A lobby kind of approach, you know, with the Cypher, but ultimately I think we're going to see a lot of C from them, and this is something that we saw yesterday as well against Sentinels from Fnatic, and Sentinels actually managed that super well, so that's not a good premonition for Vikings and likely the playstyle that we're going to see from them. But let's see if they have something else prepared here as we get into map 2, Vikings versus Sentinels. And Vikings, they have looked pretty damn good, and I think they have what it takes here to take us to a third map. I can't wait to see what they have here on this attack.
I'm definitely hoping for that one, Den, for sure. And them taking the attack to start things off here, and you see the standard double stars from the defenders of Zoms at the entrance of that A site in the choke. Even the recon dart to find information. It's clear, early rotate right now, and it's looking to be fairly quick inside the garage, and they're adapting already. Look at that, FRC's already up B.
And Sick's able to take down one with such a deep position. Sick is causing a lot of problems here towards spawn. He's just holding his position at this point. He's done so much good work. Nice one from Sudicast to try to make things a little bit easier, but it's still very, very difficult. Sudicast with the frenzy, not the best at that range, but making it work for now. However, Sick and Tens will finish things off. Fantastic round from Sick. I think he got 3 out of it. And Sentinels start off with a bang.
I'm actually liking this. This is a good taste of what we could expect throughout the rest of this map here, Dan, because Icebox, it was a lot of timing we talked about, and we gave credit to Vikings how they were playing more defaulty slow, trying to force to rotate out here from Sentinels. But in this map, just off this piss around, I could expect, just because of how many angles you have into the C site, how you could get control of Garage and maybe try to split into B, the splits into the A site. There could be some very heavy splits going on the aggression from Vikings, but as I say that, it's Sentinels that's bringing that aggression instead.
Yeah, that's a little bit scary. They're really feeling it at the moment, just going for those aggressions, as you say, on the anti-eco, not afraid of anything. Leaving Vikings reeling after that one. They've only got 3 players left, 2 of which
low HP. Yep.
And Shazam with a forward position here too on A lobby, so not all that much working here for Vikings. They've got the Sheriff in the hands of Sassy, but also the weakest player on the teams.
Yeah, everything's on lockdown. Because now Zoms could actually body peek, he could use the ability. There you go, there's a gravity well. They're pushing towards the A side. They have a trap bar towards Garage. It just got broken. They have all the information in the world for Sentinels now.
Yeah, Sick is just holding a really safe position. 1 by 1. And Sick will take down Sassy as well. This is a really bad prospect as well, because Sick already has the run it back available. Because of all of the kills he's had in the... I mean, he's got 6 kills, so he's got more than enough kills to get that run it back online, and the Prime Gaming Flawless had a lot of those.
And this is where it gets scary, Dan, because yesterday when Sentinels played against Fnatic, we saw a lot of clutch plays. We saw some very close plays, and it came down to the wire from Sentinels to be able to win this map. I think it was 13-11. And somebody that was quiet in that series was Sick, where we know the combination of him and Tens together could be very strong. Cast him in North America, the combination of the curveball with the op coming out from Tens at the same time could be detrimental for any team that faces against them. But now that he's online already with a run it back in round 3, oof, I'm scared.
Yeah, for sure. It is very scary. So much momentum here for Sick, a player that they would likely also be just farming the ultimate orbs onto anyway.
Yep.
In these defaults. Vikings looking for the best way to attack here, knowing that they're going to be against a heavy bonus. Rotation through to A. Spotted by Shazam.
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, that's even deniability. The recon's good enough to get information.
Yep. To slow things down, you can see that this is forced a rotation on the minimap. And we're actually getting Vikings pulling out, but they might reset back in. The thing is they don't have much time here to mess around at this point.
30 seconds left.
And Sentinels, 4 players towards C, so they're somewhat convinced that this will be a C play. Dapper with the cam. He's going to spot it. Here comes the play. Dapper's going to go straight in front of it. He's going to just force them to fight in this choke point. It's not a good look. There is not much time on the clock here to get the spike planted. In fact, they might go for a 4-man save.
Yeah.
In fact, that's exactly what's happening. Oh my. It would actually be awesome if Sudicast could get some frags. Sadiki instead will be the one to get a frag. Ooh, don't give up any kills. Oh, okay, there we go. So,
hey, yeah, you're right. It's a bonus round, right, for Sentinels, Dan. So I get it. It's like, oh, it's so close. Just don't die at this point. You sacrificed enough. And even then, even if you don't sacrifice kills, don't get damaged by the long-range chip damage that you could get from the Spectres. Because now, if you're going to force to buy armor, just like we see right now from FRZ, then you're going to be low on money no matter what into the next round, right? Because you're forcing the full buy. That said, though, for Sentinels, you could see how annoying it could be playing against an Astra. You're trying to run a last-second play into the C site. They didn't even need to come into contact at first. A camera to spot things up, a second camera to come back up here from Dapper, and then you have the gravity well, and nobody's able to come in for a plant. This time, though, just trying to play aggressive into the B site. We're trying to get an early plant for Vikings.
Sick there with the curveballs, just like so much good defensive utility coming through. Intense there with the push from the back as well. Sick is closing distance with these attackers, and he's doing so much damage. They're pinned in the corner. There's nowhere to go. Just Sudicast left now, coming from spawn. 1v3. Spike down in no man's land. Ooh, almost spammed down completely. And they know exactly where Sudicast is. And there we go. Shazam will take him down. And going faster didn't work here for Vikings. I liked the idea. Barreling into the B site, but Sentinels are quite ready for that. You know, just the point you were making with the utility from Astra and so on. It's very good at helping with these very fast plays. Oh my God.
Shock darts.
That's beautiful. Love to see that.
Geometry from Shazam coming in here with the shock darts for double damage too on top of that, and he comes out a window for the kill. But I gotta say, it brings me back, Dan, to the days where Sentinel Shazam came in from an interview. It's like, hey, if North America teams want to play aggressive against us, we could do the same thing. And they're doing exactly the same type of play style that Vikings or any Brazilian team would do currently, is just bring the fight to them. And even on the Defender side, pushing aggressively for map control is definitely a detriment right now for Vikings, because now they're forced to play default, they're forced to play slow, they're forced to play spread off across the map, where even a 2 versus 1 push, it's an even trade, and it's still a victory for Sentinels because you want to take those on your side on defenders.
Down a player already. Snodiki sits on the bench watching over his team as they try to take some garage control, and a reload was heard. 6 reload. There's the curveball though. That's going to confirm some information. Shazam's walked out mid as well. I don't know that they would expect that. Ooh, 6 gonna get challenged. Trying to escape, actually. I think he is not exactly sure where he was going, but Shazam is going to be able to get a huge timing on this flank. Dapper, the master of delay, in the site. Shazam is going to isolate the garage players.
Seconds left.
And now Dapper spotted the remaining two in C long, and it doesn't seem like they can just really combine their forces whatsoever. Everybody's picked apart in this round for Vikings. They just can't quite seem to find their footing, Vansili. Like, they can't play their game.
Yeah, the only thing that worked pretty much at the beginning of that round was kind of like a 6 versus 4, because when Sick Gut actually blinded and tried to fall back, I think he jumped into Zom's gravity well. So I kind of sucked him out of position for him to get picked off there by GTN, sorry. And yes, like you said here, Dan, nothing seems to be working because they're losing a lot of map control on mid side. Yes, they're gaining garage, but they're losing then again from B side pushes down to under window. And they need a little bit more coming out of that, I think, from Sadak, where maybe he could start throwing those cameras up towards the grass side, towards the B entrance, just to try to prevent these pushes, or at least giving that information.
Oh my god, it's a huge Hunter's Fury from Shazam. Oh, that's absolutely huge, taking down 2 players at the beginning of the rounds. Ooh. It's hard to watch.
Desperation right now here,
yeah.
Dan.
It's
you got a question mark right now, right? Or question marks are above your head, just trying to figure out what answer can we actually bring here against Sentinels. Now, not only do they have to think about like map control and all that too, but also now utility ultimates that are available for Sentinels that they had to be wary of on these aggressive pushes.
Yeah, it's kind of like we talked about before with regards to how Fnatic, sort of struggled to make their attacking side work. It was the C splits that worked out for Fnatic, but we'll get back into that in a moment as we have Sentinels here defending the B side and able to get so many kills through smokes here as well. Such a good read of the situation from Sentinels. Sadiki left in a terrible spot.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, Dapper, the master of the jiggle. And GTN will go down for the Prime Gaming Flawless. And yeah, it seems like, so it's the similar issues as to what Fnatic had with Sentinels, whereby they couldn't really win a lobby against Shazam and or Tens.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, like, we had such good retakes on the C site if the C splits actually won the C site. But even then, sometimes just winning garage control was very difficult. And the retakes that Sentinels had into the B site when the attackers were going for the B side option was also very good. So it doesn't really seem like there is a clear weakness. It seems to be more the case that you have to have very good tactics and coordination around some of these positions, a garage, a lobby, to be able to just legit win those spots from the likes of Tens and Shazam and Sick and so on. You have to have that in your playbook.
Agreed. And even when you're looking at this now, GTN going for potentially another hero blood, but definitely a lot weaker. And I feel like if it's not this round, potentially the next round, Vikings has a lot of chances to get the first point on the board, simply due to the fact of the amount of ultimates they currently have. This is why I'm debating if this timeout is going to be a debate to see, hey, should we actually go for some sort of a buy? How can we use our ultimates right now and capitalize on currently where Sentinels are currently being placed? Because Zoms doesn't have a Cosmic Divide for a retake. Tens also is one away from Bladestorm. This is like a small window of opportunity for them to maybe capitalize on their own ultimates, get that first point on the board, and if they do have some sort of force buy coming in, then they add 3,000 credits into their victory to even add more into the bank later on. But it seems as though it's just going to be, okay, we have a shot. Yeah, they're going for the force buy, so let's see what happens.
We will see, indeed. It is interesting, too, because in terms of like how good Sentinels are and how well-rounded they are, I do feel like Vikings did show one successful round previously. We'll get back into that in a moment, as we'll see what the opener looks like for them with this half
control
there.
Probably. They want to fight for A control and potentially just ult everything into the A site.
So many ultimates indeed. Sentinels can play retake very effectively. Soms and Thames both won away from their ultimates respectively. Vikings trying to also, I like that they're playing this slower, making sure that, were Sentinels to try to run a play for information in the early to mid round that they would be able to catch it, Vikings. Pressuring Garage here, so might start to convince Sentinels that this is going to start to feel like a C play once the Garage pressure comes through. And that's a pick on an A-long, so maybe scratch that entirely because they will go off of the back of that one. TenZ, though, is holding the site still. So this is a problem. And the Neural Theft comes through to gain more information. And the spike's down, and they have the site Sentinels. They are still sitting on this one. And it doesn't look like they're able to stop TenZ. He's going to own absolutely everybody that tries to walk into this site. Oof, unfortunate there. Just Sudicast left, and there's no time for this one.
Yeah, only with a Sheriff and armor, I mean, you want to try to go for it, you know. You've invested enough. Bringing that on to the next round is not going to do much. And I'm actually quite surprised here, Dan, because that was a perfect entry and a first blood, actually, to take Shazam down. They threw the Neural Theft to get information, and that's FRZ getting into the site without popping the run it back. And I guess it was the off angle there from TenZ. You're probably going to try to throw it from the pop the run it back from the corner of the sewers. But unfortunately, just TenZ gets the upper hand, just foils every single plan that Vikings had off that first blood kill. So very well done here for Sentinels to maintain their composure. They're up 7-0.
Yeah, and this time we're going to see TenZ actually working along also with Shazam. Oh, the flash comes through, caught out in the open.
Huge.
Great conversion there from Vikings, looking to send some of that action straight through to long. Don't have to commit to anything here. They have a lot of time. You can see Shazam, he wants to know, are they doubling back off of this or are they grouping up around this? And they will try to hide from the drone, and beautifully done. Only showing GTN there, taking down the drone. And just look at the mini-map. Look what this is doing to Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, they're still guessing so far. They're starting to jiggle peek to try to get a bit of information at the same time, too, because they are one player behind. And this forces the hand of Dapper trying to push forward, and they're trying to push down towards long, too, and it works out. 6 gets the headshot, and it's tied up 4-4.
And there comes the drone here from Viking. Sentinels will be able to slow things down. Sick is doing a great job at slowing things down. He kept hold of a curveball as well to have that additional delay possible. Vikings looking to force the action. Sitting in the cage now, Sick. Waiting for his next chance. There goes the flash. Forward delay. Still holding on to position. Holding on to time. Sentinels have that rotation in. It's going to be a hell of a fight here for Vikings. They're going to pop it through the showstopper. GTN is going to get traded out, though. And Sadaki and Sudicast doing a great job in converting all of these frags. The spike will be planted. Dapper in a 1 versus 3 as he makes his way through spawn. It is a hell of a job to find an opening here. Something has to be given. Gets tagged, and that's the frag. Great stuff there. What a round from Vikings.
That was so close. See, if only he knew the information of where the third player was there for Dapper, right? But definitely a great round for Vikings. Getting that first blood, killing Noise, and trying to figure things out more slowly. Yes, they got caught off guard from the curveball that came out from Sick. But even despite that, they kept their cool. They kept lurking up towards the A side, and opening with that showstopper allowed for Vikings to get into the site. So that was very much needed. We have, ironically enough, the Brazil scoreline now, 7-1 for Sentinels, but that was a round that they won with confidence here for the Vikings, and they could definitely run off this. Maybe not. TenZ denies it right away with 2 op kills onto FRZ and Sase.
That's the problem for sure, and you just don't want to see that. TenZ doing such a good job holding onto that position. He is so dangerous. He wants those peaks, and Sudicast actually able to jump over the trip here into the C site. Now, it feels like everything really leans on what he's able to accomplish from this. Dapper's going to just tag him with the camera. At least Sudicast is able to kill the cam, but Dapper knows what's going on here, and he's going to try to hold on to the backside position. With the Odin, it's not going to work out. And with that, there is a chance here. Sick's going to go through. The Cosmic Divide's in. Sick over the top of Lock. It will take down GTN. And that's now the Spike carrier killed. Sick is doing all kinds of shenanigans here on the site. And with that, this is a lot of Cosmic Divide.
Yep.
With that, the spike is it's going to be tough to get this planted. It's a 1v3 for Sadaki.
I'm surprised that they gave this up because I guess they didn't see that the spike was actually down. So everybody falls back to like default spots. but they could still play a retake on a 3v1. This is going to be still very difficult for Sadak to win.
Yeah, I think Sentinels must have assumed that he picked up the spike already.
Yeah.
But there we go. Zoms at the back of the site is going to just create an impossible situation for Sadiki. Well played by Sentinels once again, and they'll convert the rounds. One of the points I was going to make earlier is that, you know, this is a huge issue. You know, TenZ having free reign here, doing a great job hitting those shots, and you want to see them find a way to deal with TenZ to take a lobby control, because when they were able to do that, they were able to play, Vikings were able to play with the Sentinels rotations. They just did it a little bit too slowly. In one of those rounds, they got beaten out because they didn't have enough time. But I felt like they were really onto something.
I agree. I feel that they have a good composition to do that as well, although we'll talk about it later because we're looking for a split from Vikings inside the C site then.
Yeah, it's certainly, and Sassy is able to open up with the Hunter's Fury, so starts off pretty well here. Six still has that running back ready for the retake, and there we go. Running back comes through. Ooh, okay. Oh, Sadaki's just going to walk straight into him. He gets taken down by the pace. Okay. TenZ has the blades out. FRC with the lineup. Coming through from window, doing the damage. And now Shazam, he's got nobody left to support him. He's alone in this retake. 4 players to find. They know precisely where he is. The swing comes through. Sudicast does not care. Just takes him out. 1v1. And Vikings convert the round.
And so it's one of those examples, just like on Icebox, when there's just so much utility going on here for both of these teams that it just becomes so messy to try to take the play, take the site, or even retake here for either of these teams. Thankfully, Vikings took the upper hand. But just to get back as we have time here, Dan, I feel that the composition for Vikings, they do have a good comp to try to push back TenZ on such aggressive peaks here on the A side. They got JTN with the Boombot or Paint Shells. They could curveball outside of A long. They could shock dart or recon dart towards long A as well to push him back. And then that will force Sentinels to surrender the A site. The thing is, if they use that much, then they don't have too much to take the site over, and TenZ continues to go to work.
Yeah, he does. 2 kills on the board already before they've even gotten to the site. And, it just doesn't stop here. Sentinels, another Prime Gaming flawless for them. It's been so many in this half. Again, it just seems so difficult for Vikings to win the information battle. And on some of the individual plays, TenZ has free reign. How many times are we seeing TenZ get the fights that he wants?
Yeah. Very, very often right now in these battles towards long A-Den. And at the same time, it's, again, a lack of utility, unfortunately, that for these battle for control towards A side. Yes, they're able to avoid the recon dart that gets thrown into the choke point. But outside of that, where's their curveball to come out to continue to take control of A long, or the Owl drone to continue to push them back? And Shazam, you just saw in that replay, he puts his hands up. He's like, what's going on here? It's a little bit too easy for me right now to hold up the A side. So it feels like a reverse of how they were playing Icebox, where I'm like, okay, well, they don't have that much utility to try to push Shazam back, and they play that perfectly for Vikings. Now it's lackluster for their attack, unfortunately, here against Sentinels on this map of Haven. Double up, by the way, Dan.
And why not? It's definitely going to be a surprise, because it frees up TenZ to roam here. He's on that top of the C site with his operator. Vikings in a desperately bad position overall so far in this half. Looking to contact through to the B sites. Might actually be great here. Retaking with the operators might be difficult. Flash comes through. Dapper looking to go for the challenges here. Has that Astra smoke to work from. Neural Theft out as well to get the extra information. And they've been gifted. The spike is on the site there for Sentinels just to sit on top of. It's under their control. Locked away by the Astra smoke. Locked away by the entire team at this point. Oh man, this is not a good look here for Vikings. They are well and truly on the struggle bus. Oh no, no, don't do it to him, Dapper, no! Oh, the humanity. Dapper denied, thank goodness.
Dapper bringing a North American flair onto the global stage here, Dan, just showing how when they're comfortable, or when they're just falling behind, or when they don't care. That's the type of Sentinels that you could see sometimes, and it shows a little bit. Like at the same time as it's fun in games, it also shows and it adds a little bit more onto Vikings. It's like, oh crap, these guys are like on fire. They're super confident. What can we do right now to try to regain control of this map? And so far, like I said, I feel it's a lack of utility that's currently being used by Vikings, but toe-to-toe, when they're able to avoid the operator of 10s and try to fight a little bit more out of like bring this 1v1 fights, they've had good flanks actually at the same time too, from garage side when they're splitting MTC. So there are some weaknesses into how Sentinels were setting up. I just find that they weren't able to get that information to capitalize on these type of weaknesses that could have been exploited.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like Sentinels are just chilling right now. They're not having to really do anything special. They're really in their comfort zone, as you mentioned. The fact that they're able to bring out the double operator is just goes to show that that they're feeling super comfortable. It's also a gear they didn't really have to go to as well. They made it work otherwise. But into the second half, we've got a pistol upon us. Vikings on the defense. Sentinels not with any quick maneuvers though. It's a lurk on A long from Dapper, looking to just contact in. He's just going to see what he can get, it looks like at this point. Spots one. Oh, he's actually forced out the paint shells. That's a big win.
And Boobot. The thing is right now, Dan, though, is this is something that Dapper does a lot, right? Put the camera up, work that A-side choke, something that Fnatic didn't take advantage of too. But look at Vikings. They never really rotated players out after using the initial utility from Raze. They still have great utility and positioning for any type of push happening towards this C-side that seems to be happening.
Yeah, now Sentinels have that garage control, working towards the C splits, and there's actually a good amount of players here for Vikings trying to hold on to the backside. 10, so up high, able to look over all of these smokes with that Ghost doing damage. 3 players, 2 players now left here. It's looking grim for Vikings as they fight tooth and nail, but it's not looking all that good. GTN is the last of it here for Vikings. Frenzy outs, 10s from the side. And that's a wrap. 11-2, Vikings. Really struggling here against Sentinels.
Yeah, when I look back of how that pistol played, it seems, I'm not sure if we saw that recon dart coming out earlier on towards the A side into choke, but trying to figure out how many bodies are currently working towards that A side. I think just a recon dart could have maybe avoided the paint shells and the boom bot that was forced out from GTN. And that was just off Dapper walking up into the A site. So lack of information one more time. Here's the recon dart that's going to come this time too. And on top of that, a tactical timeout for Sentinels. I'm liking this. I'm liking this also from the point of view of Vikings. Because if they ran out of timeouts currently playing into this map versus Sentinels, this gives them more time to figure out how they want to play this. And you could see right off the bat, right off the rip, they went for a Bulldog buy and a Stinger buy, as well as shields and shares. So they were ready to play for the victory so far, Dan. So allowing this extra minute, they could regain their composure and really try to figure out how they can actually punish Sentinels on their attacker side. But the only information that they got was barely nothing, unfortunately, based off that pistol.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough world for Vikings to be living in at the moment. I think one of the difficult aspects to it as well is that, Sentinels is such a strong team individually that you also have to be able to compete there first before we can talk about the tactical and strategical game. And I'm hoping for Vikings that they're going to have an easier time of it here on this defense, because there's less, like, they don't have to worry about working the map as much. It's you don't have to worry about defaulting as much, trying to play the rotation game. It's more about reacting and then using the information you get from how Sentinels are playing their attack to understand the kinds of responses that you need to make. It's definitely a little bit more simplistic.
Definitely. I find that with the plays or the agent composition here like Sentinels currently has. Like somebody like Sick as this Phoenix is going to take a lot of this mid control at the same time too. And where FRZ is looking to contest it, at the beginning, but he couldn't capitalize on a kill. So far so good to try to bring that aggression out for Vikings and gain that information, forcing out the Owl drone at the same time for Shazam. But here comes an open B site, at least for Sick to force out a rotation, and Sadak's on his own. Only
nice
one.
work with the Stinger too. Repping the Stinger, love to see it. But yeah, as you mentioned, Sick in that position is definitely a problem in B. He hits the good timing on the lurk. He might catch FRZ. The timing could be brutal, but actually, FRZ gets a few free shots, unable to connect them. Sick in B, causing problems. Still will try to get out of that spot to help his teammates on the site. Dapper's incredibly low. And Shazam is on the side here with the Bulldog. He is really, I mean, I feel like that he is the Bulldog player, Shazam. We'll see what he can get with it on the ADS. It's just down to him now, and he's going to clutch it. Beautiful. Shazam with the Bulldog. That is a wonderful combination, and that's going to be game point.
Yeah, even if the banner didn't come out, that was definitely a Red Bull clutch because it looked pretty good for Vikings to gain the momentum back towards that pulse plant because you mentioned it, Dan, a great position that was going to be a nuisance right now for Vikings of where Sick was currently placed inside that C link. So for them to swing out to get those kills, to make it a 2 versus 2, and potentially even there a 2 versus 1, you're happy here that Shazam is definitely on point with that Bulldog to be able to win that in the end for Sentinels. Even though it's a 12-2 scoreline, even if it was at 11-3, you don't want Vikings, you don't want them to gain that momentum anywhere in the second half, and you just want to close out the series now. So map point, series point, a buy coming in from both teams, but definitely a lower buy now for the defenders of Vikings. Actually, it's pretty even.
Yeah, we're pretty far away from any ults as well, so
yeah,
that's not going to come into play to take sites or to retake sites. Sentinels just creating presence across the map, looking for any possible flanking actions from C Long and making sure they have a good understanding if anyone's pushing Garage, and at the same time they're taking control here, meeting GTN Sick, winning that battle, and they're going to fall back. And this is so awful. Imagine being on the receiving end of this. You're afraid of the A hit, but at the same time they could be anywhere. They reset.
FRZ has to come up huge right now, especially now that he's pinged in. This is going to be very difficult. I think he's going to have to play this passively and wait for his teammates to come back.
Ooh, good timing, though, found with the Stinger from Sadaki. That's going to even things up into a 4v4. Shazam, though, with that ADS on the Bulldog, is always good for it. FRZ still causing some issues there on the B sites. And here comes that flank. If there's distraction here for Sudicast to work off of, might be able to get 2 free ones. Knows where the second player is. Priest up there from Sudicast. Gets the dink onto Dapper. 20 health left. Finished off. Vikings. Great discipline on that one. Great patience. And they will be rewarded. They'll stay in this. But my God, looking at the journey ahead of them, it's a scary one.
But we taught that out before, maybe not on a different half. There was some weaknesses here on Sentinels on how they were playing the defense, but this time you were able to exploit one when Sentinels were playing on the attack. So very nice here for Vikings to not be afraid of the lurk that Dapper always plays with the camera down towards that A choke. So for Sudicast to be able to come out and get that flank, even getting a dink onto the third player, phenomenal job for Sudicast at the same time too. It was a much needed round, a round that they won with only 2 players alive, so technically the buy should still be okay right now for Vikings, especially when Sentinels are going to be on an eco.
Uh-oh. Sudicast is going to go down for free, and that's, I mean, he does 22 damage. Well, Pusson's down to 22 health, and Sassy's going to be able to finish that one off. But this is definitely an issue here. Sentinel straight into the Hunter's Fury going forward as well. Tens with that Blaze Storm, good for the entry. And there's just 2 players left here for Vikings. This pace from Sentinels has been devastating. At least Sadaki is going to be able to get something here. FRZ with the run it back. But can there be a trade off of that? No. Tens with the jumping knives. And FRZ not in a position to do a lot here. Well, hands to eliminate some positions. Actually,
nice.
gets it. Zom's just stuck in that position, very low on HP. And with that said, now, oh my God, there's a chance here. FRZ against Shazam. Now he knows exactly where he is, Shazam with the peaks. Can he find a shot here? There goes the hot hands. Oh, he forces him forward. Great stuff there from FRZ. The clutch is going to be coming through surely. There is just about enough time here for this defuse. Amazing stuff for the Red Bull clutch. FRZ keeping his team alive in this one. I did not expect them to be able to actually pull this one back.
That's when you're actually overextending, when you're that confident, it can come back and bite you. Not necessary for TenZ to jump up and to go for the peak. Everything prior to that, in terms of Sentinels getting into the site, has been superb. The gravity well onto the frenzy kill that he got into sewers to punish Sutikaz, going in with the Blade Storm combined with the Recon Dart and also the Hunter's Fury. But the Pulse Plant retake from FRZ, thankfully that it did a lot of damage onto Sentinels on that Pulse Plant, allows them to win that 3 versus 1. Just again, on an overextension from TenZ on that 2 versus 1 that allows Vikings to stay alive.
FLC with nerves of steel, but Sentinels going really fast into the C site right now. And once again, TenZ on that high ground on the Radionite boxes. And it's looking a lot better here. Vikings still have the backside control. Zoms is going to try to push the issue. Goes down, and there's no presence here now for Sentinels backside. They may have to give this one up, but I don't think they can afford to. The spike is down in a forward position. Sentinels are committed to this C site.
They just want to try to finish this right now, Dan, which is why they went so aggressively. But Sick does get the first kill. It's traded off, and on his 3-on-3, cornered is Sick, staying alive from the molly. And let's see if they can actually clutch it out.
Oh God, this is so awkward here for Vikings, but they make it work. Another round for the Brazilians as they fight to keep themselves alive in this one. I mean, you have to have nerves of steel for this.
And on this stage, thankfully, at least the pressure is not that far up now for Vikings because we're still in the upper bracket, right? So there's not that much pressure, but there's still the pressure to perform. Really wanted to perform well here for Vikings against Sentinels. This second map, getting 3 rounds in a row. You're building that confidence up, potentially for 4 in a row now, because you do have a smaller buy here for the attacker side, but you do have, once again, the Marshal of TenZ. Gotta be careful for that one, as Sentinels are looking to push aggressively again, this time towards the A site.
Yeah, and they did this previously. You know, we had that FRZ clutch to save the day, but this previously worked quite well for Sentinels, but they're not quite as fast as before. They're not getting that opening kill that was offered up at the beginning of the round last time. Sudikas playing close around the Astra smoke. This feels quite scary indeed. TenZ on that Marshal.
You are divided.
There goes the Cosmic Divide. And Sick is going to open things up, takes down Sudikas as he starts to barrel up. And there's the showstopper, able to dodge that one. TenZ is still alive. The taps, the 2-bullet dance, as you called it, comes through here for Vikings, and they are holding onto the site. Magnificent stuff there. In fact, they survived with 3 players. A great result. Looks kind of scary for a moment, but they're still in this one.
And slowly but surely, the ultimate points are also building up here, Dan. Yes, the money comes back for Sentinels into this round off this half buy, but you're definitely happy right now for the defender side that you only lost 2 players, because now it gives you that confidence of, yes, we can finally go toe-to-toe here against Sentinels. Trying to peek out against us, like you said, Dan, be more reactionary. They reacted a lot towards that A side on Sentinels, try to move in. They play the off angles, and they're able to win those fights. Continue in that fashion right now for Vikings. If Sentinels continues to overextend like this, we could definitely have a closer game. But now you have a run it back here from Sick, and he has been devastating in the past with that ultimate on this map.
Oh, what a start here coming from Vikings. The aggression from them right now. They're going just absolutely wild with this. Sick looking to answer back into Garage. Todiki with the Odin, trying to spam it. Forwards. Sick with the entry, though. He's got to run it back available now as well. On the side, causing problems. There goes the curveball. Straight through to try to punish these players towards spawn, as Sick keeps himself going on that warpath. And Sentinels get the spike down. This was looking really good for Vikings at one point. Goes Shazam, gets a freebie. He's going to be able to reposition as well. Just
Oh, no.
so many issues. Oh, no. Very unfortunate for Vikings, but that's going to be a wrap in this series. Sentinels are going to clinch it. 13-6. Not quite as competitive as the first map, Icebox. But still, overall, I think a good showing from Vikings. Sentinels are still the team to beat in this upper bracket.
Definitely. And I got to give my my congratulations as well for sure, despite Vikings losing this series of... It's not over for them yet, right? And we saw it. Look how happy they are. And that's what I was going to talk about too. Sutekas giving the surf. Everything's cool, dude. Don't worry about it. We'll be back tomorrow, you know? Don't worry about it, dude. But at the same time, Sassi, in his interview, he's just so jolly. He's so nice. Losing, winning, it doesn't matter. They're learning from this so far. And after learning how Sentinels play, such an aggressive play style on the defense, and bring that flavor back to Brazil, who they should have that aggressive play style coined of their region, I think they're coming back in full force tomorrow. Vikings definitely got a lot of experience from this game.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is so vitally important. I think you raised such a good point there with that. You know, again, they still have more games to play. They've learned a lot from this matchup, and they're probably going to feel like, hang on, there was a lot of opportunities that we actually had in this game to really push Sentinels to the limit here if we changed a few things here, or this clutch went another way. And we saw that on Icebox. If they just had, if they were able to be a little bit more balanced as they moved into the second half, it took them a little bit too long to kind of figure out the answers they needed. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of promise coming out of this in terms of a learning experience for Vikings. So, impressive stuff overall. I'm really excited to see what they have coming into the next matchups, because I feel like any opponent they're going to run into will be easier than Sentinels at this point. Sentinels are really powering up.
And just on the other side here of the coin, Dan, is just what's next? How can you stop Sentinels at this point, right? They haven't been that tested on those two maps in versus Vikings. So now we're going to look at Sentinels when they're going to play against potentially, who knows, on the other side of the bracket in the winners finals, and later on inside the bracket. Sentinels have been so good at adapting and switching over to a playstyle that seems to be unstoppable. Because when you look at how Vikings played versus Sentinels, there was a lack of utility, a lack of abilities to try to force back Tens. Tens and Shazam have been very good. But once you stop him, once you find the right combination to push those players back, how do you now play against Sentinels when they're falling back, when they're playing more conservatively, when they're playing more turtled inside that site? That is still a lot of question marks that remains to be unanswered. And for a team to only be able to figure that out once the match comes live, I'd be scared. I'd be scared.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things to be scared of in this one, especially when talking about Sentinels. But we don't have to talk anymore. It does it from us here at the caster desk. For me and Vansili, we'll go to a quick break. The analysts will close out the day, and we'll hear from Dapper and Tens in the Verizon post-game interview. See you for that.
Down my soul, save my life, give me time. Say walls down my soul, you say right, I'ma fight. Go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need, and I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need, and I just want you on my side. So tell me we'll be alright. Go ahead, give me all your fight. Don't speak my mind enough. I'm drunk, pushing on me, boundaries breaking all the time. Yeah, I just gotta hold on. Common ground is annoying. Push me in this friction. Just go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. I just wanna feel your light. It's all I need, and I just want you on my side. So tell me we'll be alright. Walls down. slept, don't speak my mind enough. I'm trying to keep pushing on me, boundaries break like all the time. Yeah, I just gotta hold on. Common ground to stand on. You push me in this friction. Just go ahead, give me all your fight. It's all I need. I just wanna feel you like it's all I need.
Welcome back, everyone, to the studio. And Sentinels came out victorious in that last series. And I have to say, they shellacked their opponents. That's the best possible word I could use. Welcome, everyone. Once again, Golden Boy here, along with my amazing colleagues. We got Potter, Paperthin, as well as Lothar. And Potter, right out of the gate, I mean, let's just keep it real. Yes, a molly-whopping was, in fact, had by Sentinels to Vikings. They could not seem to figure it out. They seemed to get something moving at the end, but this was all Sentinels the entire time.
It really was. And man, when you're watching these players on Sentinels, you can feel it as well. At no point did they really feel flustered. There's a lot of pressure going on in that server. There's a lot of noise cues. There's flashbangs going off everywhere, tripwires. You've got to worry about so many different factors. But at every point, every step of the way, rotations and the help was going to be coming from. So he felt confident. I felt confident watching him. I didn't think he was going to miss, and he hardly did. So this was just Sentinels controlling it and a little bit of bullying in that server, but that's what I love to see, man.
Yeah, I mean, clearly. And I never want to play against you in a game of Valorant now. That's good to know, Potter. But, across the two maps, so we have our Prime Gaming map highlights. And Paperthin, just to kind of echo that from Potter, right? It just seemed like everything was going right for the juggernauts of North America.
I mean, yeah, you could pretty much put a check mark in every possible category on the side of the Sentinels here. I mean, macro, micro, just decision-making, utility usage. It's impossible to have enough superlatives to describe this team with how well they're playing right now. I mean, they're just incredible. They're on another level, and, we talked about it earlier. I'm starting to feel like this might be the team that's going to take this event.
Yeah, and Lothar, to that point, right, everything was clicking, right? The macro, the micro. But, there also was just a lot of decisions. As we highlighted earlier when we discussed map 1, from Vikings, they made choices in their compositions, which clearly shows a divide between the mentality of the game between the Brazilian region and North America.
Yeah, there's a little bit of dissonance between the regions, but I feel like that's pretty cool because it's actually amazing if we have like different metagames coming from different regions. But at some point, there will be some choices that will be stronger, right? And now, the metagame that we see in Europe, the metagame that we see in NA, seems to be a little bit stronger. And one thing that I realized when I was watching Team Liquid and Vikings play against, against the teams that are having a prominent AWPer in the team, is that they seem to be lacking a response to it, or at least lack the confidence of making a proper choice. How do we get this guy out of his position? Because we have seen a lot of ego peaks. Like today on Haven, Hans was just holding an angle. There was nothing like being used to just flush him out. We have seen a Phoenix that was just not using his flashes. We have seen people just peek after a recon arrow, after a drone tag. It was kind of hilarious to see how many free frags Tens was getting, and for him, like, he hits the most difficult shots, right? So when there's something giving him for free, of course he's gonna take it. He's nuts. I think he had like 21-9 on Haven or something like that. It was pretty ridiculous. So
absolutely
Vikings, I feel they learned a lot from this one match that they had right now against Sentinels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of learnings for all of the players that are coming from, all around the world here. They've been spending the last few weeks with one another in Reykjavik, Iceland, getting to know one another, but also competing and training against one another. And on top of that, also queuing into rank. So there's just a lot of things that you can really pick away from this. I mean, one thing that stood out to me was, you mentioned Phoenix and the use of curveballs, but also just not really really using that firewall effectively, right? There's so many times that happened where you'd see a prime opportunity for you, prime gaming opportunity. Ha, nailed it. But you would see, you know, a nice opportunity for you to be able to use that firewall, maybe fake out your opponent. That just wasn't happening. It does seem like at times Vikings were approaching it in a very linear fashion when they should have been thinking about the broader picture. That said, though, I agree with you, Lothar. There is a lot of lessons to be taken away from this, and I think who better to be that teacher than the Sentinels, one of the teams that have dominated the conversation in competitive Valorant's history. Now, you heard it from DDK when he tossed it to the break. We actually do have a very special treat for you guys. We actually have Dash standing by with Sentinel's very own Dapper in our first Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, here with Dapper after a crushing victory, 2-0 victory over Vikings. You guys are undefeated in the tournament, not just in the series, but in the maps as well from yesterday to today. So that's where I kind of want to start. Expectations, a lot of people calling you guys favorites coming in. But did you expect to be this dominant in a sense?
No. Obviously, I'm confident against going against anybody here. But, yeah, to close out in, like, this dominant fashion, it feels great. So.
Well, looking at today's series in particular, it was, again, more dominant than yesterday's. And specifically, beyond the first half of the first map, it seemed like you were pretty much just running away with it. So let's tackle it one by one. First off, Icebox. It was a 7-5 defensive half for you guys. Felt like it was really focused around A site, though, for Vikings. So I'm kind of curious from your perspective, did you guys have that knowledge coming in, that based on comp, based on play style, that would be the site that they'd really be focusing? And how did you approach dealing with that?
Yeah, so our whole game plan was like getting the B control and then knowing like what Sova utility. We kind of just based around like the enemy Sova. If you use like a dart or a drone, depending on where, we kind of knew they'd like try to 5-man tackle a site. So we had really good reads on that. We rotated utility and like our looks. Like sometimes we were really aggressive and trying to fight them in the face, and then sometimes we were playing like retake. So, yeah, we had really good reads on them, and they didn't really switch up that much from what we saw.
Yeah, it seemed kind of like a singular play style by them, but you guys had multiple looks in order to respond to it. That brings us to the offensive half for you. And, again, it seemed to kind of explode open. But, again, one thing I noticed was the creativity you guys had in being able to attack both sites. And so, again, why was your comp necessarily able to do that, whereas it felt theirs was a little more pigeonholed into A?
Yeah, I think we just had more focus towards the B side, and once you have like B control, it's way easier to either like just hard commit to B with Sage. I think that's like one of the bigger problems with their comp is that they didn't run Sage, so we kind of had like a little more freedom towards B, because if you showed too much respect at B and they have Sage, they could just get bombed down, and that's kind of what they did for us. So we just kept kind of abusing that. But yeah, once you get B control, it's way easier to pivot back to A. And it's really hard to reclear B, but not, I think you just hit A.
From there, we go to Haven. Haven was, again, it just seemed to the momentum seemed to grow. We had the pistol round, first 2 rounds, rather. Sick picked up 6 kills, has his ultimate in round 3. Talk to me about the way that can kind of warp the pace of the game when one player's picking up that many frags and has certain utility and ultimates available so much sooner into the game.
Yeah. Having Phoenix Ult is just like the most momentum you could ever have going into a half, because it's almost like, it's not a guaranteed round, but it's guaranteed info and maybe even a kill, though how good Hunter is, so sick. So yeah, he got ult at our first gun round, and we just rushed, took A control, and yeah, we just kind of made them just play scared pretty much the whole half. It just sets the whole tone from the half when you get that.
Yeah, it was 10-2. From there, we go into the second half. We got a little bit of the Sentinel special with some aggression. Having some fun. Yeah, right? Letting it loose. That's all right. Putting on a show for people. It ends 13-6. Again, I don't think anybody was ever in fear, that the map was going to slip away from you. And so from here, I just kind of want to talk about going forward. We don't necessarily know who your opponent's going to be. But again, there's so much focus on the fact that we could even sit and watch a double NA run the top bracket. You guys are going to have to draw blood against version 1 at some point in the upper bracket. So just generally, how you feeling about the performance of not only yourself, but the region as a whole?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm super proud. We're doing great. Version 1's, taking down Liquid is no easy feat. So I'm really proud of them, too. Hopefully, they could keep doing their good stuff against New Turn, but honestly, I'd rather play New Turn just because the regional I'd rather have somebody that's not that familiar with how we play than version 1, it'd probably just be like a slugfest. I feel like that's how regional matchup is. It's kind of just like running at each other. So yeah, I'd rather New Turn, but I'm still rooting for version 1.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of questions about how that kind of utility usage, that creative utility usage coming out of regions like Korea and New Turn might stack up against some of the more brute force that NA has to bring to the table. But either way, you guys put on an absolute show today. I want to thank you for taking the time to interview with me. Congratulate you here on the run you've had so far.
Thank you very much.
From here, we're going back to Golden Boy and the squad.
Sweet. Thank you so much, Dash, for that. And amazing